Chapter 307. Haha, is Maid Guanyin pleading for that kid? In the bedchamber. Li asked casually as he leisurely drank his soup after listening to Empress Zhongxuan's words. Empress Zhongxun was stunned and said, "This. I just don't want to see such a young talent die prematurely. My thoughts are all for the Tang Empire. Maid Guanyin, you don't have to be nervous. I just said it casually and don't mean anything else. You and I have been husband and wife for more than a decade. How can I not trust you?" Before Empress Zhongxun finished speaking, Li saw that something was wrong. He quickly put down the spoon in his mouth and interrupted her. Empress Zhongxun saw that Li's words didn't seem to be fake. Her heart warmed as she smiled and said, "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty." Haha. Li smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he sighed and said, "Since I ascended the throne, I have always promoted talents. Needless to say, Li Zishuan is full of talent. Although his talents don't seem to belong to the mortal world, as long as he doesn't betray the country, I can tolerate him. The Tang Empire can also tolerate him. Now, I am worried about how to arrange for him." Empress Zhongxun blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "Your Majesty, isn't that child already the youngest official in the history of the Imperial College? Why are you still worried about this?" "You can't say that." Li shook his head and said with a complicated expression, "As the saying goes, make the best use of a person's talent. Since I have already decided to put Li Zishuan in an important position, I have to arrange a position for him that allows him to display his talents. But Maid Guanyin, look at the knowledge that kid is good at. Other than mathematics, physics, chemistry, electricity, electromagnetism, and so on. Who in the world has heard of these knowledge? How can the position of an official in the Imperial College allow him to display all that he has learned?" Hearing this, Empress Zhongxuan's brows furrowed slightly. She thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty's consideration is thorough. In that case, Li Zishuan is indeed not suited to stay in the directorate." Li rubbed the space between his eyebrows and sighed in annoyance. He is indeed not suitable to stay in the Imperial College, but there is an even more serious problem. This brat has learned many different things. Although we do not know where he learned all this knowledge, we are very sure that he is not from the Confucian school. Thus, even though we clearly know that his knowledge can strengthen the Great Tang, we cannot give him too much support. Otherwise, if some of the great Confucians become dissatisfied and stir up trouble among the Confucians, the foundation of the country will be shaken. Empress Zhongxun thought about it in shock and said, "Your Majesty, is it really that serious?" "Of course." Li stood up and looked out the door. With his hands behind his back, he said, "Although Li Zishuan is currently teaching mathematics at the Imperial College, the content, methods, and systems that students study have all undergone earth-shattering changes. Moreover, these changes are constantly affecting other schools. He is already using the name of mathematics to develop his new school. No, this is a new study in the guise of mathematics. We are not the only one who has discovered this. Some of the professors at the Imperial College have also discovered this. We have previously heard from Kong Ingda that Kui Shanyu of the Imperial College has already requested to expel Li Zishuan from the Imperial College on the grounds of ruining the academic atmosphere more than once. Although Kong Ingda has sternly refused, it is said that Kui Shanyu has not given up and has the intention of further contacting the other great Confucians of the Imperial College to jointly write a petition." Kui Shanyu? I have heard of this person before. It is said that he is quite proficient in the Confucian classics. I thought that he was a person of profound righteousness, but why is he so unreasonable? Zhongxun nodded and said with some confusion. Profound righteousness? Haha. In the end, these people are just doing it for their own benefit. Li sneered and was unwilling to say too much on this topic. He only thought to himself, if we vigorously support Li Zishuan's new study, then I'm afraid that the tens of thousands of Confucian disciples in the world will become the current Kui Shanyu in order to maintain the orthodox position of the Confucian school. Empress Zhongxun was not stupid. She had just not thought of this for a moment. Once Li said this, she immediately understood. However, as the Empress, she knew that on this sensitive topic, she could only maintain her silence because the more she spoke, the more likely she would make mistake. The room was silent for a moment. Leah suddenly smiled and said, "Ha ha, ha ha. Now it seems that we were right to not have Chengqian go to the Imperial College's School of Mathematics to study. Otherwise, there would definitely be more great Confucians who would not be able to sit still right now, right?" When Leah said the words Great Confucian, he emphasized the syllables. He was probably dissatisfied with some people in his heart. Yes, Tilda. As the heir to the throne, Chengqian's every action represents His Majesty's attitude. If even he went to the School of Mathematics, the officials would definitely not agree. However, this is also difficult for Chengqian. I heard that not only does he have an extremely good relationship with Li Zishuan, but he is also very interested in Li Zishuan's new mathematic. He has always been studying the textbooks of the School of Mathematics in the Eastern Palace. Today, he is probably still studying the monthly exam papers that the School of Mathematics just went through. In addition, Chengqian would occasionally run to Qingqiu to ask questions. In this way, the relationship between the two brothers has improved quite a bit. When Empress Zhongsun heard Li say this, she immediately began to feel sorry for her son. Haha. As the crown prince, he should sacrifice something for this. The problem now is, where should Li Zishuan be placed? Li first smiled as if it was a matter of course. Then, when he thought of Li Zishuan, he began to frown. Why not ask Li Zishuan for his thoughts, Your Majesty? This child has always had a lot of ideas. I think he will have some ideas. Empress Zhongsun stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said, "Heh. This is a good idea. Guanin's servant is indeed more intelligent than others." Haha Tilda. Li's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance as he said excitedly, "Eastern Market. Chen's noodle shop." Yes, it was the noodle shop that almost cheated Li Yu and Meng Wenhao last time. "Tianhua, aren't you too stingy? You're treating me and Fei Chen to a meal at this small noodle shop." In front of the noodle shop, the three only seedlings of Jin Yu Academy were sitting on the stools and waiting for the boss to serve the dishes. Oh, no, it was the dishes. Then, Hua Hongyi looked at the terrible surroundings and couldn't help but complain. "That's right. Tianhua, you're too unkind. This time, that Ang Daily gave you such good conditions. How much money will you earn from writing this novel? Moreover, today is the first time your novel is in the newspaper. It's fine if you don't treat us to Zuaxian restaurant to celebrate, but no matter what, you can't come to this broken noodle shop Tilda." Liao Feichen also quickly agreed. Chen Tianhua's mouth twitched slightly. Zuaxian restaurant Tilda? His 1 month's remuneration was probably not even enough for the three of them to have a meal at Zuaxian restaurant. "Feichen, Hongyi, I haven't received my remuneration yet, right? That Ang Daily will only give me this month's remuneration next month. When I get my remuneration, I'll bring you to a good meal, but definitely not at Zuaxian restaurant. Moreover, the Yangchun noodles in this noodle shop are not bad either." Chen Tianhua was helpless. Tycoons were always used to be cheated. "Dad, that pretty boy with a mole on his face outside called our noodle shop a broken noodle shop. Do you want me to beat him up?" Not far away, in the kitchen, Giant Baby complained to Boss Chen who was cooking noodles. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Haha, after the dinner gathering, the swordsmen immediately wrote a chapter to calm themselves down. Therefore, the record of the swordsman for 144 days did not break. Although I'm tired now, I'm still happy. Dear readers, seeing that the swordsmen are working so hard to update, can you come to QQ to read or subscribe to a few chapters on Chijian? Because I found a lot of students who read pirated versions, and some of the pirated versions are very interesting. If there's no author on it, I'll write it at the end, and the pirated readers won't be able to see it. Swordsmen drag their tired bodies to update every day. Don't tell me I can't exchange it for 20 cents a day from you guys. Chapter 308. What are you talking about? Da Bao, don't cause trouble. Boss Chen, who was rolling out noodles, heard his son's silly words. His arm shook and he almost crushed his fingers. He immediately said to Da Bao angrily, "Ever since Li Zishuan caused trouble in his noodle shop, not only was his business not as good as before, but he was also scared out of his wits by Li Zishuan's martial arts. He used to think that with two giants at home, he didn't have to be afraid of some unruly and evil customers. But Li Zhuan taught him how to be a person through his abnormal martial arts value, so he didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. Oh tilde. Da Bao knows. The giant baby scratched his head. He was somewhat puzzled by his father's attitude, but he didn't dare to continue asking. Outside the noodle shop. Sigh, I don't know how my Zhong Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator is received. On the way here, we only heard people talking about a mortal's journey to immortality, but no one talked about my Zhong Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator. Hongyi, Feichen, does this mean that my novel isn't popular? Chen Tianhua saw that Yang Chun's noodles hadn't come up yet. He recalled the scene on the way here and said worriedly, Tianhua, you're simply insatiable. That Ang Daily has already given you such a generous reward, why aren't you satisfied? So what if your novel isn't popular? At most, you'll lose some readers who give you tips. But now, the money that Ang Daily gives you is enough for you to live comfortably. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Liao Feichen didn't realize that he was almost beaten up by the giant baby because of his cheap mouth. He complained to Chen Tianhua with a speechless face. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. He slammed the table and shouted, Oh tilde, I understand, Tianhua, you want to compete with a mortal's journey to immortality, right? Why bother? Our two novels are both imitating a mortal's journey to immortality. It's very difficult to compare with it. Let's just focus on writing our own novel. Hearing this, Chen Tianhua's face was full of awkwardness. In his heart, he didn't want to surpass a mortal's journey, but he more or less hoped that his novel would be like a mortal's journey and receive the support and rewards of many readers. Tianhua, you've only released 3 chapters of your novel today. How could someone reward you so quickly? Even when the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality was first published in the newspapers, no one took it seriously either. For something like a novel, without a long period of accumulation, it was impossible to produce result. You need to calm down and write slowly. You can't rush it, or it will affect the quality of your work. Hua Hongyi was a mature and steady person. He hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the problem. Brother Hongyi is right. I've gone too far. Thank you, Hongyi, for enlightening me. Hua Hongyi's words were like a wake-up call to Chen Tianhua. Chen Tianhua was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He cupped his hands and thanked Hua Hongyi. Yang Chun noodles are here. Please enjoy your meal. Boss Chen brought out 3 bowls of Yang Chun noodles on a tray and bowed to Hua Hongyi and the other 2 with a smile. Haha, let's eat noodles. No matter what, thank you for your hospitality today, Tianhua. Hua Hongyi laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat noodles, hissed tilde. This restaurant's Yang Chun egg noodles are so delicious. Liao Feichen was already starving. He cheered, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. Chen Tianhua smiled helplessly. He wasn't in the mood to eat noodles now. He wanted to go back and write his novel in peace. I'm not drunk tilde let me drink another cup tilde this. This immortal drunk is really good wine. Burp tilde. Good wine. Drunken immortal restaurant. The banquet was over. Everyone was full, especially Yaya. The little girl was rubbing her stomach in pain. As for Father Meng, he was drunk and was throwing a tantrum. You're already so drunk and you're still not drunk. I told you to drink less, but you didn't listen. Come, get up, let's go home. Mother Meng pulled Father Meng's arm and shouted angrily. Auntie, why don't I hire a carriage to send Uncle Meng back? After all, Drunken Immortal Restaurant is quite far from Gi Lane. After this banquet, Li Yu had become very familiar with Meng Wenhao's family. She quickly suggested. This, Mother Meng hesitated. Hiring a carriage would cost a lot of money. Haha, there's no need to hire a carriage. Drunken Immortal Restaurant has its own carriage. I'll ask Boss Liu to send someone to send you back later. At this time, Li Zhuan walked in with a smile. The banquet was over. Qin Huayu had already left with the drunk Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin in the carriage. Thank you, Lord Ju. Mother Meng was surprised and happy at the same time. She thought to herself that Meng Hao's teacher was not only kind, but also considerate of others. No wonder he could reach such a high position at such a young age. This kind of cultivation was not something that ordinary people like us could have. Thank you, sir. Meng Wenhao also came over and thanked him sincerely. Today was the happiest day of his life. Through his own efforts, he had finally brought his family to Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Furthermore, his family had received the respect that they deserved. He was now grateful to Li Zishuan from the bottom of his heart. Well, Wenhao, now that your wish has been fulfilled, you have to focus on your studies. As your teacher, I look forward to you getting first place in the next monthly exam. Li Zishuan patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder and smiled. I won't disappoint you, sir. Meng Wenhao replied confidently. Hee, good. Wenhao, go find Boss Liu and ask him to arrange a carriage. Yes, sir. Meng Wenhao replied with a smile and went out. Little Yu, isn't it time for you to go back to the workshop? If you don't go back now, Steward Ma will probably come and ask me for you. Li Zishuan looked at the mischievous Li Yu and smiled. At the same time, he secretly felt that it was a pity that there were no televisions or cameras in this era. Otherwise, he really wanted to cultivate Li Yu into a little child star. Because of Li Yu's sweet appearance and her unrestrained and mischievous personality, it would be a pity if she did not become a star. Hee. Then I'll take Sir's carriage on the way. Li Yu stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. Drunken Immortal Restaurant was in the northwest of Chang'an City. Strange Interest Pavilion was in the northeast of Chang'an City. If she did not borrow a carriage, she would probably have to walk for a long time. Anyway, there was a free ride, why not take it? All right, let's go then. Li Zishuan smiled and turned to say goodbye to Mother Meng and Yaya. Then, he left with Li Yu. Chapter 309. Lord Ju. Lord Ju. His Majesty has decreed for you to enter the palace immediately for an audience. Li Zishuan's carriage had just entered Yongle Lane when a servant from the yellow door chased after him. San Bao, who was driving the carriage, hurriedly stopped Big White. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Li had discovered that he had been idling around for the past 2 days? Was he here to settle scores with him? Old Li wouldn't be so petty, right? He lifted the curtains and jumped off the carriage. The servant from the yellow door also hurriedly got off his horse. Little eunuch, may I know why His Majesty is looking for me? Li Zishuan discreetly stuffed a few golden beans into the servant's mouth and asked with a smile. The earlier he knew Li's intentions, the earlier he could prepare. Lord Ju, I don't dare to accept this. Please take it back. I'm only here to pass on a message. I don't know why His Majesty is summoning you. It seemed like this was the first time the imperial eunuch had been sent out. He didn't even dare to take advantage of the situation. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't force him. He said, then please wait for a moment. I'll go back and change into my official uniform. I'll follow you into the palace. He was here to dine with his good brother today. Of course, he wouldn't wear his official uniform like a lunatic. Besides, his light scarlet official uniform wasn't very nice. Why should he wear it? However, it was still necessary to wear it to meet Li in the palace. His Majesty specifically said that Lord Ju can enter the palace immediately without changing into your official uniform. The servant from the yellow door added. Li Zishuan was speechless. Li was in a hurry to be reincarnated. Of course, he only dared to say that in his heart. He couldn't say it out loud. Then I'll follow you into the palace. Then, he turned to look at San Bao and instructed, San Bao, send little Yu to the workshop and go straight home. Yes, young master. San Bao responded and hurried Big White toward Yi Lane. Let's go. Li Zishuan turned around and said a few words before following the small yellow door to the Imperial Palace. The distance between Yongle Lane and the Imperial Palace was not far, only about 3 to 4 li. Li Zishuan arrived outside the walls of the Imperial Palace in a short while. The little yellow gate led Li Zishuan through the Gate of Heaven. He passed through the Garter Gate, the Tai Chi Gate, the Zhuming Gate, the Yin and Yang Gate, and the Sweet Dew Gate. He went straight to the Sweet Dew Hall. Unlike the previous summons, Li chose to summon him at the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zishuan was no longer a novice when he first entered the officialdom. He had crammed in a lot of basic knowledge about officialdom. Naturally, he knew that the emperor usually summoned his officials to the Taiji Palace or the Yin and Yang Palace. The Ganlu Palace was where Li studied in the inner palace and was rarely used to summon his officials. It seemed like Li wasn't looking for him for some trivial matter. The little yellow gate went in alone to announce the reply. Li Zishuan stood in the corridor outside the hall, waiting for the news. After a while, he heard a sharp voice from inside. Summon the Prince of Lantian County, Minister of the Imperial College, Li Zishuan, for an audience. Hearing this, Li Zishuan anxiously walked in with small steps. The Sweet Dew Hall looked very simple, but every table, chair, and stool in the hall was decorated with ingenious ingenuity. The furnace in the room was burning with spices. Li Zishuan smelled it, but he couldn't tell what brand the spices were. Li sat upright on the dragon throne, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe. He didn't wear the sky-reaching crown that he wore during morning court. Instead, he used a purple and gold crown to tie up his hair. Li probably felt that the sky-reaching crown was too heavy. Li Zishuan silently criticized him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When Li Zishuan walked in, Li was holding a book and reading it with great interest. It was as if he didn't notice that someone had walked in. Li Zishuan didn't care if Li really didn't see him or if he was pretending. He went forward and bowed. He guessed that Li was most likely pretending. Leaders all liked to pretend to be deep. Li Zishuan expressed that he understood, but he didn't want to play along with Li. He wanted to finish his work quickly and go home. "Rise. Have a seat." When Li heard the voice, he put down his book and raised his head. Of course, he was reading seriously just now. He wasn't pretending to be deep like Li Zishuan thought. He wasn't that bored. The fact that Li was able to succeed in the governance of Zhengguan was inseparable from his humility and diligence. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan was happy. Since he came in and had a seat, didn't that mean that Li wouldn't make things difficult for him today? 3 days ago, I asked you to hurry up and think of a way to improve the telegraph. How was it? How's the progress now? Li Zishuan had just sat down when Li asked. Li Zishuan shouted in his heart. It turned out that he was thinking too much just now. "Your Majesty, there's no progress." Li Zishuan wanted to fool him, but he couldn't fool him. Old Li had too many spies under him. He might have already known. Even though Li already knew the result, when he heard Li Zishuan's reply, he couldn't help but get angry. "Are you taking my words as a joke?" Li Zishuan heard Li raise his voice by an octave and knew that old Li was a little angry. However, he was already mentally prepared. "Your Majesty, that's not the case. With the current technology of Tang Dynasty, 20 to 30 li is the maximum distance that the telegraph can transmit. If we want to break through this limit, we need to create a new device, the triode. It can amplify the signal from the telegraph so that it can be transmitted further. However, the triode requires 2 new materials that I haven't found yet. Even if I find them, with the current technology of Tang Dynasty, it's very difficult to create them. On the other hand, regarding the problem of power supply, the power source that I currently use can only supply power on a small scale. If I want to achieve a large-scale power supply, I need to build a large generator and a container to store the power. I also need to build a huge power transmission line. To do this, in addition to a huge amount of financial and material resources, the most important thing is that I need a group of corresponding talents. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it alone. When Li Zishuan decided to quit, he already knew that he would be questioned by Li. He also had a draft of the relevant excuses. At this moment, he spoke one set of words after another. It seemed like he was really serious. Li Zishuan was a little confused by Li Zishuan's words. Although Li Zishuan had already said it more straightforwardly, he didn't know what the triode, generator, container to store the power, and so on were new terms. However, it still sounded very professional. Li frowned and thought for a while. He said, "What you said is not unreasonable. Let's not talk about this for now. I have another matter to discuss with you today." Chapter 310. We have another matter to discuss with you today. In the Sweet Dew Hall. Hearing this, Li Zexuan's spirits were suddenly lifted. He thought to himself, here comes the main topic. The things before should be just the appetizer. Otherwise, Li wouldn't have called him here to talk. Here, take a look at this memorial first. Li pulled out a yellow memorial from the dragon table in front of him. Zhao Song hurriedly took it and handed it to Li Zexuan. Li Zexuan didn't know what Li was up to. He opened the memorial and started reading. He skipped the routine at the beginning and went straight to the main body. Today, this subject, Kui Shanyu, together with 7 professors from the Imperial Academy, and the Four Gates Academies, will jointly impeach Li Zexuan, the Secretary of the Imperial Academy, for corrupting the academic atmosphere of the Imperial Academy, disrupting the teaching order of the Imperial Academy, and privately spreading and teaching miscellaneous studies. Your subjects do not deny that Li Xie has brought some positive changes to the Imperial College since he joined, such as the blackboard and chalk. However, merits are merits, and demerits are demerits. Li Xie privately changed the teaching schedule and even proposed a 2-day break for every 5 days. This greatly affected the enthusiasm of the students in the other academies. Your subjects believe that Li Xie is using the excuse of giving the students a break to slack off. Such behavior is indeed unbecoming of a teacher. Your subjects are ashamed to work with such a lazy person. Your subjects also believe that the opinion proposed by Li Xie is inappropriate. Since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Chinese characters have been passed down for more than 1,000 years. From the Shang dynasty's oracle bone inscriptions to the Qin dynasty's Xiaozhuan script, the Han dynasty's Zhenkai script, and the standard handwriting of our dynasty Zhenkai script. It has gone through dozens of forms, but most of them are derived from hieroglyphics. The pinyin proposed by Li Xie has a strange shape and definitely doesn't originate from the Central Plains. Your subjects believe that the Chinese language is broad and profound. How can it be labeled with symbols from a foreign land? Li Xie's actions are an insult to the ancestors of our country and are destroying the foundation of our great Tang. If we allow pinyin to be popularized, we Confucians will become sinners for all eternity. This subject earnestly requests Your Majesty to immediately stop Li Xie from running amok. In addition, this subject has heard that Li Xie often imparted miscellaneous knowledge to the students, both in and out of class. His Royal Highness, Prince of Wei, has also been poisoned by this. This subject is deeply saddened. The King of Wei is a disciple of the imperial family. If he doesn't bathe in the holy light of the Confucian Tao, why would he learn the unorthodox Tao? Li Xie is trying to shake the foundation of the country. We ask Your Majesty to punish him severely. Such a morally corrupt person simply doesn't have the right to hold the post of Secretary of the Imperial College. I hope that Your Majesty can quickly choose someone more worthy. Otherwise, my great Tang's holy land of talents will quickly become a place of filth and corruption because of Li Xie alone. Your subjects Kui Shanyu, Zhu Qingliu, Sima Minglang, Jiyu Fengyang, Shangguan Yufeng, Lu Yenyu, Zheng Zhanli, and Xikong Linghao respectfully greet you. I implore Your Majesty to make a decision as soon as possible. Don't tolerate and nurture evil, and return the Imperial College to its former glory. *CK Your mother. This old thief has gone too far. The more Li Zexuan read, the angrier he got. Kui Shanyu's memorial was simply too infuriating. Li Zexuan's true energy was in a mess from his anger. His long hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. This was caused by the uncontrollable flow of true energy from his body. His eyes were also a little red. After transmigrating for so long, this was the first time he had been angered to such an extent. Kui Shanyu's memorial completely described him as a piece of dog *T, a black sheep, a cultured scum, and a treacherous subject of the country. At this moment, Li Zexuan no longer cared about where he was. He threw the memorial to the ground with all his might and cursed loudly. But he still wasn't done venting his anger. He went up and stomped on it twice more, 233, 3333. When Zhao Song saw Li Zexuan's furious look, he immediately circulated his true energy and secretly raised his guard. Bam! How dare you! You impudent brat! Li Er's eyes widened. He didn't think that there would be someone who dared to swear in front of him, and even stomped on his memorial in front of him. Li Zishuan's guts were really too big. After a while, Li Er reacted. He slammed the table and shouted angrily. When Li Zishuan was reading the memorial, he had been observing Li Zishuan's expression. He knew that Li Zishuan would be very angry after reading this memorial, but he didn't expect him to lose his composure like this. Actually, the appearance of this memorial was also greatly beyond Li Er's expectations. During lunch, he was still telling Zhong Sun about Kui Shanyo's secret opinion of Li Zishuan. That was what Kong Ingda told him, but this second-hand news was still lagging behind. He had just received Kui Shanyo's first move, and Kui Shanyu had already joined forces with 7 other professors to submit a joint memorial. Although Li Er's own position was slightly biased towards Li Zishuan's side, he couldn't ignore this memorial. This was because this was an impeachment case. Kui Shanyo's memorial this time didn't even go through Kong Ingda. He directly sent it to the palace in the form of a secret memorial. In addition, there were too many people involved in this joint impeachment. There were only 15 people in total from the Imperial Academy, the Imperial College, and the 4 great academies, and 8 of them were on this memorial. If it was not handled properly, it would definitely cause a commotion. Your Majesty, please calm down. I was too angry and lost my composure in front of you. Please calm down, Your Majesty. Li Er's shout caused Li Zishuan to quickly come to his senses. He looked around and remembered that he was still in the Sweet Nectar Hall. He quickly went forward and cupped his hands in apology. You're getting bolder and bolder. Ever since I ascended the throne, no one has dared to be so impudent in this palace. Li Er pointed at Li Zishuan and said angrily, Your Majesty, you can't blame me for this. With a bitter face, Li Zishuan explained, Old Dog Kui, Professor Kui's memorial is completely distorting the facts. He wants to pull me down from my position so that he can take over the Imperial College. This old dog, this person is sinister and cunning. His intentions are really vicious. He sees that I am talented and knowledgeable in both ancient and modern times. Moreover, I have attracted many students to transfer from the Imperial College to the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics with my charisma. Therefore, he is jealous of me and intends to use such a despicable method to frame a loyal and good person. He wants to make a talent of Tang like me be wrongly imprisoned so that he can achieve his dirty goal. He doesn't know that Your Majesty is wise and wise. Your eyes can see through all the darkness of time. How can you be fooled by such petty tricks? Therefore, any schemes and machinations will be useless in the face of His Majesty. Shut up. As Li Er listened, he couldn't take it anymore. Li Zishuan could be shameless, but he couldn't be shameless. At this moment, he really wanted to say to Li Zishuan, will you die if you don't brag? I'll shut up, shut up. Your Majesty, please calm down. Li Zishuan laughed dryly. In fact, he said this on purpose. His previous behavior was, strictly speaking, punishable. After such a farce, old Li would definitely forget about it. He could also use this time to think about how to refute Kui Shanyo's memorial. Since Li Er called him here in private today and didn't interrogate him in the imperial court, it meant that even if Li Er wasn't on his side, he was still taking care of him. In this way, at least he had a chance to defend himself. Haha, I'm very smart, right? Li Zishuan thought proudly. Third update. Haha, I still managed to finish it before midnight. The temperature difference between the indoor and outdoor is too big. Swordsmen catch a cold. Their noses are stuffed, and their hearts are even more stuff. Please support me with a genuine subscription. I don't have anything to eat. Chapter 311. Heh. Since you say that Kui Shanyu, Lu Yenyu, Zheng Zhanli, Xikong Linghao, and the other professors are slandering you, do you have any evidence? Ganlu Hall. Li Er leaned back and looked at Li Zishuan sternly. Li Zishuan's previous thoughts were indeed correct. Regarding this matter, Li Er indeed had the intention of opening a back door for Li Zishuan. Calling Li Zishuan over for questioning today more or less had the intention of practicing in advance. Your Majesty, this matter doesn't require any evidence. Do you have any evidence for the 3 crimes that Kui Shanyu and the other professors have accused me of? They were just using their own opinions to judge whether I was guilty or not. Could they possibly represent the students of the Imperial College? Can they represent the millions of people of the great Tang Empire? As the saying goes, justice is in the hearts of the people. If they convict me based on their words alone, then I won't accept it. Firstly, Kui Shanyu accused me of implementing a 2-day break system in the School of Mathematics after 5 days of classes. He also thought that I was using the excuse of a break to slack off. I just want to say that it's bullsh*t. All of the above are just his personal conjectures. Did he investigate beforehand? How did he know that I was slacking off? The break system that I set doesn't contain any selfishness. Ever since I took over the School of Mathematics, the students' homework has become increasingly heavy. Coupled with the exam reward and punishment system that I set, the pressure on the students has also increased. If they can't strike a balance between work and rest, their learning efficiency will greatly decrease. Although compared to the other schools, the School of Mathematics usually has a lot more holidays, but this official dares to say that in terms of academic pressure and academic performance, the students of the School of Mathematics definitely won't lose to the other 5 schools. If anyone is unconvinced, they can come out and compete. If they lose, this official is willing to accept this crime, Li Zishuan said heroically. Heh. What arrogance. I know that you are proficient in mathematics, but that doesn't mean that the students of the School of Mathematics are also proficient. Why are you so confident, Tilda? Leah couldn't help but laugh and interrupt. Of course, as the saying goes, great teachers produce great students. Like teachers, like students. I have absolute confidence in my students. Li Zishuan raised his chin and said affirmatively. Leah was speechless. If he could, he really wanted to spit tea all over Li Zishuan's face. How could the saying great teachers produce great students be used in such a way? Secondly, regarding pinyin, when pinyin was first introduced, His Majesty, Kong Jijiu, and all the important officials in the imperial court unanimously approved it. Why didn't Kui Shanyu and the others jump out to oppose it? This old dog only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Does he think that I'm a pushover? In the Imperial College's actions was the great Tang Empires is the Tang Empires is the Tang Empires Tang's is the Foundation Empire's will. If pinyin is successfully popularized, we Confucians will become sinners for all eternity. Thus, Li Zishuan felt a wave of anger rush to his head, and vulgarities involuntarily escaped from his mouth. He had probably used more profanity today than he had in the past 20 years. Speak. If we hear any more obscenities, we will have you thrown out. Leah frowned when he heard this and could not help but scold him. Cough cough, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Let's continue with pinyin. After interacting with Li for a long time and grasping his temper, Li Zishuan was no longer as afraid as he was in the beginning. Although old Li liked to trick people, as long as they didn't commit crimes of principle like treason, old Li wouldn't chop off people's heads. He wasn't like the Braid dynasty 1,000 years later, where they often held literary trials and had to be careful with their words. The benefits of pinyin are obvious. It will allow our great Tang to have thousands upon thousands of people who can read and write. It will definitely be a blessing to the poor. This subject believes that Kui Shanyu and the others must have ulterior motives for objecting in such a hurry. They are afraid that once there are more scholars, they will lose their sense of superiority. This subject has every reason to suspect that Kui Shanyu and the others are lackeys sent by the noble clans to obstruct the imperial court's education. I hope that Your Majesty will investigate this. Li Zishuan smiled sinisterly and began to paint Kui Shanyu and the others in the eye in front of Li. He knew that Li had the intention to attack the noble clans, so it was a good opportunity to have 2 appetizers. Among the 8 professors who impeached him, there were those with the surname Kui, Lu, and Zheng. He didn't know if these people were related to the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. In any case, even if they weren't related, this young master wanted to be related to them. Who asked you to stab this young master in the back? If I don't take revenge, I'm not human. As expected, Li's expression gradually turned serious when he heard this, but he didn't say anything in the end. Li Zishuan was slightly disappointed and could only continue. Regarding Kui Shanyo's words about pinyin being like a foreign language, this subject has something to say. First of all, Kui Shanyo's words have no proof. Since he said that pinyin is a foreign language, then he has to show proof and let everyone see which foreign language pinyin is from. Secondly, so what if pinyin is a foreign language? As long as it can allow more people to become literate and make our great Tang stronger, then it is a useful language. If our great Tang wants to stand at the top of the world, then we must learn to be tolerant. Take the strengths of others and make up for our own shortcomings. Only by being tolerant can we become the strongest great Tang. If my great Tang wishes to stand at the peak of all countries, it must learn to be tolerant, to take the strong points of others and make up for our weak points. Only by being tolerant can the great Tang become the strongest and most prosperous. Li Er's expression froze. He couldn't help but repeat Li Zishuan's words to himself. He asked Li Zishuan to come over today just to hear what Li Zishuan would say about Kui Shanyo's impeachment. He never expected to hear such a warning that made his heart surge with emotion and even made his blood boil. He was really touched. If our great Tang wants to stand at the top of the world, then we didn't expect you to understand such a principle of life. As expected of the disciple of an otherworldly expert, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and praised with a complicated expression. Nani? Didn't the Tang dynasty have these two sentences? Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. He thought that these two sentences were some ancient proverb, but from Li Er's words, it didn't seem to be the case. Well, he had unintentionally acted cool in front of old Li again. If our great Tang wants to stand at the top of the world, then we must be tolerant. These 8 words were like a self-encouraging couplet by the national hero Lin Zexu. If our great Tang wants to stand at the top of the world, then we must be tolerant. Your Majesty is too kind. Then let me continue with the third crime of Kui Shanyo's impeachment, miscellaneous studies. The feeling of acting cool was naturally great. Li Zishuan felt as if he was possessed by Zhuge Liang. He was about to engage in a war of words and unleash a wave of AoE damage that ignored all skills. There's no need to say any more. It's enough that you know about Kui Shanyo's impeachment. As for how to deal with it, I have my own plans. Go back and do some self-reflection. Tomorrow morning, there will be a verdict on your matter. Come to the court when the time comes. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Li Er's mind was no longer on this matter. He waved his hand absent-mindedly, as if he was shooing away a fly, telling Li Zishuan to leave quickly. Li Zishuan was speechless. He was in the middle of talking, but old Li was too deceitful. This was like taking off one's pants and telling a girl that her period was here. Then I shall take my leave. Li Zishuan had no choice but to cup his hands and leave. Chapter 312. He was impeached for no reason, and he had to attend the morning assembly tomorrow. He was just sitting at home, and trouble came from the sky. F***ck that old dog Kui. You've gone too far, damn. I'm going to kick you to death. Li Zishuan was getting angrier and angrier as he wandered along the streets. He kicked everything he saw. Luckily, there weren't many people around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt good. Young master, you're back. San Bao was the first to welcome him when he reached the door. Have you sent Li Yu over? Li Zishuan nodded and asked casually. Replying to young master, it has been delivered. That's good. Li Zishuan waved his hand and was about to return to the house. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and waved at San Bao. San Bao, come here. Young master has something to tell you. Hey. Young master, please tell me. When San Bao heard this, she hurriedly ran over excitedly and said, You go. Hey, come in, come in. As soon as Li Zishuan opened his mouth, he realized that something was amiss. He hurriedly brought San Bao into the manor. Thus, the servants of the Li residence saw this scene from afar. Their young master was sneakily discussing something with the servants of the manor under the large locust tree in the front courtyard. One of them was babbling non-stop, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. The other had his eyes wide open with a completely dumbfounded expression. Do you understand? Tilda. Young master, isn't this too wicked, Tilda? Wicked your head. Do you still want your job, Tilda? Young master, Please calm down. I'll go now. But if someone finds out, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to old master. Are you AF * King Pig? I didn't ask you to go personally. Don't you know how to cover your face and secretly hire a few people to help you recruit people, Tilda? Yes, young master is right. I'll go now. Wait, I haven't paid you yet. Where are you going, Tilda? You brat, your brain isn't working so well today. Go to Butler Wang and give him 100 strings of coins. If it's not enough, there's more. Ah, Tilda. Young master, why do you need so much, Tilda? 10 strings of coins is enough. San Bao almost knelt down as he said bitterly. What do you know? The more money there is, the bigger the matter will be, and the happier I will be. This young master doesn't lack money. If you do a good job, you will be heavily rewarded. Hurry up and go. Li Zishuan slapped the back of San Bao's head and said in annoyance. This lackey of his was not good enough. He was too honest and not arrogant enough. It did not suit his status. Yes, young master. I will go immediately. When San Bao saw that his young master was getting impatient, he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He quickly ran off like a rabbit. He cherished his status as Li Zishuan's #1 lackey very much. Cough, cough. What are you looking at? Get to work. Li Zishuan scolded angrily when he saw the servants and maids in the distance looking at them with gossipy expressions. Immediately, the servants and maids scattered in all directions. The next day, 4:45, 4:15 a.m. Some people were still asleep, while others had already woken up. The only people who had woken up so early were the peddlers and the ministers who were rushing to attend the morning court. Thus, from this point of view, the officials of the imperial court had something in common with the common people, and that was that they all needed to wake up early. However, today was a little different. Because the fleet heading south was about to depart in the morning court was pushed back. All officials of the 5th rank and above had to go together to the docks on Murky Island in the eastern suburbs of Chang and to send off the army. Oh, madam, you can buy more meat in the future. We won't have to live such a poor life anymore. Haha. Shengye Fang. In a shabby and narrow courtyard, Kui Shanyu was drinking porridge and eating vegetables as he spoke to the middle-aged woman in linen clothes in dissatisfaction. Master, you're not talking nonsense, right? With your little salary, how can our family afford to buy meat, Tilda? The woman in linen clothes said with a strange expression. Haha, short-sighted. It won't be long before this old man can return to the family. By then, what can we not have? Kui Shanyu laughed proudly. What? Master, are you telling the truth? The woman in linen clothes raised her voice by an octave. She was extremely excited and even used master. It was obvious that she cared a lot about her family identity. Of course. I can't tell you the specifics now. You'll know after a while. Yes. Come, master, eat more. Madam, I'll go to Murky Island now. Today, His Majesty specially summoned me to attend the morning court, so I may be back later. You can have lunch first. Don't wait for me. Kui Shanyu finished his breakfast happily and was ready to go out. Of course, he didn't mean that the food was delicious, but that he had gained respect from his wife and could finally straighten his back. Okay, master, take care. The woman in linen clothes said quickly. Haha, silly tiger, let's go. To Murky Island. Kui Shanyu waved his hand in high spirits and was ready to go out with a hunchbacked young man. With Kui Shanyu's poor appearance, how could he afford to buy a horse and carriage, Tilda? That was why he woke up early today, because the journey was long and he had to leave early. Ouch, Tilda. Kui Shanyu pushed open the shabby courtyard door and took a step out. He almost slipped out of the door. Master, hehe, what's wrong with you, Tilda? The young man named Silly Tiger seemed to have something wrong with his brain. His master was in trouble, but this idiot could still laugh foolishly. He really didn't know how many episodes he could survive. I think I stepped on something soft. Silly Tiger, help me take a look. My eyesight is not very good. Oh, my other foot stepped on something too. Kui Shanyu didn't care about Silly Tiger's untimely laughter. Perhaps he was already used to it. It's just that he moved around like this, and his other foot immediately stepped on something soft. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten. He was old and dizzy, so naturally, he couldn't see anything clearly. He could only ask Silly Tiger for help. "Hey, master, I'll help you take a look." Silly Tiger chuckled and quickly ran over. "Hurry up and look, what did you step on, Tilda? Could it be a poisonous snake, Tilda?" Speaking of this, Kui Shan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Even a big man would be afraid of snakes. "Hey, no, master, you stepped on shit." "Hee. Stepped on shit. 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 Hee. Your mother." Kui Shan's face was full of Sparta. Even though he was used to Silly Tiger's way of speaking, at this moment, he still felt that the word he was extremely harsh. Preposterous. Preposterous. Under the feet of the emperor, someone actually dares to pour such filth in front of my door. It's really outrageous. Kui Shan was trembling with anger, and his beard was almost sticking up. No one could stand a pile of shit in front of their door. However, what was even more unbearable for him was yet to come. Hee. Master, this isn't someone's feces, it's someone's feces. Look, it's still warm. It was still warm. Still. Ah. Ua tilde war tilde. It was no wonder that Kui Shan's mental fortitude was weak. The scene was just 2F** king strong. Kui Shan could no longer hold it in. He ran to the corner of the wall and began to vomit. However, as he ran, he inevitably stepped on a few more piles of feces. "Hey, master, what's wrong? I'm not done yet. I can see that this shit is from a child. Look, how thin are these strands of feces? Hee. Blurg. Shut up. Ugh tilde. Holy shit, I've unknowingly written 700,000 words. Most importantly, I've written so many words, but there's no eunuch at all. This was too rare. Isn't everyone going to subscribe 2 chapters to support me? If very few people read the original version, it's easy for me to get castrated. Piracy was the main reason why there were so many eunuch books. I hope everyone can come and read or support Chidyen. Chapter 313. Kui Shan awkwardly returned home and changed into a new pair of shoes. He did not even bother to take a shower. He hurriedly held the lantern, bypassed the countless landmines in front of the door, and with a faintly discernible smell of feces, he headed towards Chang'an East City Gate. As for where the landmines in front of the door came from, he did not have the time to investigate. He thought that when he came back from the morning court, he would find the people from Wuhu government and let them investigate. If I find out who is so wicked, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Kui Shan thought bitterly in his heart. Oh Tilda, that's great. Haha. Now I can have money to buy candy to eat. Tilda. In the small alley to the west of Kui Shan's house, there were actually 40 or so half-grown children gathered. Among them was a big boy with a bare upper body. When he saw that Kui Shan and his servant had disappeared, he jumped up excitedly and made a big fuss. Haha, just now old man Kui stepped on my poop. This time Xiao Wu can get an extra 100 coins of reward. A 6 or 7-year-old boy wearing rags and a bun on his head pulled the slightly older boy and asked, Xiao Wu, the sky is so dark, how can you see clearly? The big boy depressingly asked. Of course I can see clearly. If big brother Qian doesn't believe me, you can go and take a look. Xiao Wu left a mark beside Zhao's papa. That place is half a step away from the door. Xiao Wu specially chose that place. That old man must have stepped on it. When the little boy called Xiao Wu heard that the big boy did not believe him, he anxiously wanted to pull him closer to check. Wu Wu, let go. We will wait here for brother Biaozi to come. We will talk when he comes. The big boy quickly pulled his hand away. He was not willing to suffer in that stinky minefield. Brother Biaozi is here. Tilda. Brother Biaozi is here. Tilda. Suddenly there were 2 surprised voices among the children. Then the crowd automatically separated into 2 sides. A bare-chested burly man walked over with 2 rascally-looking young men. Hello brother Biaozi. Hello brother Biaozi. More than 40 children bowed and greeted the burly man in unison. It looked as if the burly man was leading a group of children to mingle in the pugilistic world. It was quite comical. Not bad, Not bad. I saw it from the side just now. You all did well. I, Biaozi, always keep my word. I won't cheat you of your money. Here, 200 copper coins per person. Let old man Kui step on the doll and give an extra 100 copper coins. Lin Laroa, give out the money. Brother Biaozi put his hands on his waist and shouted with a rough voice. Yes, boss. One of the lackeys hurriedly replied. Thank you, Brother Biao. Thank you, Brother Biao. When the little brats heard that they were really going to get money, they were so excited that they almost jumped up. Quiet, quiet. Don't provoke others. Biaozi hurriedly roared and continued, today, when you go back, all of you save your energy to eat as much as you can for me. If you want to shit, hold it in for me. Tomorrow morning, we will come to Old Man Kui's place to shit again. When the time comes, the price will still be the same. Is everyone clear? Understood. When they heard that they could earn another portion of money tomorrow, the children hurriedly agreed. They only needed to pay a lump of shit and they could earn a few hundred copper coins. If they did not agree to such a good deal, was there something wrong with their heads? The same thing happened at the other corners of Chang'an City at the same time. Zhu Qingliu, Sima Minglang, Jiyu Fengyang, Shangguan Yufeng, Lu Yenyu, Zhang Zhanli, Sikong Linghao, the 7 directorate professors who had submitted a petition to impeach Li Zishuan with Kui Shanyu, without exception, all of them suffered and glided. The 9 Heavens Gate opens its palace and tens of thousands of countries pay their respects to the crown. Chang'an City was located on the banks of the Wei River and the northern foot of the Qinling Mountains. In the planning process of Chang'an City, the concept of the unity of man and nature was included. There were no rivers in Chang'an City. There were only canals that connected the city and the suburbs, as well as man-made or natural ponds, such as the Tsujiang Pond. Outside of Chang'an City, there were 8 rivers: Wei, Jing, Feng, Du, Bai, and Ba River. This was what people often called the 8 rivers around Chang'an. Hence, in terms of transportation, Chang'an City was the capital of the empire. Whether it was water or land transportation, it was extremely developed. The Ba River originated from Lantian County, located to the east of Chang'an City. On both sides of the Ba Bridge, there were 5 miles of embankment. Tens of thousands of willows were planted, and tourists walked shoulder to shoulder. It was a spectacular sight. Every spring, when the spring wind blew, the willows would dance in the air, creating a hazy mist. It became a major sight on the Ba Bridge of Chang'an. There was a pier on the Ba River, as well as a relay station. It was called the Ba Pavilion. Many people would come here to welcome and send off guests, saying their goodbyes and breaking off willow branches as gifts. Li Zishuan had arrived at the Ba River early in the morning. He was speechless at Li Er. Why did he have to make it such that all officials of the 5th rank and above had to come to the Ba River to send off the army? Wasn't it good to just send those of the 5th rank and above? Li Zishuan felt that he was being targeted. Alas, a good 2-day break had gone down just like that. Should he suggest to Li Er one day to bring the 2-day break system to the imperial court? After all, the government workers in his previous life also needed to rest on weekends. Haha, I haven't seen you in a long time. I, old Cheng, didn't look for you. Don't you know how to take the time to greet me? Suddenly, a huge force came from his shoulder. If Li Zishuan's lower body was not stable, he would have been slapped into the river. There was no need to look. Only Great Demon King Cheng would do such a thing. Uncle Cheng, you're right. I didn't think it through. I'll invite you and Uncle Qin to my residence for a drink some other day. Li Zishuan was quite helpless towards this crazy and disrespectful Cheng Yarojin, so he could only follow his words and say, Hey, there's no need for another day, Tilda. You're about to get married. When the time comes, I, old Cheng, will go to your house for a big meal. Haha, you're not allowed to keep anything to yourself. You have to bring all the good wine and dishes for me. Cheng Yarojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. Jijie, how can you be an elder like this? Qin Qiong couldn't help but frown. Hey, second brother Qin, this kid is also one of us. Why do you need to be polite with him? Tilda. What's that smell? Why is it so smelly? As Cheng Yarojin spoke, he smelled a foul stench. He sniffed his nose and looked around, trying to find the source of the stench. Li Zishuan also smelled it. His eyes were sharp and saw Kui Shanyu, Zhu Qingliu, Sima Minglang, and the rest walking over. He smiled and tugged at Cheng Yaojin's sleeve. Then, he held his breath and walked forward with cupped fists. Yo Tilda, isn't this Professor Kui, Professor Zhu, and Professor Sima? Good morning to you all Tilda. Li Xie, good morning to you too. Kui Shanyu wasn't in a good mood today. He just pretended to cup his fists and greeted them briefly. Then, he didn't want to say anything else. The others didn't even say anything. They just cupped their fists. Li Zishuan didn't seem to care, but in his heart, he was cursing these people for stabbing him in the back. He suddenly pinched his nose and shouted exaggeratedly, "Oh, Tilda, Professor Kui, why are you so smelly? Did you eat shit this morning? Did you eat shit this morning? Eat shit. Eat shit." Li Zishuan's shout was relatively loud. Cheng Yaojin was closer and heard it the best. Old Cheng widened his eyes in shock. He pinched his nose and pointed at Kui Shanyu and the others. Bah, what a disgrace to the refined. You guys are the ones who are disgracing the refined. You even ate shit. Tilda, it's too smelly. Old Cheng, can't take it anymore. Chapter 314. Heavens. There's actually someone eating shit. Ugh tilda. It really smells like shit tilda. Ugh tilda. Preposterous. Today is such an important day. Isn't Kui Shanyu purposely causing trouble? Cheng Yaojin's voice was even louder. All the civil and military officials who had been waiting for Kui Shanyu's arrival heard it. They all widened their eyes and looked at Kui Shanyu and the others in disbelief. Then, they smelled the faintly discernible smell of shit in the air. All the officials nimbly jumped far away, as if they were escaping from the plague. Kui Shanyu and the others immediately formed a circle around them. The commotion here also attracted the attention of the 20,000 Navy soldiers not far away, but because of the strict military rules, they didn't run over to watch the commotion. Even so, they constantly looked over. You Tilda, how dare you slander this old man? You Tilda. Kui Shanyu saw that everyone was distancing themselves from them with disdain, and even the few officials who were usually on good terms with him weren't willing to come close to him. In the blink of an eye, their reputation of eating shit was about to be confirmed. Kui Shanyu, who always valued his reputation, couldn't help but be ashamed to death. He pointed his trembling right hand at Li Zishuan and angrily cursed. At this moment, he couldn't care less that Li Zishuan was his superior, and even used the word scoundrel. My fellow colleagues, please don't listen to the nonsense of others. Why would we, scholars, eat such filthy things? This is all a misunderstanding. Yes. We just accidentally stepped on a child's shit on the road. We definitely wouldn't eat such filthy things. Assistant Minister Huang, you have to believe me. Lu Yenyu hurriedly pulled one of his usual good friends and explained. Tilda. Professor Lu, this one will believe you. Let go first. I'm not feeling well. Ugh tilda. Assistant Minister Huang hurriedly broke free from Lu Yenyu's hand and ran to the side to vomit. After all, he had just finished breakfast not long ago. The other doctors had basically fallen into the same situation. No matter how they explained, no one was willing to listen. They all fled in all directions. This was because they were all in the same situation as Assistant Minister Huang, having just finished their breakfast. Who would be willing to deal with such an unappetizing matter? Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhongsun Wuji, and Wei Zheng, these few civil officials also stood far away and frowned as they looked at the 8 Imperial College professors. Preposterous. How can Kui Shanyu and the others be so ignorant? Wei Zheng said with a face of displeasure. Maybe there's something else. Let's wait for His Majesty to come. Fang Xianling said. Zhongsun Wuji smiled but didn't say anything. He looked at Li Zishuan, who was far away, with a meaningful gaze. This old man's dozens of years of reputation has actually been destroyed by your hand. This old man. Tilda. Seeing that his reputation was about to be destroyed in an instant, Kui Shanyu's eyes almost split open, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. He moved his old arms and legs and charged towards Li Zishuan like a madman. Looking at his posture, he wanted to smash Li Zishuan to death. Li Zishuan was shocked and ran around in the crowd pathetically while shouting, "Professor Kui, I'm innocent. This brat has never said that you ate shit. I'm just asking if you ate **T. With his skills, even if he stood still and let Kui Shanyu hit him for a year, he would be fine. However, he was afraid that Kui Shanyu would scam him. Seeing that this person was already so old, if something happened to him, wouldn't he be blackmailed for a large sum of medical fees? Phut tilde, bastard. This old man will not live under the same sky as you." When Kui Shanyu heard Li Zishuan say "eat shit" again and again, and that he was as slippery as a loach and couldn't be caught at all, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He staggered 2 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Professor Kui, are you okay?" Zhu Qingliu, Sima Minglang, Jiyu Fengyang, Shangguan Yufeng, Lu Yenyu, Zheng Zhanli, Xikong Linghao, and the rest rushed over to support Kui Shanyu. They had smelled the **T smell for so long that they had developed a certain level of immunity. Therefore, no one would despise each other at this moment. Psi tilde. It's none of my business, okay? Professor Kui, why are you so persistent? Look at how old you are. If others see this, they might say that I'm bullying you tilde. Li Zishuan said with pity. You tilde. Kui Shanyu said you for a long time. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. His eyes rolled back and he fainted completely. Professor Kui tilde. Wake up tilde. Professor Kui, wake up tilde. The other 7 directorate professors instantly lost their backbone. All of them grabbed Kui Shanyu's arm and cried sorrowfully. You, bring a few people and carry him to the Imperial Physician Department. From afar, Zhongsun Wuji finally couldn't take it anymore. He decided to end this farce. He called a soldier over and ordered. Yes. The silver-armored soldier bowed and received the order. He brought 2 of his subordinates and ran towards the scene. Hey, what's wrong with you today? Did these people offend you somehow? After the scene regained its calm, Cheng Yaojin grabbed Li Zishuan and laughed. I'm innocent. Uncle Cheng, I was just making a wild guess. I didn't expect your reaction to be so big and shout out those words. Li Zishuan definitely couldn't take the blame for this. It would really damage his perfect image of being a righteous person who respected the elderly and loved the young. Thus, he casually threw the blame to Cheng Yaojin. Anyway, this old demon was already full of lice. There were plenty of people who hated him anyway. Smack. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. He slapped Li Zishuan's head and scolded, T. You were the one who said it. How dare you put the blame on me? You brat, you've grown up tilde. Li Zishuan rubbed his head and muttered to himself, no wonder Cheng Chumo's brain isn't that bright. He must have been beaten up by Cheng Yaojin since he was young. Haha. It's been a while since we last met, and Xiaoxian has become even more powerful. First, he angered Kui Shanyu until he fainted. Now, he provoked Cheng Jijie. Looks like there's going to be another demon king in Tang Dynasty tilde. At this moment, a middle-aged general in full battle armor walked over with a majestic gait. It was Li Xiaogong. Your Highness. How come you're free now? Although Li Zishuan didn't agree with Li Xiaogong's statement that the Great Tang is about to have another demon king in chaos, he was more surprised that Li Xiaogong still had the time to talk to them at this time. Haha tilde. Why wouldn't I be free? Look, the army has been reorganized. The civilian caravans and sailors have also gathered. They're just waiting for His Majesty to come. Why can't I be free tilde? Li Xiaogong pointed at the neat and orderly army in the distance and said casually. Li Zishuan praised, Your Highness is indeed strict in managing the army. It's obvious that this is a tiger wolf army. Haha. You really know how to talk. Li Xiaogong smiled proudly. TSK. This little ability is far inferior to me, old Cheng. Didn't you steal it from the pharmacist? Others would give Li Xiaogong some face, but Cheng Yaojin wouldn't. When old Cheng heard Li Xiaogong bragging and showing off, he couldn't help but mock him. Cough. Jijie, You tilde. Li Xiaogong almost fainted from anger. However, Cheng Yarojin wasn't completely wrong. Li Xiaogong's ability to command the army was mostly learned when he fought side by side with Li Jing in the early years. Therefore, he could only glare at Cheng Yarojin. Chapter 315. Brat, I've been thinking about it for the past few days and have decided to send my second son to your place. Otherwise, when I go out to sea, no one will take care of him. That brat will be out of control again and cause trouble everywhere. Cheng Yarojin, Qin Qiong, and Li Xiaogong were all generals who had fought together on the battlefield. Normally, they would bicker and joke with each other, and none of them would take it to heart. After Li Xiaogong rebuked Cheng Yarojin, he suddenly turned to Li Zishuan and said. Li Zishuan was speechless. What is the meaning of this? Have I become the director of a nursery school? Why do all of them like to chase their sons to my side? Does your highness mean that you want Huiran to study in the Imperial College? Previously, he had heard from Cheng Chumo that Li Xiaogong had a younger son called Li Huiran, who was only 12 or 13 years old. Oh, do as you see fit. You have so many skills. As long as that bastard can learn even a little from you, he won't starve to death when I'm old. Li Xiaogong shook his head and sighed with the vicissitudes of life. Heh, Xiaogong, you're only 36 this year. Isn't it too early to think so much? Cheng Yarojin pursed his lips and said. It's not early anymore. Huiran isn't young anymore. It's time for him to do something. Your Cho Nyo has already started studying in the School of Mathematics. My Huiran can't fall behind, right? Li Xiaogong smiled and said. Hey, that's just right. After Huiran goes to Xiaoxian, my Cho Nyo will be one step further from the role of shame. Haha. Cheng Yarojin was thick-skinned. No one knew where he got his confidence from, but he started to brag. Fat. You can't say for sure. Brat, after Huiran follows you, you can discipline him as you wish. As long as you don't beat him to death, you can do whatever you want with him. I won't say a word. Chang'an City was not so big. Li Zishuan had also heard about the calculator school's shame list. He sneered at Cheng Yarojin and then turned to tell Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan wanted to refuse, but before he could say anything, Li Xiaogong retorted, Kid, don't even think about refusing. You can teach the Cheng family, the Qin family, and the Yuqi family, so why can't you teach my Huiran? It's not like you need to worry about anything. This prince owes you a favor. What else could Li Zishuan do? He cupped his hands and said, Your Highness is too serious. I have never thought of refusing. Hey, you brat. Li Xiaogong chuckled, too lazy to expose him. Big brother, so you're here. At this time, a tall and sturdy man in purple with bronze skin walked over. He was about 20 years old, and behind him was a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. She was about 3 or 4 years old, at most 4 years old. But just by looking at her now, it was very likely that she would grow up to be a beauty. Yo tilde. Chengfan, you're here too. Li Xiaogong smiled. Big brother is leading the army out to sea today. Of course, I have to come and send you off. Uncle Cheng, who is this person? Li Zishuan quietly tugged at Cheng Yaojin's sleeve and asked softly. This is the king of Jiangxia. How come you don't even know him? Cheng Yarojin muttered with a strange expression. Tilde. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this ordinary-looking man was the king of Jiangxia, Li Daozong. At the mention of Li Daozong, people immediately thought, isn't he the prince who framed Xue Rengui? But in fact, that was a novel. He didn't frame Xue Rengui at all. Li Daozong, who had outstanding military achievements, was vilified for 1,000 years for no reason. Li Daozong's courtesy name was Chengfan. He was Li Er's cousin, and also Li Xiaogong's cousin. He participated in many battles in his life, such as defeating Liu Wuzhou, defeating Wang Shichong, destroying the Eastern Turks, Tu Yuhan, and conquering Goguryeo. He made outstanding military achievements for the unification and expansion of the Tang dynasty. In his later years, Li Er evaluated Li Daozong as a famous general on the same level as Li Ji and Xue Wanch. During the period of Wude Zhenjin Temple, only Li Xiaogong and Li Daozong were in the imperial family. Li Daozong's great contributions could be seen from this. As for why he wasn't listed in the Lingyan Pavilion in the end, no one knew. Since this person was Li Daozong, then the identity of the little girl behind him was obvious. Wasn't she the famous Princess Wencheng, Li Shuiyan? Li Zishuan looked at the quiet little girl who was only as tall as his knee and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was because when he had just transmigrated, he more or less had some thoughts about the famous beauties of the Tang dynasty. Princess Wencheng, who had left a thick mark in the history of the Tang dynasty, was naturally among them. But now, what was there to think about? Hey, Shuiyan, come and let Grandpa Cheng hug you. Old Cheng ignored Li Zishuan, who was in a daze. He squatted down and opened his arms to Li Shuiyan as he chuckled. Hello, Grandpa Cheng. The little girl obviously knew Cheng Yarojin. Seeing this, she ran over with small steps. Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days. Our little Shuiyan has become prettier. Cheng Yarojin picked up the little girl and coaxed her with a smile. You old man, you're clearly an uncle. How are you a grandfather? Shuiyan, come here, come to uncle. Li Xiaogong, who was talking to Li Daozong, suddenly had a dark expression on his face as he shouted angrily at Cheng Yarojin. He had to be angry. Cheng Yarojin was too shameless. He wanted to be older than him for no reason. Haha, this is what Shuiyan usually calls me. It's not like I instigated her. Cheng Yarojin laughed proudly as he hugged little Shuiyan. First of all, he was 2 years older than Li Xiaogong and 11 years older than Li Daozong. Moreover, old Cheng always liked to grow a large beard on his chin and cheeks, which made him look even older. Therefore, when Li Shuiyan first learned to speak, she often called Cheng Yarojin Grandpa Cheng. Now, she couldn't change it. Me. I think you're the one who instigated her. At the mention of this, Li Xiaogong was a little flustered and exasperated. Li Daozong was also a little annoyed. However, in front of these old generals, he was indeed a little too inexperienced and couldn't say anything. Haha, lunatic Cheng is still as shameless as ever. At this moment, Yuqi Jingda and Niu Jinda arrived. Together with Li Ji, Duan Jishuan, Liu Hongji, Chai Shao, Hu Junji, and Li Jing, all of the upper echelons of Great Tang were here. Paying respects to Uncle Yuqi and Uncle Niu, Li Zishuan stepped forward and greeted the two of them with a smile. After all, he was a junior. Bullshit, you're the one who's shameless. Look at how thick your skin is. Hihi, little Shuiyan, isn't Grandpa Cheng right? It was as though Cheng Yarojin and Yuqi Jingda were enemies in their previous lives. The moment they saw each other, they started bickering. Pooey. Lunatic Cheng, do you want to fight again, Tilda? Haha, Tilda. Do you think I'm afraid of you, Tilda? But not today, Tilda. I, old Cheng, will fight you for 300 rounds another day. Cheng Yarojin retorted as he played with little Shuiyan. His Majesty has arrived, Tilda. At this moment, a sharp voice sounded. Following which, a series of orderly and powerful footsteps could be heard. The noisy civil and military officials, as well as the commoners who were sending their loved ones off, quickly quietened down. Li Zishuan thought. The main show is finally here. Chapter 316. Hearing that Li had arrived, Li Xiaogong hurriedly ordered a guard to bring Li Shuiyan to the carriages outside. That was where the family of the Junwang manor was. The Junwang consort had also come to send them off. After giving his orders, he hurried back to the front of the army to wait for Li's arrival. Today, Li did not ride the imperial chariot, nor did he muster a large force. He rode a strong black horse and wore the Mingguang armor. He only brought a few dozen guards and eunuchs with him. Of course, as the heir to the throne, Li Chengqian also came. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. After Li stood on the temporary inspection platform, the civil and military officials, as well as the 20,000 navy soldiers, were the first to bow and kowtow. Then, the merchants and commoners behind them, followed by the commoners who were sending the bride off. All of them faced Li and bowed. Their voices shook the heavens, each wave louder than the last. At this moment, the world shook. Countless people knelt on the empty ground and around the Ba River. Other than Li, no one else stood with their heads held high. There were no 3 cries of long live when meeting the emperor, the 3 cries of long life were first passed down from Wu Ziqian's coronation, nor were there any kneeling. In the Tang dynasty, kneeling was not practiced. Unless it was a large-scale sacrifice to the heavens, one would not kneel when meeting the emperor. But Li Zhaxuan, who was present, was still shaken by these mighty cries. Rise. Li was dazed. How long had it been since he had heard the mighty cries of the soldiers in front of the battlefield? How nostalgic. After a moment, he came to his senses and shouted. His Majesty has decreed that everyone rise. His Majesty has decreed that everyone rise. Naturally, there were eunuchs below who passed on Li's words. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tens of thousands of people stood up and then stood ramrod straight by the Ba River. Sovereign of the heavenly Tao, sovereign of the heavenly Tao, let the sun and moon remain the same. Soldiers, today, you will set sail. Unlike the usual battles on the battlefield, you will face countless unknown dangers on the vast sea. You are all good men of my great Tang, and we hope that in 3 months, you will all return alive. Of course, once outside the borders of the great Tang, as soldiers of the great Tang, you must ensure the safety of the people of the great Tang traveling with the fleet. The people of the great Tang are not to be bullied anywhere. If they encounter an enemy, they must be exterminated with all their strength. Did you all hear that? Li roared. If you encounter any invading enemies, do your best to destroy them. If you encounter any invading enemies, do your best to destroy them. If you encounter any invading enemies, do your best to destroy them. Hearing this, the soldiers of the 3 armies roared in unison. The glory of the Tang, the glory of the soldiers, was a glory that they had always defended with their lives. Even without Li's words, they would have done so. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Even though the custom of shouting Long live His Majesty 3 times was not yet popular, at this moment, many merchants, peasants, and common people were moved to tears by Li's words of love for the people as if they were his own children. An elderly man spontaneously shouted Long live His Majesty, and the others excitedly followed suit. In a few moments, the entire murky plain was filled with cries of Long live His Majesty. Those who had experienced the turmoil of the world all knew how fortunate it was to have a wise ruler ruling the country. They truly hoped that Li could live to 10,000 years old. Li Zhaxuan was infected by this enthusiastic scene, his heart surging with emotion. He couldn't help but follow the crowd and shout Long live His Majesty. He thought to himself, whether or not Li was putting on a show, old Li's charisma was truly strong. With just a few words, he was able to stir the soldiers until their blood was boiling. Li Zhaxuan felt that he could not achieve this ability to inspire the hearts of the people. Li took in a deep breath. Of course, he was not putting on a show. He was just saying what he wanted to say. This scene was completely outside of his expectations. Where is Li Xiaogong, director of the Nanyang army? After the cheers dissipated, Li looked at the orderly soldiers below and roared. For this expedition, Li Xiaogong had been given the title of director of the Nanyang army. He was fully in charge of the 20,000 navy and tens of thousands of peasants. This general is here. Li Xiaogong strode forward and cupped his fists. Are the soldiers of the 3 armies ready? Your Majesty, the soldiers of the 3 armies can set off at any time, Li Xiaogong said loudly. Good. Sacrifice. Set off. We wish you all a triumphant return. Li pulled out the long sword at his waist and pointed it at the blue sky as he roared majestically. Yes. Li Xiaogong waved his hand, and 2 soldiers ran up to slaughter the cattle and sheep that had been prepared long ago. They began the last ceremony before the expedition. Of course, the Tang cherished cattle. The cow on the field was an old one that was about to die. Ever since the Western Zhou dynasty, whenever an army was mobilized, they would hold a large-scale sacrificial ceremony. They would slaughter cattle and sheep to sacrifice to their ancestors and the gods of the land and grain. All the soldiers would line up, and the slaughtered cattle and sheep would circle the left and right of the formation. They would be called martyrs and announce that those who do not need to live will be killed. The commander would personally pour the blood of the animals on the weapons and call it provocation. He would symbolically pour some of the blood on the flags, drums, gold, and weapons used in battle. The strange thing was that the chariots that had been drenched in the blood had to be placed back in the warehouse to be preserved. After the sacrificial ceremony, the cattle and sheep would be cooked and distributed to the soldiers. This time, the fleet was originally going to trade with a small country in Nanyang, but the entire imperial court was preparing for this southern operation as a war. The necessary departure ceremony had to be carried out, and the soldiers' armor and weapons were also the best. The reason for this was because Li Zuxuan had played a huge role in it. He had told Li Xiaogong about the sailing matters, including guarding against pirates and natives, and Li Xiaogong repeated them to Li Er. Li Er felt that it made sense, so he gathered Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhongsun Wuji, Li Jing, and the other important officials to discuss. These big shots were all far-sighted people. If Li Zuxuan could see it clearly, how could they not see it clearly? Thus, they all seconded the proposal. Just like that, this huge fleet with sharp fangs gradually took shape. Today, they would set sail and enter Nanyang. The ceremony is complete. Set off. Around an hour later, the sacrificial ceremony was finally completed. Every soldier was symbolically given a piece of meat. After Li Xiaogong asked Li Er for instructions, he roared and ordered the army to set off. Hualala. The soldiers, merchants, and farmers followed a rehearsed formation and boarded the ships in an orderly manner. The people who were sending off their loved ones all burst into an uproar. Everyone was shouting the names of their loved ones. Father, mother, and I will wait for you to come back. In front of the crowd, Meng Wenhao's nose twitched. He held back his tears and waved at the fleet. However, his voice was quickly drowned out by the waves of cheers. Chapter 317. After half an hour, all the soldiers, merchants, and commoners had boarded the ships. Thousands of large merchant ships occupied the entire Ba River. It was a vast expanse of boundless expanse. It was very majestic. Dong tilde 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 dong. On the shore, two strong men began to beat the battle drums. The drum beats became faster and faster, as if every beat was beating on people's hearts. When the soldiers on the ships heard the drum beats, they began to wave their flags. All the merchant ships immediately hung up their sails and set sail. For a moment, the sails covered the sky. Along with the battle drums, the people on the shore inexplicably felt a sense of majesty and desolation. Some old people and women silently put their hands together and prayed that their loved ones would return safely. Sigh tilde. I hope that you will all be safe. I have tried my best. Although he knew that there would be sacrifices at the beginning of every great era, Li Zuxuan still hoped that no one would die. The plan to trade grain in the south was proposed by him. If many harmonious and happy families were broken because of this, he would feel uneasy. However, there were always gains and losses. This sea trade trip would definitely produce results that would shock everyone. In the next year's locust plague, many people would starve to death because of it. For the first time, the Tang Empire extended its claws and fangs overseas. Perhaps it would start a mighty era of great voyages. Fortunately, I have transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. In this era, the emperor was wise and the ministers were virtuous. The whole country had a keen and progressive spirit, so it would be easier to facilitate the ocean voyages. However, if I had transmigrated to the Ming dynasty, I would have to find a way to break through the sea ban policy. In the process, I would inevitably have to fight with some people who already benefited from it. Li Zuxuan silently rejoiced that he had transmigrated to this open and high-spirited era. Otherwise, if he, who had no political experience, had to fight with a group of old foxes in the officialdom, wouldn't he be done for? Tilde. Why don't I see Kui Shanyu? Didn't I ask him to come to the morning court today? After the departure ceremony, Li Er brought the civil and military officials back to the palace and started the morning court session. After an hour, there were no more ministers who had anything to report. At this moment, Li Er glanced at Zhu Qingliu, Lu Yenyu, Zheng Zhanli, and the others. He suddenly remembered that Kui Shanyu had submitted a secret memorial to impeach Li Zuxuan yesterday. Hence, he asked softly, "What's the matter?" Li Zishuan had woken up too early in the morning and was dozing off with his back leaning against a huge wooden pillar. When he heard Li Er's question, his spirit was roused and he woke up. He thought to himself that the good show had finally begun. He just didn't know if these people could still sue without Kui Shanyu. Your Majesty, Professor Kui vomited blood and fainted after being angered by Li Xie. He is now being treated by the Imperial Physician Department. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for Professor Kui Tilda. Lu Yenyu cried out in grief and walked to the front of the officials. He said with some sadness. What was funny was that wherever he passed, everyone was smelled and took 2 steps back. Li Er saw it clearly from above and was puzzled. Suddenly, a foul smell hit him in the face. Li Er quickly covered his nose and said unhappily, "What did Minister Lu eat this morning? Why is it so smelly?" Tilda. Lu Yenyu, who was playing the sympathy card in front of Li Er, suddenly felt his mind go blank when he heard this. He thought of what had happened since this morning and couldn't help but feel sad. He felt that the whole world was full of malice. Your Majesty, this old minister went out this morning and accidentally stepped on a child's feces. In order to participate in the departure ceremony, this old minister only washed it hastily. This caused a breach of etiquette in front of you. Your Majesty, please forgive me. After being stunned for a while, Lu Yenyu could only admit defeat and beg for forgiveness with a bitter face. Oh, forget it. Considering your loyalty, I won't pursue the matter. Although Li Er was unhappy, he couldn't punish someone for such a small matter. He waved his hand and said magnanimously, "Thank you, Your Majesty. You said that Kui Shanyu was angered by Li Zishuan to vomit blood. What happened? Quickly tell me." Li Er looked indifferently at Li Zishuan, who was leaning on the coiling dragon pillar, and asked indifferently. He was a little annoyed and secretly blamed Li Zishuan for causing trouble for no reason. Your Majesty, today on Murky Island, Li Xie slandered us for eating feces. Everyone knows about it. Professor Kui has always valued his reputation. How could he accept such an insult? He was so depressed that he vomited 3 liters of blood and fainted from anger. Lu Yenyu was so moved that tears almost flowed out. After dawdling for so long, Li Er finally asked the main question. Thus, he stepped forward excitedly and bent down to complain to Li Er. However, this almost suffocated Li Er to death. Li Zishuan, who was behind him, widened his eyes and secretly scolded Lu Yenyu for being so shameless. What did he mean by vomiting 3 liters of blood? Why don't you King try vomiting 3 liters of blood? Let's see if you can still live. As expected, a scholar didn't use a knife to kill people. He only relied on his mouth. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. This humble subject smelled a stench when Dr. Kui spoke this morning. I only asked him if he ate shit in the morning. This humble subject definitely did not announce to outsiders that he ate shit. This humble subject can testify to this point, both civil and military officials present. Instead of waiting to be wronged, it was better to take the initiative to explain. In any case, Li Zishuan could not be blamed for what happened this morning. If there was anyone to blame, it was Old Man Kui who stabbed him in the back. Moreover, his psychological endurance was too weak. Your Majesty, this old subject can testify. Li Xie's words are true. Cheng Yarojin immediately stood up and supported Li Zishuan. On the way to the palace, Li Zishuan had already told Cheng Yarojin and the others about his impeachment by Kui Shanyu and the others. Of course, old Cheng would stand on Li Zishuan's side. Moreover, he had also played a part in making Kui Shanyu faint in the morning. Hearing Li Zishuan and Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Er nodded indifferently. He looked at Lu Yenyu and asked, "Minister Lu, is what Li Xie said true?" Lu Yenyu was dumbfounded. If he objected again, he would be lying to the emperor. After all, there were many people present at that time, and they were all on good terms with Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, although what Li Xie said is true, Professor Kui fainted from anger because of Li Xie. Moreover, when we went out today, we found a large amount of children's feces at our doorsteps. This subject believes that this might have something to do with Li Xie. At this moment, another feces man stepped out from the crowd and cupped his hands at Li Er. It was Zheng Zhanli, the doctor of the Four Gates Academy. Oh, there's such a thing. Li Zishuan, did you do this? A glint flashed across Li Er's eyes as he looked at Li Zishuan and asked. In fact, he guessed that this immoral thing was most likely done by Li Zishuan. After all, he had just shown the impeachment of Kui Shanyu and the others to Li Zishuan yesterday. Heh, this brat is really vengeful. Li Er scolded in his heart. Chapter 318. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with me. Professor Zheng, you have to have evidence before you speak. I have no grudges with you, so how could I do something so despicable? This doesn't make sense at all. Li Zishuan cried out his grievances. In any case, none of the courtiers knew that Kui Shanyu had impeached him in private. Furthermore, no one knew that Li Er had talked to him yesterday and practiced in advance. As long as he grasped these 2 points, he would be able to clear his suspicions. Of course, Li Er must have known about it, but old Li would not expose him. Yes, why would Li Xie do something like this for no reason? Yes, Zheng Zhanli is slandering us. Say, do you think this is just an excuse they made up? Actually, they really did eat it this morning. Li Zishuan's words were reasonable, and he was born with good looks, so it was easy for people to like him. As long as there was no conflict of interest with him, most people would believe what he said. Fart. Hearing the discussions of the courtiers, Zheng Zhanli almost vomited blood. He could almost hear his own heart breaking. What the F***ck, where was the trust between people? Why did no one believe him when he spoke the truth? This, Li Zishuan's move was ruthless. Zheng Zhanli could not think of any excuse to refute, so he could only swallow this loss silently. Your Majesty, no matter what, Kui Shanyu lost consciousness because of Li Xie. Your Majesty should give Kui Shanyu an explanation. At this moment, a middle-aged man in purple official robes walked out and bowed to Li Er. Hey, Uncle Cheng, who is this? Li Zishuan tugged at Cheng Yarojin and asked softly. It's the Chamberlain of Dependencies, Kui Shanfu, AF** King Hypocrite. Cheng Yarojin pursed his lips. Kui Shanfu? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. Could this Kui Shanfu be related to Kui Shanyu in some way? Zhao Song, send someone to the Imperial Physician Department to ask about Kui Shanyu. Li Er thought for a moment and ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song accepted the order and left. Li Er then looked at Kui Shanfu and said, Minister Kui's words are not without reason. How about this? Li Xie's words were rude and caused Professor Kui to fall to the bed in anger. His salary will be deducted for 3 months. What do you think? Isn't this a little heavy? Yeah, Li Xie didn't do anything. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, some of the ministers who didn't know the truth all felt that Li Er's punishment was too heavy. Kui Shanfu, Zheng Zhanli, and Lu Yenyu, who were at the front, heard the discussions around them and their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Your Majesty is wise. Kui Shanfu had been immersed in the officialdom for many years. He knew that if this matter continued, there would be no result. Instead, it would make Li Er unhappy. He could only cup his hands in agreement. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. Zheng Zhanli, Lu Yenyu, and the others cupped their fists in agreement. The other big shots in the imperial court were all watching coldly from the sidelines. They didn't care about such a small matter, and there was no need for them to stand up for anyone. Only Li Zishuan was cursing in his heart. As expected, this Kui Shanyu was not a good person. His heart was weak and he fainted from anger, and he blamed it on him. He had taken so many precautions, but he didn't expect that he would still be blackmailed. It wasn't that he was unwilling to part with the 3 months' salary. He just felt that his salary would be deducted by Li Er because of this trivial matter. Since there are no objections, then let's talk about Minister Lu and the others impeaching Li Zishuan. Li Er nodded in satisfaction and started talking about the important matter. When the ministers who were watching the commotion heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew that this was the secret that they didn't know. I've been impeached. Lord Lu, Lord Zheng, I've just arrived at the Imperial College and don't know the rules. If I've done anything inappropriate, please point it out to me. I'll definitely consider your opinions carefully. But why did the two of you? At this moment, Li Zexuan's face turned pale with fright. Then, he cupped his hands and said to Lu Yenyu and Zheng Zhanli with a panicked look. His aggrieved expression and fearful words were a living example of a newbie who had just entered the officialdom admitting his mistake to his seniors. This also attracted the sympathy of many people. They thought that Lu Yenyu, Zheng Zhanli, and the others were using their seniority to bully the newbies in the Imperial College. It was only then that Kong Ingda knew that Kui Shanyu, Lu Yenyu, and the others had already impeached Li Zexuan behind his back. He snorted angrily and glared fiercely at these people. Lu Yenyu was a little flustered when he felt the malicious gazes around him. He wasn't the one who started the impeachment this time. Now that their backbone, Kui Shanyu, wasn't here, he was a little at a loss. Your Majesty, I think that this matter should wait until Professor Kui recovers from his illness. Lu Yenyu braced himself and said, Why? Isn't your name also on that secret memorial? Li narrowed his eyes and asked. Your Majesty, this secret memorial was mainly written by Professor Kui. So, Lu Yenyu could hear the displeasure in Li's tone, and he said fearfully, Your Majesty, the Imperial Physician Department's medical officer said that Kui Bo's morale has attacked his heart. Coupled with his advanced age, I'm afraid that he won't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days after vomiting this mouthful of heart blood. At this moment, Zhao Song came in from outside and reported to Li with a bow. It's actually that serious. It looks like Professor Kui won't be able to come. What should we do? Behind him, Zhu Qingliu, Sima Minglang, Jiyu Fengyang, and the other doctors discussed in low voices worriedly. Go and get the Imperial Physician Department's medical officer to treat Kui Shanyu properly, Li instructed Zhao Song. Yes, Your Majesty. Since Minister Kui is unwell, then we'll discuss this impeachment after Minister Kui recovers. How about that? Li thought for a while, looked at Lu Yenyu and the others, and asked. Your Majesty is wise. Lu Yenyu and Zheng Zhanli heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed. I didn't expect that my little trick would actually cause Kui Shanyu's long-planned impeachment to fail. What a pleasant surprise. Li Zexuan heard and thought happily in his heart. Then all officials, please report if you have something to report. If there's nothing, the court is dismiss. Li estimated that the time was about right. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, Court is dismiss. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one came out, Li decisively dismissed the court. The smell in Taiji Palace today was too pungent, and he couldn't take it anymore. Court is dismiss. The deacon eunuch beside the dragon table announced loudly, and the officials all bowed down. Farewell, Your Majesty. After Li left, the officials all left one after another. You rascal, you're really something. An impeachment that was set in stone was ruined by you. Not bad, haha. Outside the palace, Cheng Yaojin patted Li Zexuan's shoulder and laughed loudly. Chapter 319. Boss, if you ask me, those kids would be satisfied if you gave them 10 copper coins each. Why do you have to give them so much? In a small tavern in the East Market, a hooligan-looking young man said as he ate. Humph. What do you know? This time, the higher-ups gave us an extra 5 copper coins as a reward for our hard work. If we continue to embezzle and are discovered by the higher-ups, how can we get a share of such a good thing next time? The burly man opposite the young man happily took a sip of wine and said snappily. This person was Biaozi, who led a group of children to Kui Shanyo's house to shit in the morning. Biaozi was a hooligan in the southern part of Chang'an City. He had more than 10 underlings under him. He was trustworthy and had no ambition, but he treated his own people very well. Therefore, his underlings were willing to follow him. If the rich had anything inconvenient to do, they liked to ask him to do it. Hihi, boss is wise. Boss is wise. The lackey hurriedly gave him a loud and clear flattery. Ha, you have good taste. But boss, who do you think came to us this time? Why would they make such a strange request? And the reward is so high. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? Another follower asked with a grin. Slap. There's something wrong with your brain. They have money, so they can do whatever they want. Why do you care so much? If they didn't give you money, you would still be begging on the street. Biaozi was so angry that he slapped the underling's head. Ah, boss is right, boss is right. Xian, why did His Majesty let you attend the morning court today? Did something happen? After bragging to old Cheng in front of the palace gate for a while and sarcastically ridiculing Lu Yenyu and the others, Li Zishuan happily returned home and met his father, who was full of worry. Li Zishuan's father did not know that Li had given Li Zishuan special treatment yesterday. In order to prevent his parents from worrying, Li Zishuan did not tell Li Jingmo about Kui Shanyu and the others' impeachment. He only said that Li had asked him to attend the morning court today, but did not elaborate on the reason. However, Li Jingmo was a shrewd person. He more or less guessed it, but since his son did not say it, he did not ask. Father, it's nothing serious. It's just a few impeachments. I've already taken care of it. Li Zishuan laughed and said without care. As it turned out, apart from Kui Shanyu, the rest of the 8 professors from the Imperial College could not withstand a single blow. There was no need to worry his parents because of them. Impeachment. Who dares impeach my son? My Xian is conscientious in the Imperial College, working hard to cultivate talents for the Imperial Court. Why do they still want to impeach him? Madame Li, who had come with Father Li, said indignantly. Li Zishuan's face turned red from the praise. Conscientious and painstaking, were they talking about him? Ahem, mother, it's okay. Those who can withstand the hardships of heaven are really men of iron. Those who are not envied are mediocre. I've done too well in the Imperial College, so it's inevitable that others will be jealous. Don't worry, His Majesty knows what I've done. He won't do anything to me because of those people. In order to reassure his parents, Li Zishuan threw caution to the wind and boasted of his own abilities. Hey, brother, you're really thick-skinned. Lana ran over and made a shy face as she giggled. Hey, little girl, you're really asking for a beating. Ah, no. Li Zishuan pretended to hit her, and Lana was so scared that she ran all over the courtyard. Li Zishuan's parents looked at their children playing in the courtyard with a warm expression. They felt that it was really good to be together as a family. Good friend, are you all right? Imperial Physician Department. Lu Yenyu, Zhang Zhanli, and the others, who had just finished the morning court, came to the Imperial Physician Department to visit Kui Shanyu. Oh, it's nothing serious. Yenyu, how was the court today? Did His Majesty punish Li Zishuan severely? With Zhang Zhanli's help, Kui Shanyu sat up and leaned against the headboard as he asked weakly. He was old, and his vitality was already weak. Kui Shanyu's vomiting of blood was really a big blow to his vitality. Ah, Brother Kui, His Majesty didn't discuss our impeachment of Li Zishuan during the morning court today? Lu Yenyu said submissively. What? How? Ahem. Ahem. Brother Kui, calm down, calm down. His Majesty said that we'll discuss this matter separately after you recover. Your health is more important. You must take care. Kui Shanyu was so anxious that his blood rushed to his head, and he couldn't help but cough. Zheng Zhanli quickly patted his back and comforted him. Sigh, you guys don't understand. This time, we could have caught Li Zishuan off guard, but we didn't expect this to happen. I can only blame myself for not being able to keep my composure. Sigh, as the saying goes, the first drum builds the spirit, the second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. After this incident, Li Zishuan will be prepared. Next time, even if I fight him personally, I'm afraid that I won't be his match, Kui Shanyu said with a worried face. The others also understood that Kui Shanyu was telling the truth, and they couldn't help but feel frustrated. They secretly regretted not standing up for Kui Shanyu in the court. The room fell into silence. Fine, fine. Yenyu, tell me in detail what happened in the Imperial Court today. Kui Shanyu sighed and accepted his fate. Okay. Then I'll tell you in detail. Hehe, little Xian, I heard that you made Kui Bo of the Imperial Academy vomit blood today. Haha, tell me about it. Yes. Sir, tell me quickly. Now many people in Chang'an City are saying that a few doctors in the Imperial Academy ate **t. Is it true? In the afternoon, Cheng Chumo, who was bored at home, and Li Yu, who came out to collect literature and find inspiration, came to the Li mansion to look for Li Zishuan to play. In fact, they came to listen to Li Zishuan, the person involved, talk about the interesting incident that happened on Murky Lake in the morning. In the morning, there were so many people present, and the news of the doctors of the Imperial Academy H**T had spread like wildfire. However, listening to others say it was more interesting than hearing it from Li Zishuan, the person involved. Oh tilde. This matter has spread like wildfire. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He really didn't know about this. Yes. It's been spreading for a long time. When I went to the workshop this morning, I heard people talking about it. Li Yu smiled sweetly. Hey, my father said that this matter must be caused by you, little Xian. Tell me honestly, how did you do it? I, old Cheng, want to try it in the future. Cheng Chumo narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. Get lost. How can you say something like that? This matter has nothing to do with me at all. Li Zishuan kicked Cheng Chumo and said, Okay. If you say it has nothing to do with you, then it has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and tell us. Cheng Chumo said with a smile. Okay. Since you want to hear it, then I'll tell you. Oh, right, little you have to listen carefully. With a little editing, it can be good news material. Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully. Chapter 320. Wait. Are you saying that Kui Shanfu interceded for me in front of His Majesty? Imperial Physician Bureau. Kui Shanyo's expression froze as he interrupted Lu Yenyu's narration. Yes. If not for Minister Kui, Li Zishuan would not have received any punishment this time. Brother Shan Yu would have been injured for nothing. Lu Yenyu lamented. That's great. Kui Shanyo's pale face suddenly flushed red as he excitedly muttered to himself. That's right, Li Zishuan's salary will be deducted for 3 months. This can be considered as helping Brother Shan Yu vent his anger. That's great. Lu Yenyu thought that he understood Kui Shanyo's meaning and echoed. Kui Shanyu shook his head and said no more. Fut. Sir, you're so sarcastic. Professor Kui will probably be angered to death by you. Li Residence West Courtyard. After listening to Li Zishuan's description, Li Yu was overjoyed as she covered her mouth and laughed. Li Zishuan's face darkened as he said angrily, What are you talking about? It's not my fault. I'm just concerned about Professor Kui. He's the one who's narrow-minded and misunderstood. Little Xian, you're so thick-skinned. Cheng Chumo curled his lips. Get lost. No matter how thick-skinned it is, it's not as thick as yours. Li Zishuan threw a cherry at him and said angrily. There weren't many types of fruits in ancient times. Li Zishuan ate whatever he could get his hands on in the hot weather. It was worth mentioning that cherries were already available in the Western Zhou dynasty, but they were only high-grade offerings for the imperial family and the emperor to worship the ancestral temple. Cherries were known as the number 1 fruit. It was said that orioles loved to peck on these fruits, hence the name Yingtao. In ancient times, cherries were often used by the emperor to reward important officials. Wang Wei, Han Yu, Zhong Ji, Bai Juyi, and the others were overjoyed and grateful after eating them. At that time, receiving a plate of cherries from the emperor was very honorable and could show one's status in the family. Although cherries were precious and most of them were offered to the royal family as tribute, as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. The Li family was extremely wealthy, so it wasn't difficult for them to get some cherries to eat. Hey, how can you just throw away such a good thing? Cheng Chumo mumbled as he caught the cherry flying towards him with one hand and threw it directly into his mouth. Li Zishuan didn't care about these things, but to him, it was a rare thing. Di-di-di-di-di-di-di at this time, there was a sudden di-di sound coming from the inner room. Cheng Chumo was surprised and immediately stuck his head out to look inside. Wow. What's ringing? You guys wait here for a while, I have something to do. Li Zishuan could not be bothered with him. He rushed into the room and began to record the telegram. Han Yushi, young master, are you there? Li Zishuan immediately replied, Yes, what's up? And didn't I tell you not to call me young master? Why did you forget again? A moment later, Han Yushi, I forgot, I'm sorry. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, it's fine, Yushi, do you want to say something? Han Yushi, no. I'm just alone, and I can't help but let my imagination run wild. Li Zishuan, what are you thinking about? Han Yushi, I'm thinking, wondering if I'm not good enough for big brother Xiao Xian. Well, could this be the legendary premarital anxiety? Li Zishuan shook his head. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After thinking for a while, he replied, silly girl, don't think too much. Have you heard any gossip recently? Don't care what others say, whether I'm good enough for you or not is only up to me. Understand? Han Yushi, then big brother Xiao Xian, do you think I'm ugly? Li Zishuan was taken aback and said, I don't mind. When have I ever? Yushi, why do you ask? Han Yushi, sob, so you're saying that I'm ugly? *ck, a modern man like me was tricked by an ancient girl? Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi's reply and was stunned. Xiao Xian, are you sick? Why are you smiling and frowning at a metal box? Cheng Chumo and Li Zishuan waited outside for a long time, but Li Zishuan did not come out. Instead, they heard beep, beep, beep sounds coming from inside. This guy was never a patient person. Although Li Zishuan did not let him in, he still sneaked in. You're the one who's sick. Li Zishuan really wanted to take a smelly sock and stuff this guy's mouth, he said unhappily. Hehe, then Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Looks like it's pretty fun. Cheng Chumo was clear in his heart. He also knew that something that Li Zishuan cherished so much must be something good, so he said shamelessly. This is a telegraph. I'm sending a message to Han Yushi. Li Zishuan explained as he replied to Han Yushi. Sending a message? How do you send a message with this thing? Cheng Chumo was shocked. It's through this beep, beep, beep. The different rhythms of the beep, 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 beep represent different characters. When combined, it becomes a letter. Cheng Chumo would definitely not understand if it was difficult to explain, so Li Zishuan could only explain it in simple terms. Sir, were you making this telegraph when you were at Drunken Wind Pavilion in the workshop a few days ago? Li Yu heard the conversation inside and couldn't hold back her curiosity. She walked in and asked. During those few days when Li Zishuan was secluded in Drunken Wind Pavilion to study the telegraph, Forbert marked the pavilion as a forbidden area. Therefore, although Li Yu knew that Li Zishuan was in the workshop at that time, she didn't have the chance to greet him. Yes, that's right. Li Zishuan chatted with Han Yushi for a while, then turned around and said. That's not right. The Han family manor is more than 20 miles away from here. Xiao Xian, how can your telegraph transmit so far? Cheng Chumo still had some brains, so he asked in puzzlement. What's impossible about that? Facts have proven that it can transmit so far. There was no need to explain electromagnetism to Cheng Chumo. Even if he did, he wouldn't understand. Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and was speechless. Suddenly, he said excitedly, Xiao Xian, since this telegraph is so useful, why don't you give me one too? No way. Why? I have money, I can buy it with money. Cheng Chumo stomped his feet. Go away. I don't care about your money. There are only 2 telegraph machines in the world, where am I going to get you another one? Li Zishuan was so angry that he laughed. This guy actually had the nerve to show off his wealth in front of him. Then you can make me another one, Cheng Chumo said unyieldingly. No, why do you have to have a telegraph machine? Who do you want to send messages to? Li Zishuan said impatiently. You, of course. With this, I won't have to come all the way here if I have something to do. Hehe, what do you think? Cheng Chumo said matter-of-factly. Scram. *CKU. I'm not gay. Chapter 321. Sir, if this telegraph machine is modified, can it also be used in newspapers? In the future, people can use the telegraph machine to get the information in the newspapers. Li Residence West Courtyard. Li Yu looked at Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo who were fooling around for a while, and she suddenly came up with a suggestion. Little Yu, you are a genius. Your idea is very good. Li Zexuan's eyes lit up and exclaimed. What Li Yu said was almost the same as the modern wireless radio. Thinking about Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old men, holding a radio, listening to the radio and bragging, TSK, this scene is quite interesting. Sir, do you think it is possible? But this telegraph machine can only make beep 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 sounds, and we still need to spend a lot of effort to convert it into words. I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. When Li Yu heard Li Zexuan's approval, she was excited at first, but then she thought about the problem of translating the telegraph. The little girl held her chin and said with a bitter face, "Hehe, this is not a problem. As long as we modify the basis of the telegraph machine, then we will not only be able to receive beep 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 sounds, but we will be able to hear the other party's voice directly. There will be no need for a complicated conversion process," Li Zexuan said with a relaxed smile. The telegraph machine that he was making now could only control the length of the sound according to the length of time when the current was off. But even so, it was already a huge improvement. Because of this process, it realized the purpose of using electricity and magnetic conversion to achieve the purpose of long-distance signal transmission. Imagine that if a loudspeaker was added to the terminal of the transceiver, then when the transceiver received a message, it would generate an AC audio current with a frequency corresponding to the original sound signal. When this current passed through the coil of the loudspeaker, also known as the voice coil in the loudspeaker, a corresponding magnetic field would be generated in the voice coil. This magnetic field would interact with the magnetic field generated by the permanent magnet on the loudspeaker. Therefore, this force will cause the voice coil to vibrate with the audio current in the magnetic field of the speaker. The diaphragm of the loudspeaker was connected to the voice coil, so the diaphragm also vibrated, and the vibration produced the same sound waveform as the original audio signal. This also realized the process of converting sound to current, and then from current to sound. Holy shit! This is awesome. This is awesome. With this thing, wouldn't he be able to transmit his voice from 1,000 miles away? Damn, this is almost the same as the magical equipment used by the immortals. Cheng Chumo shouted excitedly, and his mouth was also full of dirty words. He was only short of shouting 666666666, which made Li Zexuan quite speechless. If he didn't know better, he would have thought that this guy was from the modern era. You've seen an immortal before? Or have you used an immortal artifact? Li Zexuan rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "Hehe, just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean I haven't heard of it. Little Xian, isn't it in the journey to the west that you told us earlier? Hurry up and make a telegraph machine that can transmit messages like you said just now. When the time comes, let me play with it." Cheng Chumo rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Play with your head. I don't even have one myself. Where am I going to get one for you? Do you think it's so easy to make that thing? Anyway, I can't make it now." Li Zexuan was speechless. It wasn't difficult to make a loudspeaker. As for the materials, it could be obtained with some effort. When he was in elementary school, he had made a simple loudspeaker himself. The raw materials used were very common, such as paper cups, copper wire, glue, small magnets, double-sided tape, scale ruler, scissors, etc. The manufacturing process was also relatively simple. The real difficulty of making a loudspeaker was the modulation and demodulation of the sound. Without this step, the loudspeaker could only produce irregular sounds, and it couldn't revert to a human's voice. It was still a piece of trash. However, the modulation and demodulation required the assistance of some external circuits. In this era, there were no resistors, capacitors, diodes, or triodes. Li Zexuan could only express his helplessness. Tang Dynasty's scientific foundation was still too weak, and there were too few talents in this field. Sigh, if only I could groom a group of talents in the field of electricity. I don't expect them to invent a computer or television, just a radio would suffice. When the time comes, I can fork out money to build a Tang Dynasty people's radio station and groom a group of broadcasting talents. That way, I would be able to listen to the radio at home. TSK, that way, my life in Tang Dynasty wouldn't be too boring. Li Zexuan sighed in his heart. All along, The source of motivation for him to invent new things was just so that he wouldn't be too bored in the ancient era. As for strengthening the country, it wasn't within his scope of consideration. In his view, the current Tang dynasty was already powerful enough, and there was no need for any additional technology. On the other hand, the entertainment in the Tang dynasty was too lacking, and he needed to lead the way. "Mister, is this very difficult? Is it because you can't make it?" Li Yu understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words and asked in disappointment. "Yuan, it's quite difficult." Li Zishuan clasped his hands behind his back and sighed, "But that doesn't mean we can't do it. The main problem is that there are too few talents in this field in Tang dynasty. Nowadays, all the scholars are studying the 4 books and 5 classics. Who would be willing to delve into this field? If I were to rely on myself, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to make it." Actually, the main problem was that this fellow was too lazy. If he were to harden his heart and go into seclusion for 2 months, coupled with his perverse mental strength, he might be able to solve the current technical problems. However, the problem was that he couldn't harden his heart. If he couldn't live a carefree life as a rich second generation, why should he work so hard on the front line of research? Previously, when Li Zishuan went into seclusion to build the telegraph machine in Drunken Wind Pavilion, he deeply felt how difficult it was to manufacture things without the foundation of modern industry. Now, he had a rough idea in his mind. That was, when the time was right, he would teach a group of disciples, specifically teaching them engineering and basic scientific concepts. He would let them explore and research on their own. He would be able to invent various scientific concepts under specific circumstances and make great discoveries. Wouldn't it be great to be an old grandpa who knew everything silently in the eyes of the world? For example, he could lead his disciples to conclude Newton's 3 laws through observation and experimentation and name them after himself, such as Zishuan's 3 laws. Also, he could use a hypothesis to propose the theory of the Big Bang and use his wisdom that far exceeded the times to propose that everything was made up of microscopic particles such as molecules and atoms. Then, in the Tang dynasty, he would mysteriously deduce the periodic table of the elements. Perhaps it would become a map of the mysteries of heaven that no one would be able to understand for thousands of years. Another example was that when he was at home taking care of his children, he would casually use a block of ice to carve a triangular prism. From there, he would discover that sunlight was made up of different colors and use it to explain the formation of rainbows. There were too many examples like this. He wanted to be the greatest scientist in the history of mankind, so how could he force himself to manufacture things every day? Li Zishuan's ideas were perfect, but they were just ideas. After he transmigrated, troubles came one after another, and he didn't have the time to realize his great dream. The only thing that was gratifying was that he had brought modern mathematics to this era, and there were already a group of children who could think in mathematics. One must know that mathematics was the most important foundation of engineering. If he were to vigorously develop engineering in the future, the current students of the School of Mathematics would definitely be his priority. Chapter 322. Li Residence West Courtyard. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, Cheng Chumo and Li Yu went silent. "Oh, I got it. Mister, you can teach this at the Institute of Mathematics. I believe there will be a lot of people willing to listen. For example, the King of Wei." Li Yu thought for a while and suddenly thought of an idea. "Hey, you really dare to think about it?" Li Zishuan chuckled in annoyance. Among the 3 crimes that Kui Shanyu had accused him of, one of them was imparting knowledge without permission. Moreover, he had specifically criticized Li Tai. He didn't expect Li Yu to suggest such an idea. Li Zishuan took a sip of the wine and moistened his throat before continuing. "The 2 of you only cared about how unlucky Kui Shanyu was. I don't think you know that he and a few other professors accused me." "Ah, I was wondering why Professor Kui was so unlucky." "So he accused you?" Cheng Chumo scratched his head and said. His way of thinking was always different from other people. His words might even anger people to death. Haha. Li Yu was amused by his words. Li Zishuan stared at Cheng Chumo angrily and said to Li Yu, Kui Shanyu, Lu Yenyu, Zheng Zhanli, and 8 other professors from the Imperial College accused me of disrupting the teaching order, misusing pinyin, and teaching miscellaneous knowledge. I have led the king of Wei astray. Ah! How could this be? If the king of Wei knew what they said, would he go after Professor Kui? After being with Li Zishuan for so long, Li Yu was very familiar with the people around Li Zishuan. She knew that Li Tai was obsessed with the miscellaneous studies that Kui Shanyu and the others spoke of. Now that Kui Shanyu wanted to forbid Li Tai from learning this, if Li Tai were to find out, he might really go all out against Kui Shanyu. Haha, after hearing what you said, it might be possible. I'll talk to Li Tai later. If he wants to fight, bring me along. Cheng Chumo said happily. I think you're itching for a beating because you haven't been beaten by Uncle Cheng recently. Li Zishuan stared at Cheng Chumo and said to Li Yu, that's why what you said won't work. Plus, I can't give up on mathematics and teach other knowledge to the students. From my point of view, mathematics is also very important. Oh, what should I do? Li said with a bitter face Li Zishuan. After listening to Li Zishuan's description of the telegraph that could transmit sound, her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. She couldn't wait to build that thing right now. After working at Thatang daily for a few days, Li Yu loved the newspaper very much. If Li Zishuan's idea could really be built, the newspaper's influence would be even greater. Therefore, in this room, she was the one who put in the most effort to come up with ideas. Oh, there's no rush. As the saying goes, there's always a way out. There's always a way, Li Zishuan said leisurely while eating cherries. Li Yu looked at his leisurely manner and was speechless. Why did it feel like the eunuch was more anxious than the emperor? Sigh, if you ask me, it wouldn't be so troublesome. It's very simple. Cheng Chumo waved his hand and boasted shamelessly as he ate cherries in the air. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes, indicating that he didn't believe him at all. Li Yu, on the other hand, was very interested and asked, Oh? Brother Cho Nyo, what good idea do you have? Haha. Then I'll say it tilde. Cheng Chumo put down the cherries and said seriously, actually, Xiao Xian can resign from his position at the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematic. Then take in a dozen disciples and teach them that knowledge. Even if Professor Kui and the others know about it, they can't do anything to you. I can't do anything to you. After all, you are teaching your own disciple. You can teach them however you want, right? After they've all learned it, there'll be people who can research the telegraph that can transmit sound with you, right? What do you think? What do you think? Xiao Xian, does my idea make any sense? After Cheng Chumo finished speaking, he moved his head closer and asked for credit. Li Zishuan's expression froze. He had to admit that although Cheng Chumo was usually very unreliable, he had done a good job this time. Li Zishuan was a little tempted by this guy's idea. Sir, I think Cho Nyo's idea is feasible. What do you think? Seeing that Li Zishuan was in a daze, Li Yu asked. It's possible, but there are two problems. First, His Majesty had just appointed me as the Minister of the Imperial College. If I were to resign, what would His Majesty say? Second, all the scholars have gone to study the 4 books and 5 classics to obtain scholarly honors. Where am I going to find more than a dozen disciples to teach me this knowledge? Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and asked. Hey, Xiao Xian, you're wrong. I don't have a solution to your first problem, but there's no need for you to ask your second problem. Although most of the scholars are studying the 4 books and 5 classics to obtain scholarly honors, the imperial court's admission rate is 1 in 100. There are countless scholars who failed the imperial examinations. How can everyone pass the imperial examinations? There will definitely be a lot of people who are willing to learn your knowledge that can earn them a lot of money. Haha. I don't know about other people, but in our Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics, the King of Wei and I will definitely be willing to learn from you. Cheng Chumo seemed to be possessed by Zhuge Liang today. His analysis of the problem was clear and logical, but his last sentence exposed his true nature. Screw you. Why don't you pass your mathematics exam first? It's not like my knowledge can't be sold. Can anyone learn from me? If I remember correctly, you didn't pass this month's exam, right? Li Zishuan felt that what Cao Cao said made sense, but his mouth did not let him off. Cao, you still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't because you didn't care about our brotherhood and didn't want to give me an extra point, I would have passed. Cheng Chumo got angry when he mentioned this. He stood up and scolded Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan said, "Haha. That's because you didn't live up to expectations. Who else can you blame? Teacher tilde then will this method work?" Li Yu saw that the two of them were about to start bickering again. She quickly interrupted and brought the topic back to the main topic. "Yes, it should work. Let me think about it carefully," Li Zishuan said seriously. "Little Yu, don't worry. Since I can think of this, I will definitely be able to make it. Don't be anxious." Li Zishuan changed the topic and laughed. He was not stupid. He knew that Li Yu was very interested in the radio. That was why he teased her. Maybe he could let this little girl be a host in the radio station in the future. But as for the method of talent development, after this discussion, he was enlightened. It's just that there are some details that he still needs to think about. I'm not anxious. Teacher, you can continue with your work. I'll go back to the workshop first. Li Yu was a little embarrassed that her thoughts were exposed. She immediately ran away. Haha, don't forget about the news material that you are here to record today. Got it. Chapter 323. Early in the morning, everything was quiet. A ray of light appeared on the eastern horizon and carefully soaked the light blue sky. A new day was gradually moving in from afar. Li Zishuan, who had just finished his breakfast, sat in the carriage with Iron Egg and went to the Imperial College to attend school together. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. The freshly printed Tang Daily News. Today's headline. Shocking news. A dignified Imperial College professor actually ate **T? Is there a hidden story behind this? Or, on the way, as expected, they heard the voice of a newsboy selling newspapers. However, the words of today's newspaper seller were a little eye-catching. "San Bao, help me buy a newspaper." Li Zishuan held back his laughter and ordered. Although he knew that Little Fishy would write about Kui Shanyu and the others eating **T yesterday, he was still very curious about what Little Fishy would write. "Okay, young master. Please wait a moment." After a while, San Bao came back with a newspaper. "Young master, your newspaper." San Bao handed the newspaper into the carriage. Then, he sat back in the driver's seat and continued to drive the carriage. Li Zishuan took the newspaper and jumped to today's headline. As expected, a very eye-catching headline greeted his eyes. Shocking news. A dignified Imperial College professor actually ate **T? Is there a hidden story behind this? Or, TSK, Little Fish's articles are getting more and more professional. When Li Zishuan saw the headline, he felt as if he had returned to the modern era. He smiled knowingly. Iron Egg had also heard the advertisement from the newsboy outside. He had been itching for the contents of the newspaper. When he saw Li Zishuan pick up the newspaper, he also came over to take a look. More than 1,000 years ago, the king of Wu attacked the Yu kingdom and was defeated by the Yu kingdom. He died and Fu Chai succeeded the throne. After that, the king of Yu, Go Jian, heard that the Wu kingdom wanted to build a navy. Go Jian ignored Fan Li's objection and attacked the Wu kingdom. In the end, he was surrounded and defeated. Fu Chai captured Go Jian and Fan Li secretly plotted to pretend to surrender. What's going on? Wasn't it going to write about Kui Shanyu eating **T? Why did he write about the king of Yu, Go Jian? What is Little Fishy trying to do? Li Zishuan looked at the beginning of the news and was a little confused. He wondered if there was a problem with the printing department. Looking at Iron Egg, who was also in a state of confusion, Li Zishuan calmed down and continued reading. When Go Jian was captured, in order to gain Fu Chai's trust, he did everything he could to curry favor with him. One day, when Fu Chai was sick, he needed to check his bowel movements. In order to diagnose Fu Chai's illness, Go Jian personally tasted Fu Chai's bowel movements. Fu Chai was very touched. He finally let down his guard against Go Jian and let him go. After 3 years of humiliation, Go Jian returned to his country and worked hard to build up his country. With the help of the Yu people, he was able to build up his courage. He wanted to strengthen Yu country. Once, when Fu Chai went to attend a meeting in another country, He asked the Prince of Yu to lead troops to support him. Go Chan saw that the time had come. Kill the crown prince, capture Fu Chai, and destroy the state of Wu. In ancient times, the king of Yu, Go Jian, personally tasted tea. Today, the Imperial College's Professor Kui Shanyu and the others are eating tea before the meeting. What is the secret behind this? Let's listen to our reporter, Little Fishy, in detail. Li Zhuan laughed when he saw this. He did not expect Li Yu to be able to quote from the classics. It was really 666,666. This way, the news section also had a hint of culture. Haha. Here, Iron Egg, take your time to read it. I will take a break. Li Zhuan was too lazy to read the rest of the story. He just did not know if Kui Shanyu and the others would come after him after reading today's news. Yes, master. Iron Egg took the newspaper and went to another sofa to read it alone. Iron Egg, follow San Bao and paste this on the wooden board. In front of the mathematics school, Li Zhuan took out a piece of red paper and a piece of black paper and gave them to Iron Egg. Today, he purposely arrived 30 minutes early so that he could paste the honor roll and shame roll before the students arrived. Yes, master. Iron Egg took the paper silently. He was still worried that he did not get first place in the monthly tests. TSK, not bad. One is on the red list, and the other is on the black list. The contrast is very clear. After 15 minutes, Li Zhuan looked at the honor roll and shame roll and said with satisfaction, "Young master, why does San Bao feel that the blacklist is very ugly? Why is there a flower on the red list, and the blacklist is? San Bao scratched his head and said hesitantly. He seemed to have encountered something difficult and could not say it out loud. It's a pile of shit, right? Li Zhuan said it for San Bao. He asked Ma Ju to make the red list and black list. Other than being good at calligraphy, Ma Ju was also good at painting. That pile of shit was really vivid. Li Zhuan designed it not only to warn the students on the shame roll, but also to make fun of them. Ah, yes. San Bao said awkwardly. Haha. So what if it's a pile of shit? Haven't you heard that the king of you ate shit? These people dare to be in the last 5. They should be prepared to be in the company of shit. Li Zhuan snorted and left in a huff. Hey, isn't that Mr.'s carriage? Why are you here so early today? Sun Zifan said in surprise. Hey Zifan, look. The empty honor roll and shame roll plaques have something pasted on them today. Yu Dongcai pulled Sun Zifan's sleeve and exclaimed. Damn, don't tell me the monthly test results are out. Sun Zifan's face was full of panic, his legs were somewhat soft, this guy was scared. The last time his father beat him up, it was still deeply imprinted in his heart. Damn. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Little brother, I think I did pretty well this time. Yu Dongcai heard and felt a little guilty. He prayed in his heart that he would not be so unlucky. Why are you thinking so much? Why don't we go and take a look? I don't believe that I will be in the shame roll, Kong Chuansuan said from behind. With his head held high, he headed straight for the honor roll and the shame roll. He was extremely confident. Damn, you're awesome. Dongcai, let's go take a look. Sun Zifan gave a thumbs up to Kong Chuansuan's back, then dragged Yu Dongcai over as well. But when they got close, they saw Kong Chuansuan's dazed expression, as if he had eaten feces. Sun Zifan was stunned. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the roll? He looked at it in disbelief. Of course, he was looking at the shame roll. He saw a big pile of feces at the top of the black roll, and below it was written, first from the bottom, Kong Chuansuan. Fart. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Sun Zifan could not hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Not only did Kong Chuansuan's expression look as if he had eaten feces, but his name on the honor roll was eating feces. It was too damn funny. He did not know where his confidence came from, but he was the first to rush over to see the roll. Ha ha ha. Kong Chuansuan, why is your name under that pile of feces? Ha ha. It's like eating feces. The roll of shame that Mr. created is really fun. Yu Dongzai glanced at it and did not see his name on it. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he realized the joke and laughed gloatingly. Although he only scored 18 points this time, there were still people who scored worse than him. Hence, he was lucky enough to escape and was ranked 6th from the bottom. Get lost. Ah, I'll fight it out with you. Kong Chuansuan was almost angered to death. He roared and was about to fight with his life. Chapter 324. TSK, you guys are really embarrassing. 5th from the bottom. Haha, you guys can't even compare to me, old Cheng. Now you guys are going to eat *T? Wahahaha. Cheng Chumo leisurely walked to the entrance of the mathematics school. He already knew his score, so he wasn't worried that he would be on the roll of shame. He held 2 yellow persimmons in his hand and said to the dejected students below the roll of shame. Cough, cough, it's time to eat persimmons. Needless to say, there were definitely persimmons in the Tang dynasty. In the Book of Songs written around 1100 BC, there were already records of persimmons in the Ya chapter, and in the Book of Rites chapter, persimmons were also listed as a precious food. Cow, Cheng Chumo, you want to fight again? Tianyu, Wenbo, Wang Meng, Jiao Han, follow me and beat him to death. Kong Chuansuan was already angered by Sun Zifan and Yu Dongzai. Now that he heard Cheng Chumo's sarcasm, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight. Yes, beat this idiot to death. Everyone's results are about the same. Why isn't he on the roll of shame? Yes, there's a conspiracy. I strongly demand Cheng Chumo to be on the roll of shame too. Beat him up first. Then we'll look for the teacher. Cheng Chumo's mouth immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. In a blink of an eye, he was about to be beaten up. Damn. Song Tianyu, you dare to doubt the teacher's fairness? Let me tell you, the reason why I scored higher than you guys is because I'm smarter than you guys. If you guys are like this, you guys will still be on the roll of shame next month. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Although Cheng Chumo knew Kung Fu, he couldn't possibly use Kung Fu to fool around with his classmates, right? Thus, this guy ran away, and he even ran while shooting his mouth off. Cow, Cheng Chumo, don't run if you have the guts. You're too despicable. Don't let me catch you. Who told you to run? I'll beat you to death. Ouch F*ck. Don't F*king cross the line. Cheng Chumo was unfortunately shot. He tried to put on a brave front. Ah. This time, Meng Wenhao is number 1 again. This is too shocking. Zheng Ziran looked up at the honor roll and exclaimed. Yes. Could Meng Wenhao be considered to have been well prepared? He actually got first place twice in a row. Qin Huayu sighed. His results were very stable and had always been in the upper middle class. He could not compare with the people in front of him. After all, he had studied orthodox Confucianism before. It was already very good that he could maintain his results in the upper middle class after suddenly transferring to the School of Mathematics. But why is Meng Wenhao's score 103 points? The full score for this exam is only 100 points. Don't you find it strange? Ku Shiqing said with a frown. Yes, it's really strange. Could it be that Sir has made a mistake? Zheng Ziran also reacted and echoed. When Sir first came, he gave us a question in the first class. He said that whoever did the best would get extra points for the monthly exam. Didn't Meng Wenhao get first place at that time? Maybe it's because of this, Li Tai said after thinking for a while. Li Tai guessed correctly. When Li Zhuan gave the report card to Ma Ju yesterday, he suddenly remembered that he had promised to give Meng Wenhao extra points for the monthly exam. After so long, he almost forgot. So he changed Meng Wenhao's score from 101 points to 103 points. That's not right. If I remember correctly, that only adds 2 points. Even if Meng Wenhao didn't lose any points in the monthly exam, it's impossible for him to get 103 points. Hey, isn't that Meng Wenhao? Why don't we just ask him? Meng Wenhao had just arrived when he was pulled over by Ku Shiqing and the others. He greeted his classmates one by one and asked them what they wanted. Wenhao, why is your monthly exam score 103 points? Even if you add the extra points for the extracurricular question in the first class, it can't reach 103 point. Zheng Ziran was more straightforward, so he didn't beat around the bush and said directly. Meng Wenhao heard and looked up at the honor roll. Even though he already knew that he was first place this time, when he saw the first name under the big red flower with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel excited. Oh, so it's about this. It's like this. Sir felt that I answered the last question of the monthly exam better this time, so he gave me another point, Meng Wenhao said with some embarrassment. Wow. That's amazing. How is that possible? Right, Wenhao, how did you know all this? Zheng Ziran asked. The others also looked over curiously. They didn't question Li Zishuan's fairness. After being together for so long, they understood and admired Li Zishuan's knowledge and character. To be honest, after the exam, I felt a little uneasy. The day before yesterday, I went to Sir's house to check on my results. That's why Sir told me all this. Meng Wenhao scratched his head and answered. I see. Haha, no matter what, congratulations Wenhao. The rewards for this monthly exam are very generous. Eat as much as you want at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I'm so envious. Ku Shiqing smiled and cupped his hands. That's right, congratulations to Wenhao. Right, Wenhao, is your family still short of people? Why don't I be your older brother or something? I can also go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant with you for a meal. Zheng Ziran didn't know that Meng Wenhao's monthly exam reward had been redeemed in advance. Haha, Ziran is right. I can also be Wenhao's older brother. Ku Shiqing agreed. I'm sorry about that. I already ate at the Drunken Immortal restaurant with my family the day before yesterday. Meng Wenhao said awkwardly. So fast. Well, because my father is going to go out to sea with the Imperial Army, I wanted to invite him to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a meal before he goes out to sea. Fortunately, Sir is reasonable and agreed to my unreasonable requests. After Meng Wenhao finished, he couldn't help but look to the south. He sighed in his heart. Sigh, I don't know how my father is now. Did he run into any trouble? Is he safe? Wenhao, don't worry. Your father will be fine for sure. Commandery Prince Hajian is very experienced in naval battles. This time, the fleet has the compass and detailed sea chart provided by Sir, so the safety of the fleet is guaranteed. The possibility of an accident is very low. Li Tai knew what Meng Wenhao was worried about. He patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder and comforted him. No one would have thought that the Prince of Wei also knew how to comfort others. Yes. Qingqiu is right. Wenhao, you don't have to worry. Uncle will definitely be fine. Yes. Wenhao, you should trust Sir's compass. The fleet going south this time will be fine. Yes. Wenhao, you have to think positively. Qin Huayu, Ku Shiqing, and Zheng Ziran were not people who lacked EQ, so they all comforted him. Thank you, thank you. Meng Wenhao felt much better in his heart. He sincerely thanked him. Clang, clang, clang. Okay, class is starting. Let's go. At this moment, the gongs and drums sounded, and the students started running to the classroom. Chapter 325. Well, all of you have received the test papers for this month's exam. You should know how you did, so I won't read them out one by one. I hope that everyone can learn from the students on the honor roll and keep a distance from the students on the shame roll. This month, the cleaning of the mathematics school will be handed over to Kong Chuansuan, Song Tianyu, Duan Wenbo, Guang Gaohan, and Wang Meng. Every day after school, you must stay behind to clean the school carefully. If I find out that you are half-hearted, then you will continue to clean the next month. Do you hear me? Mathematics school. Li Zishuan stood on the podium and announced the results of this month's exam. To be honest, he was very satisfied with the current mathematics school. To be honest, any student in the mathematics school was qualified to be a bookkeeper. After all, Li Zishuan taught them the modern counting and calculation methods, which were much more advanced than the current era's counting and calculation methods. Understood hearing the second half of Li Zishuan's sentence, Kong Chuansuan, Song Tianyu, Wang Meng, and the rest of the students on the roll of shame weakly responded. Then, their faces flushed red, and they wished they could crawl into a hole in the ground and hide in it. They swore in their hearts that they would study hard every night for the rest of the month. They absolutely could not be on the roll of shame again. This month's exam's first place, Meng Wenhao, was rewarded with a free meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Due to special reasons, this reward was honored the day before yesterday. Everyone knows that I'm rich. If you want to eat until I'm poor, then work hard to get first place, Li Zexuan said half-jokingly. Haha tilde. The students let out a burst of good-natured laughter. They also knew that it was impossible to eat until Li Zexuan's family became poor. Okay, then let's start the class. Today, we will talk about this month's exam papers. Poochie tilde. Li Zexuan was halfway through his speech when a strange poochie sound came from the back of the school. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Damn. Cheng Chumo, you are so disgusting. You actually shit in front of everyone in class. Tilde. I can't take it anymore. Sun Zifan was the first to find the source of the sound. He saw an unknown yellow object on Cheng Chumo's chair. Thinking about the strange poochie sound, Sun Zifan immediately concluded that Cheng Chumo was defecating in front of everyone. Damn, it stinks. Cheng Chumo, you're too disgusting. Tilde. Cheng Chumo, you're disgusting, I can't take it. Hearing Sun Zifan's scolding, the students in the school exploded. Regardless of whether they smelled the stench or not, they all began to criticize Cheng Chumo. Some of the students who were close to Cheng Chumo looked in the direction of Sun Zifan's finger and saw the yellow object. They quickly covered their mouths and noses and fled in all directions. Even Iron Egg and Qin Huayu, who were usually very close to Cheng Chumo, also frowned and left their seats. Damn, Sun Zifan, you brat, you dare to slander me. This is not shit, it's the persimmon that I brought today that fell on the chair and broke. Cheng Chumo stood up and angrily explained. I definitely can't take the blame for this. If other people knew that he shit in front of everyone in class, then how can I, Cheng Chumo, have the face to mingle in Chang and City's circle of playboys in the future? Bullshit, that is obviously shit. Cheng Chumo, you still want to lie? Sun Zifan pinched his nose and retorted. Yes. That clearly looks like shit, Cheng Chumo, you can stop quibbling tilde. Tilde, so disgusting. You must have eaten something dirty in the morning, and then had a stomachache just now, so your shit jumped out. Tilde. Dong Cai, don't say anymore, it disgusts me to death. Cheng Chumo's explanation was obviously feeble and weak, and the surrounding students expressed their disbelief. Damn, it's really a persimmon, not shit. If you don't believe me, then I'll eat it for you to see. Cheng Chumo was anxious. In order to prove his innocence, this guy didn't care about anything else. He picked up the yellow object on the chair and stuffed it into his mouth. Tilde. Damn. Not only did you shit in front of everyone, you actually ate shit in front of everyone. Cheng Chumo, I misjudged you. From now on, I, Sun Zifan, will not recognize you as a brother. Sun Zifan was stunned for a moment, and then quickly retched. From the beginning, he thought that the yellow object was shit. At this time, when he saw Cheng Chumo eating that thing in front of everyone, the visual impact was quite strong, and of course he couldn't stand it. Tilde. God. I heard that 8 doctors in our Imperial College ate shit before the morning assembly yesterday. I didn't expect that a student would eat shit today. What's wrong with our Imperial College? Some students saw this scene and immediately associated it with today's headlines on that Ang Daily. Tilde. I can't stand it. Sir, please do something about it. Faced with this situation, Cheng Chumo was a little dumbfounded. He explained while eating, Damn, Sun Zifan, don't talk nonsense. This is really a persimmon. If you don't believe me, come and taste it. It's sweet. Why don't you think about it? How can I, old Cheng, eat shit? Look, I, old Cheng, brought 2 persimmons this morning. One is broken, and the other is still fine. Take a look, Cheng Chumo said, and took out an intact persimmon from the desk drawer and showed it to everyone. Is that thing really a persimmon, and not shit? It should be. Lu Guogong's family is not poor to the point that Cheng Chumo eats shit, right? Cheng Chumo's efforts were not in vain, and there were still many people who believed his words. Ahem, Chumo, I just picked up a persimmon in front of the school. It should be you who dropped it, right? Li Zhuan smiled and took out a yellow persimmon from his clothes, and said somewhat mischievously. Silence. The classroom suddenly fell into a strange silence. Cheng Chumo was stunned. Since the persimmon in Li Zhuan's hand was dropped by him, then what was the yellow object on the bench? Damn. Cheng Chumo, I almost believed you. So you were really eating shit. I remember now. This morning, I saw the youngest son of Assistant Instructor Mu of the Four-Gate School come to our school. Chumo, the shit on your bench, could it be that child's poop? Wang Meng tactfully added. Li Zhuan looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He thought to himself, this child is really wicked. Damn, Wang Meng, why didn't you say so earlier? Get out of the way. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Cheng Chumo was immediately dumbfounded. He roared in grief and indignation, then staggered a few steps and ran out to vomit. Puff. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Cheng Chumo to be so gullible. Wang Meng saw this and laughed loudly. Damn, Wang Meng, you're awesome. So you were lying. Ha ha. I thought it was true. Ha ha ha. The rest of the students heard the conversation between the two and reacted. They laughed and observed a moment of silence for Cheng Chumo, who was vomiting outside. Li Zhuan shook his head. The persimmon he took out was, of course, not from Cheng Chumo, but from home in the morning. He just wanted to tease Cheng Chumo. Chapter 326. Half an hour later, the farce in the School of Mathematics was finally over. Li Zhuan also started his class, but Cheng Chumo's eyes seemed a little unfriendly. Wasn't that obvious? After being pranked by him, it would be strange if Cheng Chumo was friendly. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the wrong place, perhaps Cheng Chumo would have already rushed over to fight him. After such a delay, there was only half an hour left for the first class. However, Li Zhuan still managed to finish the monthly exam in this short time. This was mainly because the questions this time were really simple. Although there were many pitfalls in the questions, after Li Zhuan wrote down the correct answers, many people immediately realized that they had fallen into a pitfall. For the last question, we can analyze how much money Mr. Wang lost in the end based on the most basic relationship between gains and losses. First, let's analyze Boss Wang and his neighbor. Boss Wang first gave the neighbor a fake golden bean in exchange for 1,000 copper coins. The value of the fake golden bean was 0. So Boss Wang now earned 1,000 copper coins from the neighbor. Later, the neighbors found out that the golden beans were fake, so Boss Wang compensated the neighbors with a real golden bean. Now, Boss Wang paid 1,000 coins, plus the 1,000 coins he earned previously, so Boss Wang didn't lose any money from the neighbors. So, the only thing left is the money he lost from the young people. So, there are two answers to the last question. One is 970 coins, and the other is 1,000 coins. Among all of you, only Meng Wenhao wrote down both correct answers, so I give him an extra point. Clang, clang, clang. Li Zhuan had just finished the last question when the drum and gong sounded. Okay, class dismissed. Li Zhuan didn't have the habit of dragging the class. After accurately throwing the chalk into the chalk box, he clapped his hands and directly walked out. Even though he had left, many students from other academies had come to watch the show out of admiration. The School of Mathematics was located in the southernmost part of the Imperial College. It was also the closest to the gate of the Imperial College. Today, the honor roll and the shame roll in front of the School of Mathematics were particularly eye-catching. Most of the students who came to school in the morning saw it when they entered the Imperial College, but because they were in a hurry to go to class, they didn't come to take a closer look. Now that class was over, a bunch of people came to watch the fun. Honor roll? Awesome. I heard that the School of Mathematics would have an honor roll, but I didn't expect them to really do it. It would be great if my name could be on it. Come on, if you go to the School of Mathematics with your grades, you'll definitely be on the shame roll. Bulsh *T. Prince Wei is on the roll. That's awesome. Yeah. I've always heard that Your Highness Duke of Wei is extremely intelligent. I didn't expect your highness to still be so impressive after going to the School of Mathematics. Exactly. Who is this Meng Wenhao? How come I've never heard of him? How did he got first? That is, Meng was Meng's was Meng Meng's Meng. Meng was Meng. How Meng? How you? Is that Meng her? Is that true? Ingjie, you must have remembered wrongly. When have I ever mocked others? Below the honor roll, a group of students pointed at the names on it and discussed. They could only express their admiration for the genius on it. TSK. Yenfu, look. In less than a month, the School of Mathematics went from the bottom of the 6 imperial colleges to the center of everyone's attention. Li Xie is awesome. Yuan Shuo and Chu Yenfu came later and could only watch from the periphery of the crowd. Yeah. But Li Xie's knowledge is also outstanding. Otherwise, the School of Mathematics wouldn't have stood out so quickly. I heard that Prince Wei was attracted to the School of Mathematics by Li Xie's self-created new mathematic. Chu Yenfu sighed as he looked up at the honor roll with his hands behind his back. Why? Yenfu, are you thinking of going to the School of Mathematics too? Yuan Shuo joked. Sigh. Chu Yenfu shook his head and sighed. I just don't want to stay in the Imperial College anymore. Yuan Shuo, you should know about Professor Kui's matter, right? Yuan Shuo was stunned and nodded. Yenfu, are you talking about today's headlines on that Ang Daily? Chu Yenfu replied, yeah, but that's not all. It said that Professor Kui and the others secretly impeached Li Xie for disrupting the teaching order, abusing pinyin, and privately imparting miscellaneous knowledge. Li Xie's contributions to the Institute of Mathematics and the Imperial College are obvious to all. Yet, Academician Kui and the others have secretly impeached him for their own interests. They are indeed unethical. Moreover, after the Tang Dynasty Daily is published today, Academician Kui and the others will definitely have a bad reputation. I don't want to associate with them. Yuan Shuo's expression turned serious. Yenfu's analysis makes sense. What should we do? Well, I have to go back and ask my father before making a decision. Imperial Physician Department. Madame Kui brought food to Professor Kui. Then, she carefully helped her husband up and brought the food over. Old master, come and eat. Yes, thank you, madam. Kui Shanyo's heart warmed. He took the bowl and chopsticks with a smile and began to eat breakfast. His breakfast was also very simple. It was porridge, steamed buns, and a dish of oxalis, a variant of mustard, which was first introduced into China from mud. Kui Shanyu took his time to enjoy the not-so-sumptuous breakfast. Madame Kui, who was watching from the side, was somewhat hesitant to speak. Old master, oh, what's wrong? Madam, if you have something to say, just say it. Kui Shanyu frowned and asked. Madame Kui hesitated for a moment and said, Old master, this morning, in front of our house, there were many. Kui Shanyo's face darkened. A lot of feces. Yes. Madame Kui nodded. Bang. Kui Shanyu fiercely threw the bowl of rice on the table beside the bed and said fiercely, outrageous. These people are simply too much. In a while, you go to Wu-Hu government and report to the officials. The next time these people come to cause trouble, I guarantee that they won't be able to return. Yes, old master. On the way here, I also heard a discussion about you, old master. Kui Shanyu suddenly had an ominous premonition. He hurriedly said, What discussion, Tilda? Say it quickly. This. Old master, you should see it yourself. This is what I bought on the way here. Look at today's headlines. Madame Kui took out a newspaper from her bosom and handed it to Kui Shanyu awkwardly. Kui Shanyo's eyebrows jumped. He took the newspaper with a guilty conscience. He was very familiar with the distribution of the various sections of that Ang Daily, so he skipped the front and went directly to the news section. He saw a very eye-catching headline, Shocking news, a dignified Imperial College doctor actually ate shit. Was there a hidden story behind this? Or, Pu. How dare you bully me? Just as he finished reading the headline, Kui Shanyu felt a burst of anger attack his heart. His chi and blood surged. Adding to the fact that he had not recovered from his illness, it was equivalent to adding frost to snow. His body immediately could not bear it and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Old master, are you all right? Someone come quickly. Chapter 327. Li Zishuan naturally did not know that Dr. Kui had vomited blood again. However, even if he knew, he would not have any sympathy. Now, he had encountered a new problem. He had already taught half of the first book he had written. He estimated that in another month, the student's mathematical ability would be able to advance from first semester of first grade to second semester of first grade. In less than a month, he had finished half a semester's worth of courses. Perhaps some people would think that this progress was too fast. Actually, it wasn't fast because the students in the School of Mathematics only took one class every day. Of course, it couldn't be compared to modern teaching progress. Then the question was, after a while, would Li Zishuan need to write another mathematics textbook for the second semester of the first grade? Although the ancient school system couldn't be compared to the modern school system of kindergarten, primary school, junior high school, and university, it still formed a relatively complete school system during the Western Zhou dynasty. According to the Book of Rites, Shuiji, entering the school on a yearly basis and taking the examination at the middle of the year. 1 year to discern the deviations from the scriptures, 3 years to see the dedication to the work of music, 5 years to see the study of one's own teacher, 7 years to see the study of one's own friends, 9 years to see the understanding of one's own kind, standing strong and not opposing. This is called the Great Achievement. In other words, they would be admitted once every year and tested once every other year. 1 year of observation was to distinguish one's ambition, 3 years of observation was to see if one was attentive and close to classmates, 5 years of observation was to see if one was knowledgeable and close to teachers, and 7 years of observation was to see if one had independent opinions and the ability to choose friends. If all of these were achieved, it would be a small achievement, which meant that one had grasped the basic knowledge and skills. If one could comprehend by analogy and be strong and independent without violating the teachings of the teacher by 9 years, it would be a great achievement, which meant that one's studies had reached a mature level. During the Tang dynasty, the Imperial College began to clearly define the age of the students and the length of their studies. For example, the School of Law accepted students between the ages of 18 and 25, and the length of their studies was 6 years. The exams were divided into 3 categories: the weekly exam, the annual exam, and the graduation exam. The weekly exam was based on the courses learned within 10 days, and those who failed would be punished. The annual exam was based on the courses learned within a year, and those who failed would be retained. If one passed the graduation exam, one would be qualified to take the imperial examination, and those who failed would be expelled. Li Zishuan's School of Mathematics used to have a similar system to the School of Law, but ever since he came, the system of the School of Mathematics had been changed beyond recognition. Li Zishuan dared to make such a change because although the ancient school system had been perfected since the Western Zhou dynasty, there were no clear and rigid rules regarding the teaching materials used by teachers except for some Confucian classics. This gave Li Zishuan a lot of autonomy in teaching. Alright, that's all for today's lesson. In the afternoon, you guys should review the content I taught and do the questions I left behind. No plagiarism. If there's still time, let's preview the next chapter, Scores. We'll learn this tomorrow. Li Zishuan estimated that the class was about to end, so he decided to end the class early. Anyway, he had already finished what he wanted to teach today, so there was no point in teaching anymore. Oh, class is over. As long as one was a student, there wasn't anyone who didn't like to end the class. Being able to end the class early made them even happier. The students began to pack their things and prepare to go home or to the directorate's canteen to eat. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and directly left. He usually didn't bring his teaching materials with him when he went to class. Everything he wanted to teach was stored in his head. There was no helping it. Having a good memory was just that awesome. Cough cough. Unfortunately, he met Kong Ingda when he left the classroom. Li Zishuan shrunk his neck. As a student, he liked to end the class early, but as a teacher, he was afraid that he would be caught by the principal if he ended the class early. Chancellor Kong, you, 8, is there something you need? Li Zishuan originally wanted to talk nonsense with Kong Ingda and ask him if he had eaten, but after thinking about it, He felt that Kong Ingda would definitely slap him twice if he said that, so he hurriedly changed his words. Kong Ingda glanced at the noisy classroom behind Li Zishuan and wanted to say something but stopped. After a moment, he turned around and said, "Li Xie, follow me." After saying that, he took the lead and left. Li Zishuan was at a loss. He didn't know what Kong Ingda meant, so he muttered a few words and followed him. "Have a seat." After arriving at the principal's office, Kong Ingda sat down and nodded to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and didn't stand on ceremony. He sat opposite Kong Ingda and waited for Kong Ingda to continue speaking. "Li Xie, have you read today's newspaper?" After waiting for a while, Li Zishuan didn't take the initiative to ask, so Kong Ingda could only take the initiative to ask. "As expected, you're here to settle scores." When Li Zishuan heard this, he roughly guessed the reason why Kong Ingda called him over today. He was very unhappy. When Kui Shanyu and the other professors jointly impeached him, Kong Ingda didn't stand out to help him. Now, he only retaliated a little and Kong Ingda immediately stood out to speak for Kui Shanyu and the others. This really made Li Zishuan bitterly disappointed. "I roughly read some, but I don't know which part Chancellor Kong is talking about." Li Zishuan pretended to be confused and said indifferently, "Did you instruct the Thatang Daily's editorial department to write today's headlines?" Kong Ingda was a little angry. "So what if I did? So what if I didn't?" Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and said casually. He was usually an easygoing and good young man who respected the old and loved the young, but it didn't mean that he liked to be bullied. He had gradually lost his patience with Kong Ingda's obviously biased behavior. Bang! What kind of attitude is this? Kong Ingda slammed the table and suddenly stood up. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said angrily. Li Zishuan was not afraid at all. He looked at Kong Ingda without blinking. After a while, Kong Ingda took a few deep breaths and said with a slightly gentler tone, "I know that you are a little angry about what happened in the imperial court yesterday. Kui Shanyu has been dissatisfied with you for a long time and has complained about you to me many times. However, I naturally have a balance in my heart. I know that he was only blinded by greed, so I reprimanded him. I also didn't expect that he would work with the other 7 professors of the Imperial College to directly impeach you behind my back. I am also very angry about his behavior. However, no matter what, Kui Shanyu and the others are still professors of the Imperial College. By writing this in the newspaper, not only will you ruin their reputation, you will also smear the reputation of the Imperial College. Do you know? Chancellor, your words are wrong." Li Zishuan refuted in a low voice, "Chancellor, maybe you didn't read today's headlines carefully. The news compared Professor Kui and the others to Go Jian, the king of Yu. How can you say that I am smearing the reputation of the Imperial College?" Although Kong Ingda's words were reasonable, Li Zishuan was not willing to be wronged by other people's reasons. He would still fight back when it was necessary. If one could only endure passively without fighting back, what was the difference between him and a salted fish? Of course, the reason why he could fight back so reasonably was all thanks to Li Yu's writing technique. At this moment, Li Zishuan gave Li Yu 32 likes in his heart and labeled her as a good teammate of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 328. You are simply twisting words and forcing logic. Hearing Li Zishuan's fallacious reasoning, Kong Ingda was so angry that his face turned red as he shouted angrily. Li Zishuan shook his head and didn't deny it. Anyway, he was very dissatisfied with old Kong today and couldn't be bothered to say more. Think about it carefully. No matter what, Kui Shanyu and the others are also professors of the Imperial College. I won't agree to you using the newspaper to ruin their reputation, and His Majesty won't forgive you. Kong Ingda looked at Li Zishuan's stubborn look and said angrily, "Chancellor, you are wrong to say that. This headline is just speculation. It didn't clearly conclude that Professor Kui and the others ate shit. Even the Imperial Censor has the right to listen to the news. Can't ordinary people express their own speculation?" Seeing that Kong Ingda's words were getting more and more serious and was about to go to the top, Li Zishuan opened his mouth to explain. Previously, he was so angry at Kui Shanyu's impeachment that he let Li Yu put this matter on the newspaper. Now that he thought about it, His actions were indeed thoughtless and might arouse Li Er's suspicion. Fortunately, Li Yu's article was written in a more tactful way and could be used to avoid the edge. Don't play this game with me. You have to think of a way to salvage this matter. Kong Ingda had been in the field of education for most of his life, so how could he be fooled by this little word game? He glared at Li Zishuan and said angrily, "Since things have come to this, what can I do? At most, that Ang Daily won't record this matter in the future. Besides, Kui Shanyu and the others are all professors of the Imperial College. Did they consider the friendship of everyone working together at that time? Did they think that this would smear the reputation of the Imperial College?" Li Zishuan said angrily, This matter is indeed their fault. This old man will criticize them later." "Criticize? Haha." Li Zishuan sneered and raised his head. If it weren't for Kui Shanyu's accident this time, there would have been another battle of words in the Imperial Court yesterday. I wanted to fight all 8 of them alone. If I were to unfortunately lose, I would definitely lose all standing and reputation. I wonder what Chancellor Kong would say at that time. Could it be that it was also some superficial criticism? Since you can't be impartial, what's the point of saying more? Kong Ingda was rendered speechless. Chancellor Kong, when I first came to the Imperial College to teach, I only wanted to spread my master's new mathematics. I only wanted to leave a spark of my master's wisdom in the mortal world. I don't want to fight for fame and fortune with anyone. If Kui Shanyu and the others want the position of Minister of Works in the Imperial College, they can take it. Right now, I only want to teach the 44 students in my school of mathematics. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't provoke me." After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind a sentence in the air. "Regardless of the wind and waves, it is better than taking a leisurely stroll. I smile as I watch the clouds move." Kong Ingda wanted to reach out his hand to stop him but was stunned by the last sentence. After a moment, he came back to his senses. Li Zishuan had already walked far away. Kong Ingda muttered to himself, "I'm old. I was actually rendered speechless by a junior. Looks like this kid is bitterly disappointed. Could it be that I was wrong?" Li Zishuan was indeed bitterly disappointed. He rarely lost his temper. This time, he had fallen out in front of Kong Ingda. He had the intention of shedding all pretense of cordiality. He wanted to use Kong Ingda's mouth to tell those people, "I don't care if you fight for your power, but don't mess with me. If you provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Looking at the time, it was almost past mealtime. Li Zishuan secretly cursed his bad luck and returned to the School of Mathematics. He sat on his own horse carriage and went home for dinner. Just as he walked out of the Imperial College, the horse carriage was stopped by someone. "Are you Li Xie in the carriage?" A respectful voice came. Li Zishuan was sure that he had never heard this voice before. He couldn't help but lift the curtain curiously. He looked at the middle-aged man in dark red and asked, "It's me. What can I do for you?" No, Li Xie, please don't make me feel unworthy. I am the steward of the Commandery Prince's manor. The Commandery Prince's consort sent me to invite Li Xie to the Prince's manor for a banquet. She said that she had something important to discuss. She hoped that Li Xie would do her the honor and come to the Prince's manor for a chat. The middle-aged man's attitude was extremely humble. He was not as arrogant and despotic as those villainous servants of wealthy families that often appeared in novels. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat, and he understood the gist of it. Before Li Xiaogong left, he had entrusted his youngest son to Li Zishuan. The purpose of this banquet was probably for Li Zishuan to bring in a child and accept a disciple. "Okay, wait a moment. I'll go with you." Li Zishuan nodded. He turned to look at Iron Egg in the carriage and said, "Iron Egg, take the carriage back first. I'll go to the Prince's manor." "Okay, Master. Your Majesty, please try this steamed base. This is something this concubine recently learned how to cook." Imperial Harem, Concubine Yang's bedroom. A beautiful woman dressed in light yellow clothes gracefully picked up food for Li Er. The woman's black hair was like lacquer, her skin was like jade, and her beautiful eyes were full of hope. Every frown and smile of hers revealed an indescribable charm, and every movement of hers made people feel a noble aura that came from her bones. This woman was Concubine Yang, a true descendant of the heavens. Concubine Yang was originally the princess of the Sui dynasty. During the Sui dynasty, the Yang clan was a noble family. They boasted that they originated from the Yang clan of Hong Nong. They were one of the Yang clan's prefectures and originated from the Western Han Prime Minister Yang Chang. Yang Kai's grandson, Yang Zhen, was an official during the Eastern Han Emperor Guangwu's time. He was given the title of Confucius of Guanxi. The establishment of the Sui dynasty made the Yang clan even more prominent. Other than the Sui dynasty's imperial family, the Duke of Yu, Yang Su, was also a famous figure in the Yang clan. Concubine Yang's grandfather was the founding emperor of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian. In 581 AD, on the second month of the Jiazi, Emperor Jing of Ju announced that Yang Jian was abdicated. Yang Jian accepted the mandate of heaven and entered the palace in his regular clothes. The emperor was located in the Lingguang Hall and named the country Great Sui. He changed the name of the country to Founding Emperor and announced a general amnesty. Haha, my dear concubine, you have good culinary skills. Those imperial chefs of mine can't even compare to you. As the saying goes, a feast for the eyes. The food made by a beauty was naturally better than those made by men. As the emperor, Li knew how to enjoy himself. Your Majesty is too kind. How can I compare to the imperial chefs? Hearing Li's praise, Concubine Yang pursed her lips and smiled. As a princess of the previous dynasty, her position in the palace had always been very sensitive. She knew that she couldn't compete with Empress Zhongsun, so she didn't compete. She just stayed in her own place every day, assisting her husband and teaching her children. No, it should be teaching her children. If Li came to her place, she would naturally welcome him. If he didn't, she wouldn't force him either. She was the truest portrayal of Concubine Yang. Chapter 329. Oh, my dear, where is Ku-er? Li was eating the steamed base made by Yang Fei. He looked around and suddenly asked. As the eldest son of Yang Fei, Li Ku was born noble and inherited the blood of two dynasties. In terms of the nobility of blood, no one in the entire Tang Empire could compare to him. He could be said to be the noblest prince in the Tang Empire. On the other hand, Li Ku was good at both civil and martial arts. His decisiveness was very similar to Li's, so Li was especially fond of him. After not seeing Li Ku for half a day, Li started to talk about him. Your Majesty, Ku-er is probably practicing martial arts with General Dugu in Beia right now. Speaking of her son, Yang Fei's face showed a touch of kindness. That was the unique gentleness of a mother. Beia was the north of the imperial city. After Li Yuan became the emperor, he selected 30,000 imperial guards from the Taiyuan uprising army to be stationed in the north of the imperial city. They were responsible for the defense of the imperial palace. They were called the Yuan-Song Imperial Guards, also known as Beia. As expected of my son. You are really eager to learn. Li nodded in appreciation. He glanced at a stack of newspapers on the table not far away and asked curiously, My dear, do you read the newspapers on a daily basis? Occasionally. Yang Fei answered casually. In fact, she didn't read it occasionally but often. She was usually bored in the harem and the newspapers provided her with a very good way to pass the time. She basically read every issue of the newspaper from beginning to end. However, she couldn't say that because if she said that, it would seem like she was complaining that Li didn't come to see her often. In the imperial palace where people's hearts were complicated, Yang Fei had learned to be careful with her words and actions and how to protect herself. Bring today's newspaper for me to see. Li didn't have the energy to think about a woman's complicated thoughts. He remembered that he didn't have time to read today's newspaper, so he said, Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Fei got up and walked over with light steps. She brought today's Thatang Daily and handed it to Li. Li took the newspaper and put it beside his rice bowl. He began to eat and read the newspaper. Of course, Li didn't have time to read the articles at the front of the newspaper. He directly read the headlines, but after reading the news, Li frowned deeply. What's wrong? Your Majesty? At this moment, Yang Fei had finished eating. She was wiping her red lips with a handkerchief. Seeing Li Er's expression, she couldn't help but be puzzled. Have you seen today's headlines? Li Er asked. Oh. Chen Qie saw it. Does your Majesty think that this news is inappropriate? It's more than inappropriate. It's totally inappropriate. Li Er slapped the table and stopped eating. He stood up with his hands behind his back and said, previously, when Li Zishuan founded that Ang Daily, I didn't think much of it. But from today's news, I'm afraid that this kid has been plotting for a long time. Today, he could use newspapers to smear and attack his ministers. Tomorrow, would he be able to use newspapers to form cliques? A small newspaper could be used as a weapon in a fight between factions. This kid was really good at scheming. If we don't knock him down a few times, wouldn't he ascend to the heavens? Your Majesty, I've heard that Li Xie is knowledgeable at such a young age and has a pure character. I don't think he would do something like that, would he? Yang Fei hesitated for a moment and said, Me. I don't think he would either. But what needs to be knocked down must be knocked down, otherwise, this kid will inevitably go astray one day with a sharp weapon in his hand. Li Er said coldly. He knew Li Zishuan's character very well. He guessed that Li Zishuan was purely retaliating against Kui Shanyu and the others. But even though he guessed it, he still didn't agree with Li Zishuan's way of doing things. The newspaper's ability to influence public opinion was a thorn in Li Er's heart. He felt very uncomfortable. Prince Hujian's manner. Haha, Li Xie is a busy man. It's not easy to invite him. As soon as Li Zishuan entered the manor, a young man with a noble aura walked towards him. Li Zishuan recognized him at a glance. It was Li Daozong. He had met him 2 days ago on Murky Island. So Wang Yi is also here. Please forgive my rudeness. This one was delayed by some business at the Imperial College and came late. I hope Wang Yi will not take offense. Seeing Li Daozong, Li Zishuan was shocked. At this time, he didn't know what Zhun Wang Fei was planning. Haha, no offense, no offense. Kid, come with Ben Wang to see Wang Sero. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Daozong roared with laughter. Actually, he had been invited by Zhun Wang Fei today. Because Li Xiaogong was out at sea, there was no male host in the manor. Zhun Wang Fei was just a woman and it was inconvenient to invite guests. Therefore, Li Daozong was invited. He could also be the witness for Li Huairan's apprenticeship. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Yi is right. Please go ahead. Haha, let's go. Li Zishuan followed Li Daozong to the main hall of Hajian Zhun Wang Fu. As expected, Zhun Wang Fei was waiting inside. Beside her were 2 youths in their teens. Compared to her coquettish attire when Li Zishuan had seen her last time, she was dressed much more solemnly this time. Her eyebrows showed signs of tiredness. She looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. She did not wear any makeup and her skin was white and tender. However, the mature charm in her bones could not be concealed. I wonder where Li Xiaogong, that old pervert, found such a wife. TSK. In history, Li Xiaogong died young. Is it related to this? Li Zishuan's mind was filled with all sorts of random thoughts. Li Xie has come. Please, sit. Seeing Li Zishuan come in, Zhun Wang Fei hurriedly stood and greeted him with a smile. Zhun Wang Fei is too polite. This one has come late. Wang Fei, please forgive me. Li Zishuan jumped out of his chaotic thoughts and raised his hands in a bow. Haha, no matter, no matter. Chongyi, Huairan, come over and greet Sir Li. Zhun Wang Fei chuckled and then beckoned to the 2 youths beside her. This one, Li Chongyi, greets Sir. This one, Li Huairan, greets Sir. Regardless of whether these 2 were usually mischievous, under the threat of Zhun Wang Fei's gaze, they showed the appearance of obedient children and went forward to bow to Li Zishuan. Shizzy, there is no need to be so courteous. Please rise. Li Zishuan felt very good inside. Usually, he was the one who called himself a boy in front of others. Now, it was others' turn to call themselves a boy in front of him. While Li Chongyi might be about the same age as him, and Li Huairan was only 2 or 3 years younger than him, the etiquette of a teacher could not be ignored. Thank you, sir. The two youths stood and said. This Fei speculates that Li Xie has not had time to eat. He is probably starving. This Fei will order the dishes to be served now. We can talk about other matters after the meal. How about it? Junwang Fei said with a smile. Haha, this boy is definitely hungry. Auntie Wang, just have the dishes be served. Li Daozong said with a smile. I will follow Wang Fei and Wang Yi's arrangement. Li Zishuan raised his hands and said with a smile. He was indeed a little hungry, but why did his words sound a little strange? Chapter 330. It was fortunate that my prince had Li Xie's help this time. When I found out that His Majesty was sending my prince out to sea, this consort was unable to eat or sleep in peace. Now that I have the compass and that detailed map, this consort feels a bit better. Li Xie is young, but not only is his family wealthy, he also holds a high position. This consort can't give you anything, so I can only offer you a toast to express my gratitude. Hejian Junwang Fu. Halfway through the banquet, Junwang Fei poured herself a cup and suddenly stood to raise her cup to Li Zishuan. At this moment, the seductive charm on her body disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by a heroic spirit that was bursting forth. You cannot. Junwang Fei's words are too much for this one. Junwang Yi and I feel like old friends at first sight. This one is a junior and should do what I do. Strong wine is harmful to the body. This one has received Junwang Fei's goodwill. This one should not drink this wine. Li Zishuan was shocked when he saw this because he had clearly seen that the wine in the cup was the strongest immortal drunken wine. This Junwang Fei was really sincere. Mother, Sir Li is right. This wine is too strong. Let this child drink it for you. Li Chongyi said urgently from the side. Yes. Wang Suro, this immortal drunken wine is too harmful to the body. Even I can't bear it. Why don't you drink the land of warmth? Li Daozong hurriedly said. Seeing everyone object, Junwang Fei smiled and said, that's good. Since this is the case, then this Fei will use the land of warmth to toast Li Xie. When my Wang Yi returns safely, we will definitely host a banquet to express our thanks. This Fei will drink first as a sign of respect. Junwang Fei raised her head. There was not a drop of wine left in the cup. She looked like a heroine among women. That boy also toasts to Junwang Fei. Li Zishuan habitually poured himself a cup of land of warmth. Just as he was about to raise his head to drink, Li Daozong interrupted. Cough, wait. What? Kimpi. You are also someone who practices martial arts. How can you use the land of warmth to get away? Change to the immortal drunken wine, Li Daozong snorted and said in discontent. Li Zishuan was slightly embarrassed. Just now, Junda Ang Fei, as a woman, had taken the initiative to drink the immortal drunken wine. He, a man, had to drink the land of warmth. Thinking about it, it was slightly embarrassing. But fortunately, he was already prepared. Hehe, Your Highness is right. I'll change the wine now. He took a jug of immortal drunken wine and filled it to the brim. He raised the cup to Junda Ang Fei and said, to Wang Fei. After saying that, he cleaned it up. Chongyi thanks Mr. on behalf of my father and mother. Li Chongyi raised his wine cup and returned the greeting. After saying that, he emptied the cup as well. Haha. Good. Then, this prince will also toast to Li Xie. After all, I heard from my elder brother that you made a lot of contributions on this trip to sea. Li Daozong stood up and said. Hey, it's this little one who would like to propose a toast to Your Highness. Li Zishuan was helpless. Were they trying to get him drunk by toasting him one after another? However, he had made some progress in the method of using energy to boil wine that he had been researching recently. This was where his confidence came from. After drinking 2 cups of immortal drunken wine, the strong alcohol caused Li Zishuan to feel that his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys were all burning. He hurriedly circulated his physical energy and started to burn the alcohol in his body. Huiran, you should also toast to Mr. Li. Before your father Wang left, he specially entrusted you to Mr. Li. Junda Ang Fei smiled slightly and said. Li Huairan had been carefully examining Li Zishuan from the moment he came in. He was slightly dissatisfied and thought, this person was only 2 or 3 years older than him. Why did he have to listen to him in the future? At this time, hearing his mother say this, Li Huairan could only suppress his doubts and displeasure and toast to Li Zishuan. Huairan toasts to Mr. Li. Li Zishuan looked sardonically at this guy. Li Huairan was still young and did not know how to disguise himself. Li Zishuan had detected his small eyes long ago. Good. No matter what, this was a Wang Fu, and he should leave some face for Li Huairan's Jun Wang Fei. But when he saw the cup of wine in front of him, his expression became slightly bitter. He usually did not drink, but today, he had drunk such a large amount. So bitter. Today, I invited Li Xie to come in accordance with my Wang's wishes to entrust Huairan to Mr. Li. Come, take out the 6 rites. Junda. Ang Fei saw that the time was right and stated the main goal of today's banquet. As expected, it was similar to what Li Zishuan had guessed when he came. She had come to take in a child and take in a disciple. Yes, Wang Fei. A servant girl at the side bowed in acknowledgement and then went to the inner room to take out the 6 rites that had been prepared beforehand. The so-called 6 rites of cultivation included celery, which symbolized diligence and diligence, lotus seeds, which symbolized painstaking education, red beans, which symbolized good luck, jujube, which symbolized high school early, longan, which symbolized perfection, and skinny strips of meat, which symbolized a disciple's sincerity. Moments later, the rites were brought over. Junda. Ang Fei solemnly handed the rites to Li Zishuan as she pulled Li Huairan over and said, Huairan has been naughty since childhood. I hope that Mr. Li can teach him well in the future. Today, the king of Jiangxia is also here and can be a witness. Huairan, quickly offer tea to Mr. Li. Yes, Mu Fei. Li Huairan took the cup of tea that the servant girl had prepared. He knelt on the ground facing Li Zishuan and offered the tea with both hands. Junda. Ang Fei had probably taught him this before Li Zishuan had come. Offer tea to Mr. Li. No matter if it was sincere or not, at least this gesture was enough. Li Zishuan felt very good inside, and some of the anger he had suffered at Kong Yingda's place had dissipated. Taking the tea, Li Zishuan symbolically took a sip. He put on the posture of a strict teacher and said sincerely, Huairan, since your father has you study with me, then you should know your master's situation. I currently have 44 disciples, and they are all studying at the Imperial College. In the future, you should be studying with them. Regardless of whether you are rich or poor, I will treat all of you equally. There aren't many rules in my line of work. I only hope that you will conduct yourself with integrity, study hard, and live up to your conscience in the things you do. As a person, you have to live openly. You do not need to have a clear conscience, but at least have a clear conscience. Do you remember this? It had to be said that Li Zishuan was very good at pretending. At the side, Li Daozong and Junda. Ang Fei saw this and nodded in praise. They felt that while he was young, he looked mature and had the potential to be a teacher. Especially that last sentence, as a person, you have to live openly. You do not need to have a clear conscience, but at least have a clear conscience. This caused the two, who had experienced many things, to look at Li Zishuan in a new light. Huairan will remember Mr.'s teachings. Li Huairan was moved and solemnly bowed to Li Zishuan. Quickly stand up. Li Zishuan channeled his qi into his palm and lifted Li Huairan up. From an outsider's point of view, he had not touched Li Huairan at all. They would probably think that Li Huairan had gotten up on his own. Only Li Huairan, who was present at the scene, knew what was going on. He was so shocked by Li Zishuan's move that his eyes widened and he was momentarily speechless. Good. Today, Huairan has found a good teacher. It is time for a toast. Come, boy, have a good drink with Ben Wang. Li Daozong slapped the table and roared with laughter. Li Zishuan was speechless. He said to have a good drink, but if they really drank, it would definitely be more than 1 cup. I dare not to obey. This boy toasts Wang Yi and Junda. Ang Fei. Li Zishuan wasn't afraid at all. Li Daozong's martial arts realm was far inferior to Li Xiaogong's. In fact, Li Xiaogong was even slightly inferior to Li Zishuan. Therefore, if Li Zishuan were to cheat, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. Chapter 331. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Pangsage, this is the military order that General Yuchi gave you. Brother Chicken had just finished his lunch and was holding his big belly as he enjoyed the cool breeze under the willow tree in the workshop's courtyard. He was now half an employee of the Li Group and the workshop covered his food and accommodation. Back then, in order to make the workshop's employees work seriously, Li Zishuan specially sent the workshop's kitchen staff to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for training for a period of time. In addition, Li Zishuan was willing to allocate money to the kitchen staff. Therefore, the food in the workshop was even better than some restaurants in Chang'an City. Just as Brother Chicken was about to fall asleep, a soldier suddenly rushed over with a warrant in his hand, bowed, and reported. Brother Chicken's spirit was aroused. He opened his half-closed eyes and jumped up. He took the military order and opened it to see what was written on it. The family servants of the Imperial College's professors, Kui Shanyu, Lu Yenyu, Zhang Zhanli, and the other 8 professors, recently came to the Right Marquis Mansion to report a case. They claim that there has been a lot of children's feces in front of their house recently. The 8 professors unanimously believe that someone is causing trouble and hope that the Right Marquis Mansion can send Wu Marquis to arrest the culprit. This general will send you to investigate this case. Within 3 days, you must give this general a result. A case actually came. Sai, Xiong Da, Xiong call 5 brothers and prepare to investigate the case. After Brother Chicken finished reading the military order, he somewhat reluctantly shouted at the 2 soldiers who were also napping not far away. To be honest, after being idle for so long, not only did Brother Chicken's belly get fat, his spirit also became somewhat lazy. If it wasn't for Yuchi Jingda personally giving him the military order today, he really wanted to live his life comfortably like this for the rest of his life. Coming. When the 2 soldiers heard the sound, they quickly trotted over. The 2 of them had shifty looks and looked like a pair of brothers. Oh, no, if they stood together with Brother Chicken, they would be 3 brothers. Boss, if we leave, what about the workshop and Strange Interest Culture's safety? Xiong looked at the place where he was resting with some reluctance and mumbled. Pa. Damn. You're so smart. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Brother Chicken slapped Xiong in the face and glared at Xiong, saying, Go, quickly call someone for me. Laozi will go to the backyard and inform old Ma. Hee. Yes, boss. Xiong rubbed his head. He wasn't angry and laughed. Godfather Ma. Brother Chicken eagerly went to the editorial department of that Ang Daily in the backyard, found Ma Ju, and greeted him with a smile. Is something the matter with Pangsage? Ma Ju was sorting out the news materials collected from all over Chang'an. Hearing Pang Feiji's words, he stopped writing and looked at Pang Feiji. Of course, he chose to ignore the nickname given to him by Brother Chicken. Otherwise, if he were to investigate further, wouldn't he be sulking every day? Old Ma, this Pang has just received General Yuchi's order to investigate a case in the next few days. But old Ma, you don't have to worry. This Pang will leave behind some brothers to guard the workshop and strange culture. Brother Chicken said with a big smile. Oh, what case? A light flashed in Ma Ju's eyes as he asked subconsciously. But after a moment, he realized his slip of the tongue and coughed dryly. This Ma misspoke. If it's not convenient for Pangsage to tell, then just pretend that this Ma didn't say anything. Brother Chicken's face stiffened. According to the rules of the Right Marquis House, any case could not be told to outsiders. If caught, they would be charged with leaking military information. But Ma Ju was an exception. During the time he was in the workshop, Ma Ju gave him a lot of convenience. Moreover, this case, in Brother Chicken's eyes, should be a trivial case. Revealing a bit to Ma Ju shouldn't be considered leaking secrets. Thinking of this, Brother Chicken quickly waved his hand and said, convenient. It's also not a big case. There's no harm in telling old Ma. As he said this, Brother Chicken roughly told Ma Ju about the military order that had just been sent by the messenger. Ma Ju had just casually asked, but he didn't expect to hear about such a case. The usually calm and wise Ma Ju immediately deduced a shocking truth in his heart when he linked it to the recent events in Chang'an City. His face darkened as he scanned the surroundings. Then, he pulled Brother Chicken and whispered, "Pang Sage, come with me. Let's talk in private." "Ah tilde. Oh tilde oh tilde." Brother Chicken was stunned and puzzled. After a moment, he saw that Ma Ju had already walked far away. He quickly followed him. That Ang Daily Editorial Department, back office study. Ma Ju and Pang Feiji sat down one after another. "Old Ma, why did you ask me to come over?" Seeing that Ma Ju walked over with a mysterious look and even locked the doors and windows after entering the room, Brother Chicken couldn't help but feel his chrysanthemum tightened. Ah, no, his heart tightened. He secretly thought to himself that he had never heard of Ma Ju having homosexual fetishes. What did this mean? What if he had followed him? Or, after a fierce mental struggle, Brother Chicken finally mustered up the courage to ask. Ma Ju didn't know how to read minds and didn't know Brother Chicken's dirty thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely spit blood on Brother Chicken's face. "Even if I wanted to find Uncle Rabbit, I wouldn't find someone like you. Pang Sage, have you heard about the recent eating shit incident of the Imperial College's 8 professors?" Ma Ju looked up and asked softly. "I've heard about it. This incident has spread like wildfire in the city. I didn't think that these professors would act sanctimonious on the surface, but in fact, cough cough. Then Pang Sage, have you ever thought about why General Yuchi would give this case to you alone since there are dozens of Sage in the right Marquis household?" Ma Ju didn't care about Brother Chicken's nonsense. He directly interrupted and asked in a serious voice. Is there any other explanation?" Brother Chicken finally understood that Ma Ju didn't call him over to mess with him. However, after hearing Ma Ju's profound words, he was suddenly dumbfounded and asked blankly. Ma Ju rolled his eyes. Why was this guy's brain so slow? Of course there is an explanation. Pang Sage, think about it. When the eating shit incident of Professor Kui and the others broke out, who did they have a conflict with? Also, why did they get caught up in the eating shit incident in just 2 short days? Ma Ju had no choice but to guide him step by step. After being together for so long, Brother Chicken already knew that Ma Ju was like a think tank in the Lee group. Now that Ma Ju said this, he definitely wasn't shooting at random. He frowned and pondered seriously for a moment. Then, he suddenly said, "I understand now. Is it Little Fishy who is playing tricks behind the scenes? Could it be that Professor Kui and Little Fishy had a conflict before? That shouldn't be. Why have I never heard of it before?" Ma Ju had originally heard Brother Chicken say that he understood. In his heart, he was still thinking that this guy wasn't completely stupid. In the end, when he heard his last sentence, Ma Ju was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He really wanted to smash Brother Chicken's head to see if it was filled with a lump of iron. Chapter 332. What I want to say is that the matter with Kui Shanyu and the others should be related to Lord Ju. In the study, Ma Ju resisted the urge to slap Pang Feiji to death and directly made things clear. Otherwise, with this guy's IQ, he would not be able to guess correctly even if the sky turned dark. How could Lord Ju go to someone else's door and shit? So much? Brother Chicken seemed to have discovered something incredible and was stupefied as he muttered. "Get lost. What kind of status does Lord Ju have? Why would he personally do such a thing?" The refined Ma Ju was angered by Brother Chicken's repeated words and could not help but curse. Oh, I understand. It was also the first time Brother Chicken saw Ma Ju angry. He could not help but shrink his neck and quickly said, "Master Ma, what you mean is that Lord Ju sent people to do these cases?" Hearing Brother Chicken say "I understand," Ma Ju could not help but tremble. He was really worried that this joker would say some bizarre answer. Fortunately, Brother Chicken's thoughts did not go astray and he guessed the correct answer. Yes, although this is only my guess, it should not be far from the truth. Kui Shanyu and the others jointly impeached Lord Ju. Lord Ju is young and impetuous after all. He was not willing to be wronged for no reason, so he sent people to punish Kui Shanyu and the others. As for today's headline on that Ang Daily, I did not agree to publish it, but Lord Ju insisted on doing it, so I could only risk my life to accompany him. Therefore, all the signs indicate that Kui Shanyu and the others' reputation today is very likely to be caused by Lord Ju. Moreover, I think that General Yuchi may have also guessed this point, so he sent you to take charge of this case. On one hand, it is to give the 8 professors an explanation on the surface. On the other hand, it is probably to make things convenient for Lord Ju. Ma Ju's eyes shone with a wise and far-sighted divine light. He no longer tried to guide Chicken Bro in order and directly told him all his guesses. The main reason was that Ma Ju had completely lost patience with Chicken Bro's IQ. Oh, so it's like this. Then why didn't General Yuchi tell me directly? Nonsense. How could he say such things out loud? Wouldn't that give people something to hold against us? Oh, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, old Ma. Hearing Ma Ju say this, only then did Brother Chicken completely understand the ins and outs of this matter, as well as Yuchi Jingda's deep intentions. He couldn't help but rejoice that he had come to the rear yamen to find Ma Ju. Otherwise, if he had stupidly gone to investigate, it would have been fine if he hadn't found anything. But if he had found the truth, not only would he have offended Li Zhuan, even more seriously, he would have angered Yuchi Jingda. As a subordinate, it was taboo for him to not be able to grasp his superior's thought. Haha, you're welcome. Pang Saij, go and investigate the case. Ma Ju waved his hand. He didn't want to see Brother Chicken anymore. Yes. Then old Ma, I'll take my leave first. Brother Chicken stood up excitedly and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Your Highness. Junwang Fei, please wait. This one can go home on his own, in front of the Hajian Junwang Manor. Junwang Fei, Li Chongyi, and Li Huairan sent Li Zhuan to the door. If one looked carefully, one would find that Li Zhuan was missing from the crowd, and Li Zhuan's face was actually slightly red. The reason was quite interesting. During the banquet, Li Zhuan had secretly used his vital energy to burn the alcohol. Not long after, Li Daozong had discovered it. Although Li Daozong's state was not as high as Li Zhuan's, he had reached the middle stage of transforming qi. Therefore, he also started to use a similar method to force the alcohol and competed with Li Zhuan in drinking. After a while, the two of them fought until the sky turned dark. Junwang Fei and Li Chongyi's eyes were opened. Not only had they heard of the reputation of immortal drunken wine, but they had also drunk it personally. Moreover, when Li Xiaogong drank immortal drunken wine in the past, he wasn't this fierce. After a great battle, Li Zhuan used his slight advantage in power to win slightly. Even if he could use his vital energy to burn the alcohol, he could not endure drinking like this. As for Li Daozong, of course, he could not handle the alcohol and fell asleep. Why don't we have Huairan go with Li Xie? It's a good opportunity for him to learn from Li Xie. Junwang Fei looked at her youngest son and said to Li Zhuan. Oh, that works. Junwang Fei, please wait. This one bids farewell. Being blown by the wind outside, Li Zhuan's mind cleared slightly. He raised his hands in a bow and bid farewell. Huairan, go with Li Xie. In the future, my son will study with Li Xie. Do not be naughty anymore. Junwang Fei patted Li Huairan's head and said gently. No mother was willing to send their son to a place far from them, but Junwang Fei was a woman who understood the greater good. While she was reluctant, she knew that she had to be more far-sighted at this time. This child knows the severity of the matter. Mother, please do not worry. Li Huairan felt a bit of sadness, like a young eagle leaving its nest, but more than that, he looked forward to life outside. He had lived in the Junwang Fu in these years. While he would occasionally go out to play with some wastrels, he still lived behind his parents' backs. All right, my son, go quickly. Sitting in the grand carriage that the Junwang Fu had prepared for him, Li Zhuan and Li Huairan chatted for a while before sitting down to meditate. He did not like having too much alcohol in his body. Li Huairan was far away and could feel the terrifying heat that Li Zhuan gave off. He couldn't help but become more curious about Li Zhuan. Sir Li seems to be a martial expert. I wonder how his power compares to Father King. Oh, He definitely cannot compare to Father King. He is so young. As the son of the Junwang Hajian, Li Huairan had a very deep understanding of Li Xiaogong's martial abilities. However, Li Zishuan was so young, yet he was able to have such extraordinary skills. This had already shocked him. Thinking back to the scene of Li Zishuan using Zhenqi to lift him up in the air, Li Huairan was now more and more curious about this teacher of his. Second young master, Li Xie has arrived at the Imperial College. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped and the coachman reported respectfully. Huairan, you go to the Imperial College first. Sir Shu will arrange for you to enter the college. You should know many people in the School of Mathematics, so I won't bring you in. Li Zishuan opened his eyes and said, Yes, sir. I used to play with Prince Wei, Huayu, and Chou Niu. Sir, you can go about your business. Li Huairan saluted, then jumped off the carriage and walked toward the Imperial College. Send me to Yongle Lane, Li Zishuan said softly. He was almost sober, so he could only ask the Junwang Fu's carriage to send him back. All right. Chapter 333. Xian you drank. Back home, Li Zishuan wanted to rest in the west courtyard, but he bumped into his mother in the front yard. Although there wasn't much alcohol left in his body, the portion of alcohol that was forced out of his body had stained his clothes. Mrs. Li smelled a strong smell of alcohol from far away and couldn't help but be shocked. Ever since Li Zishuan returned from Mount Longhu, Li Jingmo and Mrs. Li knew that their son didn't touch alcohol. At most, he would drink soft drinks that wouldn't get him drunk. How could they not be shocked when they saw their son in a drunken state? Mother, I'm fine. A servant accidentally spilled the wine on me just now in the prince's mansion. I'm not drunk. Li Zishuan explained with a smile. Mrs. Li saw that her son's words were clear and his thoughts weren't in a mess. She sighed in relief and smiled. Haha, that's good. Xian go do your thing. Your father and I have to arrange for people to buy some things for your wedding in the afternoon. In a few days, our Xian will be married. Okay, I'll go then. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He estimated that he would be married in about a week. In his previous life, he had studied hard for more than 10 years and was about to start working. He hadn't even gotten married yet, but because of a banquet, he had inexplicably transmigrated to this era. And now, he was about to get married. Li Zishuan's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Young master, madam, someone from the palace is here. San Bao hurried over and reported with a bow. Tilda, quickly invite the angel in, Mrs. Li exclaimed. Xian go entertain the angel first. I'll call your father. Mother, there's no need. His Majesty should have sent someone to call me. I'll go alone. You and father can go do your things. Li Zishuan knew what was going on. He shook his head and said. Then, Xian His Majesty won't cause trouble for you, right? Mother, he won't. I'll be fine. Go quickly. I'll have to go to the palace later. Li Zishuan smiled and replied. Then I'll go first. Lord Ju, His Majesty has decreed for you to enter the palace immediately for an audience. Not long after, a servant carrying a horsetail whisk walked in and said to Li Zishuan, Sir, you've been waiting for a long time. Yes, little eunuch. Please wait for a moment. I'll go with you. Li Zishuan was not surprised. After he argued with Kong Ingda in the morning, he thought that Li would ask him questions. Now it seemed that it was true. He had the eunuch wait in the main hall for a while he went to the west courtyard to change his clothes. Then, the two of them went to the imperial palace. Your Majesty, Li Xiaonan is here. Sweet Dew Palace. Li was reading a book. Hearing this, he spat out a word expressionlessly, announce. Summon Li Xiaonan for an audience tilde. Greetings, Your Majesty. When Li Zishuan heard the eunuch calling for him, he walked in with small steps and bowed to Li. This was not the first time he came to Sweet Dew Palace. As the saying goes, unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. Silence. The palace fell into silence. Li did not say anything. Li Zishuan did not have anything to say. Li Zishuan knew that old Li was angry with him today. He was probably putting pressure on him on purpose. However, Li Zishuan didn't feel guilty. Although he had gone a little overboard with the newspaper incident, he had still skirted the boundaries and didn't cross the red line. As for secretly hiring a child to poop in front of Kui Shanyu and the others, he had done it very discreetly and definitely wouldn't leave any evidence behind. Therefore, Li had no reason to do anything to him because of this. At most, he would just quit the Imperial College. Anyway, when he stayed in the Imperial College, other than teaching students, he had never thought of fighting for power. In this life, it was fine as long as he was happy. After being reborn and having been an official for so long, Li Zishuan was very clear in his heart. Cough. Do you know why I called you here today? Li saw that Li Zishuan was not scared by him even though he had purposely suppressed his aura. He could not help but feel angry. He secretly thought that this brat was no longer as timid as when he first entered the bureaucracy. Now, he had become a wily old fox. The two of them could not keep silent like this. As the emperor, Li still had a lot of things to do. Therefore, he took the initiative to speak. Your Majesty's wisdom is as vast as the sea. This humble subject does not dare to speculate. Li Zishuan gave a jack-of-all-trades flattery. Right now, he really looked like a veteran in the officialdom. It was hard to imagine that 2 months ago, this guy was just a newbie who had just entered the officialdom and was afraid of the slightest thing. Bastard. I told you to speak, so speak. Li put down the book in his hand and said angrily, this humble subject thinks that your Majesty must have seen today's newspaper, so, Li Zishuan was surprised. Looks like you know it yourself. Tell me, what do you want to do with the headlines in today's newspaper? Li snorted coldly and said, Your Majesty, this humble subject knows that your Majesty must be angry with today's headlines and think that this humble subject is deliberately smearing Dr. Kui and the others. However, your Majesty does not know that the so-called news is what we have heard recently. The original purpose of that daily was to seek truth from facts. We can't cover up for the person who reported it just because he or she is in a high position. No matter who it is, we will treat them equally. Li Zishuan said the words that he had already prepared in his heart. According to what you said, you still think that your that daily is the imperial censor of the people? This was the first time Li had heard such a novel idea, but he could not help but sneer. Your Majesty, this humble subject has the same intention. Our Tang Empire has tens of millions of territories, and there are at least tens of thousands of officials in all the provinces and prefectures. It is fine around Chang'an, but it is inevitable that some officials in remote areas will lose supervision. This humble subject believes that once power is lost, it will inevitably lead to corruption. At that time, this humble subject established that daily with the intention of developing it in the future. At that time, the reporters of our that daily will be in every corner of the Tang Empire, and the corrupt officials will have nowhere to hide. This is also a disguised way of rectifying the governance of the officials for the imperial court. Li Zishuan saw that he had succeeded in diverting the topic, so he quickly continued to persuade him. Li frowned and fell into deep thought. In the early days of the Tang Empire, it did spend a lot of effort to rectify the governance of the officials. Therefore, the governance of the officials in the Tang Empire was still considered clean, and there were no major cases of corruption. However, Li was a very far-sighted monarch. He knew that the reason why the previous dynasties fell was mostly because the governance of the officials in the country was too corrupt at the end of the dynasty. And Li Zishuan's words seemed to give him a new idea to solve the problem of official corruption, which made him seriously consider the feasibility of this method. Chapter 334. Once power is lost, it will inevitably lead to corruption. In the Sweet Dew Palace. Li muttered to himself twice and suddenly sneered. You make it sound nice. Your newspaper can supervise my officials, but who will supervise your newspaper? If no one supervises it, I believe that it won't be long before your that daily becomes a tool for the courtiers to fight for power. Li had somewhat forgotten his original intention of calling Li Zishuan over today. He was very interested in Li Zishuan's talk about the supervision of power. This was related to the long-term prosperity of the empire. Therefore, at this time, how could Li have the time to care about the small matters of Kui Shanyu and the others? Li Zishuan had long been mentally prepared for Li Er's doubts. Before he came, he had already thought of letting Li Er's people enter the management of that Ang daily. After all, in this era of imperial power, if you let the emperor feel that you could threaten his rule, then your life would be over. Sigh, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not being reborn as the emperor and not being able to do whatever you want. Your Majesty. Regarding this humble subject has some preliminary ideas. Do you think it's feasible? Oh quickly say it. Li Er's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. After realizing the powerful role of the newspaper, Li Er had indeed thought of using that Ang daily for his own use. However, that Ang daily was founded by Li Zishuan. It would be too unpleasant for him, the emperor, to steal the things of his subjects. Therefore, he wanted to hear what Li Zishuan had to say. Your Majesty is right. If there is no supervision, it won't be long before that Ang daily becomes corrupt and even become a tool for the courtiers to fight for power. Therefore, this humble subject wants to ask Your Majesty to send an absolutely impartial third party to supervise the editorial department of that Ang daily. This supervision department can review the daily content of the newspaper, but they can only review it and cannot interfere with the daily operations of that Ang daily. This way, they and the original management staff of that Ang daily can play a role in restraining each other. In fact, this is somewhat similar to the position of military supervisor in the army. What do you think, Your Majesty? In ancient times, the military supervisors were all temporary. They represented the imperial court to assist in military affairs and supervise the generals. Since the time of Emperor Wu of Han, there had been an army supervisor. The Eastern Han, Wei, and Jin dynasties all had one. The province was known as the supervisor of the army, also known as the supervisor of military affairs. There were also military counselors, military commanders, and military supervisors. After Li Er heard this, he pondered for a while. Then, his eyes immediately shone brightly. He said excitedly, That's a good idea. It was very feasible. But speaking of which, why are you so generous today? He actually gave away his own that Ang daily. After his excitement, Li Zishuan immediately regained his composure. He looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously. Li Zishuan said angrily in his heart, do you think I want to? Isn't it because you're the one sitting on the dragon throne? If I were the emperor, would I give a damn about you? However, Li Er's gaze made him feel awkward. What did old Li mean? You're making me look like a miser in the past. Your Majesty, this. Your humble subject's purpose in establishing that Ang daily was so that one day, that Ang daily could play the role of a third party. It was so that the people of Tang could live a good life. From the beginning, I never thought of taking that Ang daily as my own. That Ang daily should be the newspaper of all the people of Tang. Besides, I only invited Your Majesty to send people to supervise the content of that Ang daily. Your Majesty's people and the editorial staff of that Ang daily are only in a mutually restrictive relationship. They are not subordinate to each other. Speaking up to this point, Li Zishuan's expression suddenly turned solemn. He looked straight at Li Er and said word by word, Your humble subject dares to say something disrespectful. The future of that Ang daily only belongs to the people of Tang. Even if Your Majesty sends people to supervise it, the nature of that Ang daily will never change. If one day, that Ang daily becomes a tool for the imperial court to fool the people, I will destroy it with my own hand. A ruler is a boat, a person is water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. I believe that with Your Majesty's great foresight and wisdom, you will definitely be able to understand my intentions. Li Zishuan's unbridled gaze and provocative words were extremely disrespectful no matter how one looked at it. If it was another emperor, there was a 99% chance that he would be catcher. Of course, if it was another emperor, Li Zishuan would definitely not say this. He still cherished his little life very much. The reason why he dared to say this to Li Er was because of the influence of history books. In history books, Li Er was definitely one of the best emperors who could accept the advice of his subjects. Old Li had been scolded so badly by Wei Zheng, but Li Er did not kill Wei Zheng. Li Er would occasionally scold Wei Zheng, and it would be fine. Li Er's brows were tightly knitted, and his sharp gaze shot towards Li Zishuan's face. Of course, he was angry in his heart. Any superior who heard their subordinate speak to them in such a manner would definitely be angry. However, Li Er, who had been tempered by Wei Zheng, was still able to control his emotions very well. When he heard Li Zishuan's last sentence, Li Er's face suddenly froze. He carefully savored these words in his heart several times, and could not help but mutter, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it." Good. You have guts. Li Er slapped the table and stood up. His expression constantly changed from anger to excitement, and then from excitement to inexplicable complexity. He stood with his hands behind his back, and looked at Li Zishuan. "I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. You are usually so calculative, greedy for life, and timid, but now you can actually speak such great principles for the country, for the people, and for the common people. Not bad, not bad." Zhen's heart is comforted. The illusion of water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize. It was first seen in the Warring States period's Wang Ji Pian, written by the philosopher Zunzi. Commoners are in charge, and then the noblemen are in charge. There is a saying, "The monarch is the boat, the commoners are the water can carry the boat, and the water can capsize it." In the third year of Zhengguan, Wei Zheng also quoted a similar point in Zhengguan. Important political figures. Your subject also heard an ancient saying, "The monarch is the boat, the people," to avoid the taboo of the Tang dynasty's Li Shimin, people are the water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Therefore, at this time, Li Zishuan's words made Li Er look at him in a new light. Li Er's words sounded like he was praising him, but Li Zishuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. When did this young master become calculative, greedy for life, afraid of death, and overcautious? Cough cough, Your Majesty, in fact, I have always been so noble and upright. You have misunderstood me. Li Zishuan vomited blood and said. Chapter 335. Happy birthday to Leader Ghost Rider. Inside the Hall of Nectar, Li Er looked at the lazy and shameless kid in front of him. His expression was a bit absent-minded. He thought to himself, this kid is living more happily every day than I, the Emperor. Daring, careful, optimistic, and knowing when to advance and retreat. He is a good seedling. Scram. I still don't know what kind of character you have. Li Er scolded with a smile and sat back on the throne. He leaned against the back of the chair and stared at Li Zishuan. He asked, then, who do you think can take on the responsibility of supervising that Tang daily? This question was not easy to answer. Earlier, Li Zishuan had said that the supervision department sent by the court was to form a mutually restrictive relationship with that Tang daily's management staff. If he told Li Er who should come over at this time, wouldn't he be suspected of embezzlement? I think that Your Majesty should send someone with good character, fair and upright, and who can accept new things and new ideas like newspapers to supervise. The purpose of supervision is definitely not to make trouble for people out of thin air, and it is definitely not to hinder the development of that Tang daily. So, the person in charge of supervision must first agree with the newspaper as a new form of carrying culture. Otherwise, that Tang daily will definitely die in endless internal strife. As for who is more suitable to be in charge of this matter, Your Majesty must already have a candidate in mind. I do not dare to speak rashly. Li Zishuan pushed the question back. He was not stupid enough to jump into the hole that Li Er had dug for him. You stinking brat, you are getting more and more slippery. Li Er couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Then, he thought seriously and said, you were right. The purpose of supervision is not to hinder the development of that Tang daily. I never planned on letting that Tang daily perish. How about this? Let Chengqian take on the responsibility of supervision. What do you think? What could it be? It was too damn good. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was delighted. To be able to get this result was already beyond his expectations. With his relationship with Li Chengqian, letting him be the army supervisor of that Tang daily, TSK, wouldn't that be, cough, this is a matter of great importance. Your Majesty can make the final decision. I have no objections. Li Zishuan said shamelessly. Even though he was a prostitute, he still wanted to pretend to be innocent. The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched. Damn it, You've already made so many requests just now, and now you still have the face to say that it's all up to me, with no objections. Can you be a little more shameless? Then it's settled. Li Er made the final decision and slapped the table. He had made this decision after careful consideration. On the one hand, Li Zishuan had taken the initiative to ask the imperial court to send someone to monitor that Tang daily. This greatly exceeded Li Er's expectations. Although he had no intention of interfering with the internal affairs of that Tang daily, since Li Zishuan had brought it up, Li Er would definitely not reject this opportunity. The newspaper's powerful ability to control public opinion moved him very much. With the newspaper, Li Er felt that he would have a greater chance of success in weakening the aristocratic families. As the saying goes, return a favor for a peach. Since Li Zishuan was so tactful, Li Er naturally had to make things easier for him. On the other hand, what Li Zishuan had said just now was very reasonable. If he sent a conservative and corrupt scholar to monitor that Tang daily, then that Tang daily would probably be finished in no time. Li Er definitely did not want to see this result. Li Chengqian and Li Zishuan had a good personal relationship, and they were relatively open-minded. They would not affect the daily operations of that Tang daily. Moreover, Li Chengqian was the empire's crown prince, so Li Er did not have to worry about his position. This could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Your Majesty is wise. Li Zishuan flattered with satisfaction. That Tang daily was founded by him. In the end, he could not bear to see that Tang daily being destroyed because of Li Er's incompetence. Li Chengqian's participation would minimize the impact on that Tang daily. You brat. Li Er pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded meaningfully with a smile. You brat, have you become timid again? Where did your courage go? Li Zishuan secretly curled his lips and thought, I can't beat you now, so of course I have to admit defeat. Only those who have strength can act pretentiously. If I still act pretentiously without strength, then I'll be a fool. Wait until I'm fully developed in the future, then I'll come back and act pretentiously in front of you. Pa. Li Er slapped the dragon table and said in a bad mood, Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. I'm not Han Gaozu. I'm not afraid of my officials' achievements overshadowing my lord. In terms of contributions, who in the Tang Empire has more contributions than me? Li Er was a little talkative today. Perhaps he really treated Li Zishuan as a junior. His expression was a little complicated as he reminisced. When I was 19, I followed my father to rebel against the Sui dynasty from Jinyang. I commanded the 3 right armies and directly attacked Chang'an. After that, I led an army of 100,000 to attack the eastern capital Luoyang and defeated the Sui general Duan Da. The next year, I defeated Xueju, defeated Song Jinggang, Liu Wuzhou, destroyed Wang Shichong of Henan and Dou Jianda of Hebei. I heavily injured Liu Haita and Xu Yuanlang of Shandong. Within a year, I destroyed the rest of the powers in the Tang Empire. In terms of military contributions, who can compare to me? After I ascended the throne, the medicine master and the others have been living in seclusion and have even withdrawn from the court. I know that they are worried that I'll be like Han Gaozu and turn against them once the world is settled. They are worried that they will be like Han Xin, Peng Yu, and Ying Biyu, and end up being killed because of their contributions. Haha. Laughable. Extremely laughable. You all look down on me too much. The entire world is mine. Why would I care about your little contributions? Right now, I have only conquered the land of Tang, but my goal is to conquer all the countries of Ju and Ju. For Chengqian, for my descendants, I will establish a foundation for eternity. At a time like this, how could I be as short-sighted as the boorish Liu Bang and get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? All of you will follow me to establish a foundation for eternity. I will ensure that your descendants will have eternal peace. As long as I live, I will not kill any of you who have contributed greatly. Li Er's words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This was a promise, a powerful oath. From these words, Li Zishuan could hear the glint of a blade and the shadow of a sword. He could hear the decisiveness to kill. He could hear the wild and unrestrained years of Li Er's early years. He could hear Li Er's great breadth of mind and boldness. At this moment, He could not help but admit that Li Er was truly a wise and magnanimous emperor. Looking at the long river of China's history, Li Er was one of the few emperors who treated his subjects well. No wonder so many valiant generals and ministers were willing to die for Li Er. Old Li's charisma was truly great. At this moment, Li Zishuan really wanted to say, "Boss, you are so generous. Your Majesty is wise. I am sincerely convinced." Li Zishuan sincerely praised. Being born in such an era was perhaps a great misfortune for those restless youths who were unwilling to be left out. This was because if they wanted to jump, they had to rebel. If they wanted to rebel, they had to surpass Li Er, this mountain that was too high to climb. Oh, no, it should be Mount Everest. But being born in such an era, for a youth like Li Zishuan who loved stability, it was a great fortune. The emperor was wise, the ministers were virtuous, and the country was strong. There was no need to worry about the survival of the country or the invasion of other races. There was also no need to worry about angering the emperor over a small matter. He only needed to leisurely do what he wanted to do and at the same time push the wheels of the era forward. Chapter 336. We know that you sometimes like to deliberately hide your abilities, and you still have many skills that you haven't used. Hearing Li Zishuan's sincere praise, Li Er didn't show any joy on his face. He looked at Li Zishuan for a long time, and Li Zishuan thought that there were flowers on his face. Finally, Li Er opened his mouth and continued, "Therefore, we want to tell you today, don't be afraid of the slightest thing, and don't be afraid of making too many contributions and arousing our suspicions. Kid, don't worry and do it boldly. Whatever abilities you have, use them all. As long as you can make contributions, we will dare to reward you. With we here, no one can steal your contributions, and there is no such thing as a high merit shocking the emperor. We can tolerate millions of people in Tang, so why can't we tolerate you? Our goal is to surpass the Qin Emperor and Emperor Wu of Han, and achieve unparalleled hegemony. We hope that our subjects can each do their best, and not all of them only care about their own interests and be afraid of the slightest thing. Kid, do you understand?" Li Er once again showed Li Zishuan his broad-mindedness and ambition. After hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but admire Li Er's foresight. He was indeed a little afraid of the slightest thing, and he deliberately hid his abilities. He was afraid that the fruits of his hard work would be taken away by others, so he didn't seriously promote the road of commercialization of the telegraph machine. Although there were technical difficulties, those were all excuses. In the end, he didn't have the motivation to solve them. Your Majesty is wise. This subject believes that under your Majesty's governance, Tang will become more prosperous and prosperous, far surpassing any previous dynasty. Li Zishuan solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Ha tilde." Li Er shook his head, dissatisfied. He said, "We have said so much, what do you think?" Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't fool around anymore. He suddenly remembered that Li Er had called him over today to criticize him for his malicious revenge against Kui Shanyu and the others. But now, the topic had been infinitely diverted. Li Zishuan couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for Kui Shanyu and the others. "Your humble subject admires your Majesty's great ambition. Many of the things that I have done were not for the Emperor's rewards. For example, the curved plough. At that time, I only did it to help my family. At the beginning, I did not think of using it to benefit the people, much less to obtain rewards through it. However, the Emperor was fair in his rewards and punishments. In a few short months, I went from a commoner to a fifth-level official in the Imperial College. I even received a hereditary title. In just a few months, I have walked the path that many people have walked for their entire lives." This subject thought that the higher the rank of an official and the higher the rank of nobility, the happier this subject would be. But that's not the case. Ever since I was promoted to the Imperial College, I have been working hard every day for the student studies. Even so, I was still jointly impeached by Professor Kui and the others. The 3 crimes that the 8 professors accused me of are still vivid in my mind. The conversation I had with Chancellor Kong this morning also made me feel extremely disappointed. I have followed my master in the mountains for 8 years. Apart from martial arts, I have only learned 30% of my master's knowledge. Even so, it is enough for me to benefit for the rest of my life. When I first joined the Imperial College, I only wanted to spread one of the pieces of knowledge that I had learned from my master, the new type of mathematics. I didn't expect to be impeached so soon after I was promoted to the Imperial College's official position. Therefore, I only want to leave behind a spark of my master's wisdom in the world. I don't want to participate in the fight for fame and profit and intrigue. I don't want the position of the Imperial College's official. Hearing this, Li Zishuan remembered that he had called Li Zishuan over today to fight for justice for Kui Shanyu and the others. He didn't expect that the topic would be so far away. Apart from embarrassment, he was more angry in his heart. Did he say so much to Li Zishuan just now for nothing? Bastard. Just a few impeachments and you want to resign and go home? Look at how useless you are. If Priest Spirit Void was still alive, he would definitely be ashamed of you. How could he accomplish great things if he was timid and cowardly when he had the ability to do so? We have said so much to you just now. Didn't you listen at all? Besides, we haven't reached a conclusion on the 3 crimes that Kui Shanyu impeached you for. What are you so anxious for? Do you think we have wronged you? Li Zishuan slapped the dragon table and berated angrily. Your Majesty misunderstands. The reason why I resigned from the Imperial College's official position is that I want to focus on cultivating a group of engineering talents in the future and pass down all the knowledge that I have learned from my master. Being in a high position will only cause me to be immersed in the vortex of power and intrigue with others, unable to extricate myself. I have wasted my good years for nothing. Li Zishuan calmly cupped his hands and replied. Although his heart had turned cold toward Kong Ingda, he had never given up on spreading modern science to the children of the Great Tang and creating interesting modern products. His dream was to be able to enjoy the convenience that modern technology brought to his life in the Great Tang. It would be best if he could stay at home and chat online or play games. Of course, this was rather far away and could only be dreamed about. What is engineering? Li Zishuan sternly asked. Your Majesty, this child has learned mathematics, physics, chemistry, mechanics, electricity, electromagnetism, and so on from my master. This subject calls all of this knowledge engineering. This lowly subject wishes to leave the Imperial College for another important reason. Other than mathematics, the Imperial College does not have any corresponding subjects. Moreover, in the eyes of some of the great Confucians, these subjects will definitely be classified as miscellaneous studies. This subject will not judge which is superior between miscellaneous studies and Confucianism, and this subject does not wish to instigate a war between the schools. 3 years from now, the outcome will naturally become clear. Thus, this subject wishes to distance himself from this whirlpool and focus on his studies. I wish to carry forward my master's engineering and comfort his soul in heaven, Li Zishuan solemnly replied. Li Zishuan's expression relaxed. He nodded and asked, "What is the use of this engineering you speak of?" Li Zishuan thought for a moment before replying. Your Majesty, engineering is actually the study of engineering. As the saying goes, to do a good job, a worker must first sharpen his tools. Engineering is a whetstone. With it, we will be able to do things more efficiently. Just like the curved plow that this subject built, with it, the farmers can plow the land more quickly and with less effort. This subject believes that in less than 3 years, this subject will be able to train this group of engineering talents and bring about a world-shaking transformation to our Great Tang. At that time, there will be even faster transportation than carriages. We might be able to travel from Chang'an to Luoyang and back in a single day. There will be even faster ways to send messages, and sending messages across 1,000 li will no longer be a dream. There would be even sharper weapons and tougher armors, and so on and so forth. Chapter 337. Faster means of transportation, faster means of communication, sharper weapons, tougher armor. Li was captivated by Li Zishuan's description of the future of engineering. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. A moment later, he regained his senses and asked excitedly, "Telepathy from 1,000 miles away? Are you talking about the telegraph machine that you made previously?" Li, who had experienced hundreds of battles, was most interested in the telegraph machine that Li Zishuan invented. He understood the importance of the telegraph machine in war. In his plan, He had to send troops to the Turkic Khaganate within 3 years. At that time, if there was a telegraph machine that could transmit telepathy from 1,000 miles away, the elusive Turkic Khaganate wolf cavalry would have nowhere to hide in the vast grassland. The war hadn't even started and Tang dynasty had already won half of the battle. Yes, Your Majesty. It is the telegraph machine. Li Zhaoxuan had already made up his mind to nurture a group of talents to improve the telegraph machine into a more advanced telephone machine. At the same time, he would also develop a derivative product, the radio. Of course, before this, he had to lead the talents that he was nurturing to improve Tang dynasty's electronics industry. Yes, that's right. Li Zhaoxuan wanted to bring Tang dynasty into the era of electricity. As for the steam engine, he didn't need it now. He would talk about it when he needed it. Brat, didn't you say that there were still some technical problems that needed to be overcome before the telegraph machine could be used? Leah said unhappily. He felt that he had been tricked by this daring little bastard in front of him. Cough, replying to Your Majesty, this subject did say that. However, this subject also explained that the reason why the telegraph machine couldn't be used was because Tang dynasty didn't have enough talents in this field. The technical foundation in this field is too weak. That's why this subject wants to nurture a group of talents to strengthen Tang dynasty's technical foundation in this field. At that time, this group of talents wouldn't just bring the telegraph machine to Tang dynasty. They would also bring many things that Your Majesty couldn't even imagine. Li Zhaoxuan saw Li Er's expression and knew what old Li was thinking. He quickly explained. Oh tilde. Then how do you plan to nurture these talents? Tell me about it tilde. Upon hearing this, Li Zhaoxuan was moved. He looked at Li Zhaoxuan and asked. Your Majesty, I intend to build an academy and establish a school for the people. I intend to establish my heart for the heavens and earth, establish my life for the people, inherit the supreme arts of the past saints, and establish peace for all ages. This subject wants the seeds of engineering to set the entire Great Tang ablaze. Li Zhaoxuan straightened his back and said heroically, establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost arts for the past saints, establishing peace for all ages tilde. You brat, you really talk big. Li Er was shocked by Li Zhaoxuan's bold words, but after a while, he mocked, the various systems of my Great Tang's Imperial College have already been perfected. Brat, you don't want to stay in the Imperial College and insist on running off to run your own school. Aren't you just making things difficult for yourself? The private academies in the Tang dynasty were not developed. There were very few of them, and they did not have a perfect teaching system. They were not like the famous private academies in the Song dynasty. Your Majesty, this subject wants to build a new type of academy. The perfect system of the Imperial College will only be shackles and fetters to this subject. It will not be of any help. As for what I said about establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost arts for the past saints, and establishing peace for all ages, I am definitely not bragging. 3 years later, this subject's academy will become the best academy in the Great Tang dynasty. This subject's students will become the most outstanding talents in the Great Tang dynasty, Li Zhaoxuan said seriously. Li Er's eyes flashed. He pondered and said, then where do you intend to build the academy? Do you need me to allocate money and manpower? Thinking of all the big treasures Li Zhaoxuan had done in the past, Li Er felt that this time, Li Zhaoxuan might really succeed. He was moved and wanted to help Li Zhaoxuan. Of course, it could also be understood that he wanted a share of the profits. Most importantly, the sooner the academy was built, the sooner the telegraph could be used for military purposes. This was what Li Er cared about the most. Your Majesty, this subject intends to build the academy in my fief, Plum Village. As for the funds for the academy, this subject's family has some assets and should be able to handle it. I will not ask for it from Your Majesty. After all, the National Treasury does not have much money, and the other ministers will not agree to use the National Treasury's money for this subject's school. As for the teachers of the academy, this subject will look for a group of candidates. I hope that Your Majesty can make it convenient for you. Li Zhaoxuan understood what Li Er meant. However, this time, he did not intend to give up power. At most, He would let Li Er be the honorary principal. He was determined to be the principal of this academy. As for why he wanted to build the academy in Plum Village, it was because Plum Village was his fief. The second reason was because Plum Village was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment was very beautiful, like a paradise. The last time he went to Plum Village, the scenery there had left a deep impression on him. Overall, Plum Village was the most suitable place to build the academy. From Kui Shanyo's impeachment incident, Li Zishuan understood a principle. Without strength, there was no right to speak. It was easy to become a sacrifice in a struggle. Although he had a noble title and an official position, once it involved power struggles, others would still bully him. In the end, it was because he did not have strength. Why would others not dare to bully him? Why would they not dare to bully Yuqi Jingde? Li Zishuan did not want to bully others. However, he wanted to become strong, so strong that others would not dare to bully him. However, he was not good at political struggles and was not good at fighting on the battlefield. Therefore, to him, he could only build a top-notch academy and use his knowledge to cultivate a group of talents. By then, his students would hold important positions in various departments of Tang Dynasty. As their principal, who would dare to provoke him? Since the rules of the game in this world did not change, then he would change this world. Li Zishuan thought to himself pretentiously. When do you plan to start the academy? Have you thought of the name of the academy? Li Er was silent. Li Zishuan's questions were indeed very realistic. Tang Dynasty was very poor now. This subject intends to start building the academy in 10 days. By then, it should be in time for the field holiday of the Imperial College. At that time, this subject will resign from my position to Your Majesty. Your Majesty will choose another person to take over the Imperial College. As for the name of the academy, it will be Yanghuang College. The so-called field holiday was also commonly known as the busy farm holiday. At this time, the wheat was about to ripen and the students had to go home to harvest the wheat. Therefore, it was called the field holiday. The field holiday was roughly equivalent to the modern summer vacation. The holiday was about a month long. If the students were far away from home and the travel time was longer, they could apply to the academy for an extension of the holiday. However, this month's holiday was a net holiday and did not include the time spent on the journey. Li Zishuan wanted to make use of this free time to build the academy. When the autumn semester started, he would directly start recruiting students. Yanghuang College. How can a deceased husband not be favored? Both are the descendants of Huang and Yang. Good. When the time comes, I will write a question for the plaque of the academy. However, why do we have to wait until 10 days later? Li Er was indeed an erudite sovereign king. He immediately thought of the origin of Yang Huang. He muttered to himself in a low voice and asked. Chapter 338. I'm getting married in 5 days. I should be busy with the wedding recently, so I pushed the construction of the academy to 10 days later. Li Zishuan scratched his head embarrassedly when he heard Li Er's question. The heavens took pity on him. He had lived 2 lives, but this was his first time marrying a wife. Hey, it's rare for you to be embarrassed. Li Er teased as if he had discovered a new continent. I've heard of your fiancée. She's a famous beauty in the surrounding villages of Chang'an. I didn't expect you to be such a pervert at such a young age. What the f***ck? Li Zishuan opened his mouth wide and looked at Li Er with a dazed expression. This dirty old man actually had the face to call him a pervert. Old Li, you mother f***ker, don't you have a conscience when you talk about this young master like that? Your Majesty, I'm loyal to one person. How can I be a pervert? Li Zishuan's words were filled with thorns as he retorted. Since Li Er said such indecent words, it proved that he was joking with him. It shouldn't be too much for him to joke back, right? Bastard. How dare you make insinuations? What did he mean by loyal to one person? Wasn't Li Zishuan mocking Li Er for being a playboy? How could Li Er not understand the meaning behind it? Cough cough. I'm just speaking the truth. I didn't make any insinuations. Li Zishuan said innocently. Get lost. There's nothing for you to do here. Li waved his hand helplessly. He didn't want to see Li Zuxuan anymore. Your Majesty, I still have one more thing. Li Zuxuan secretly despised old Li's low quality. What get lost? Was this something an emperor would say to his subject? What else? Cough cough. That I've just told your Majesty that I'm getting married in 5 days. If I may be so bold, I would like to invite your Majesty to attend the wedding, Li Zuxuan said boldly and shamelessly. In the entire Great Tang, only Li Zuxuan would dare to invite Li to a banquet at the Ganlu Palace. This guy wanted Li to chip in the money. When Li heard this, he looked at Li Zuxuan in surprise. He was speechless for a long time. It was probably his first time meeting such a silly and shameless official like Li Zuxuan. He had no experience dealing with him at all. I understand. You can leave now. Li waved his hand and chased him away. Li Zuxuan was speechless. What did you mean by that? Since they didn't say that they would go, why didn't they say that they wouldn't go? TSK, all these officials like to speak in such a profound manner. Alright, since you didn't explicitly refuse, I'll take it as you've agreed. Li Zuxuan automatically filled in the blanks. I'll take my leave. Li Zuxuan cupped his hands and excused himself. Wait. Li Zuxuan was just about to walk to the door when he heard Li call out. This guy slammed on the brakes, turned around, and walked back. He looked at old Li bitterly and thought to himself, these officials like to speak in such a profound manner. They also like to speak in such a way that it's like squeezing toothpaste out of their mouths. Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? Li said in a low voice, I want to tell you that your Yanghuang College should hurry up and start preparing. This matter is of great importance, so don't slack off. This time, Kui Shanyu and the others' impeachment against you is purely false. I won't believe them. I also know that you're someone who won't act until you see a rabbit. A while ago, I had you research the telegraph machine, but you didn't have any results. Now that you're suddenly so enthusiastic, isn't it because you have motivation? But don't worry, I won't mistreat you. When you resign from your position at the Imperial College, I'll promote you to be the Crown Prince's steward and give you the title of Golden Purple Guanglu Daifu. How's that? Damn, that's awesome, my brother. This is a 7-level promotion in a row. He was directly promoted from the 5th-rank Imperial College's steward to the 3rd-rank Crown Prince's steward, which was 1 level higher than Kong Ingda's 3rd-rank Imperial College Chancellor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Zuxuan thanked him happily in his heart. Old Li had finally done something good. Go. Li waved his hand without raising his head. After leaving the palace, Li Zuxuan really wanted to sing at the top of his lungs. This time, he chatted with Li for more than 2 hours. It was the longest he had ever stayed in an audience with the emperor. The key point was that he told Li about the big event that he had been brewing for a long time and approved it. In the future, he would be the principal. How could Li Zuxuan not be happy? In the future, he wouldn't have to scheme against Kui Shanyu and those old bastards in the Imperial College anymore. TSK, while it's still early, I should quickly go back and chat with my wife. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. On the other side, in order to investigate the case, Chicken Bro brought 2 little brothers to Kui Shanyu's house for a field inspection. Needless to say, this guy was really good at acting. Seeing him squatting on the ground, he kept gesturing at some poop. But at this moment, he was really cursing in his heart. It was too smelly tilde. If not for Madame Kui watching at the side, he would definitely have quit long ago. Pang Sage, how is it? Have you found out who the culprit is? Seeing Chicken Bro measuring the poop, Madame Kui hurriedly came over to ask. The pile of poop in front of her house had seriously affected her life. Chicken Bro pretended to analyze, cough cough, according to the clues I found, this pile of poop was probably pulled down this morning. There are a total of 40 people who shit, and all of them are children. Madame Kui, these results of the investigation, I will truthfully report it to the higher-ups. Please believe that our Wu-Hu government will definitely help you find the culprit. Cough cough. In fact, any random person would be able to find out what Chicken Bro had said. This guy was deliberately pretending to be garlic. He knew in his heart who was behind this, but he definitely couldn't say it out loud. Therefore, he could only pretend to be very hardworking and loafing. Great, thank you Pang Sage. After my husband recovers from his illness, he will definitely thank Pang Sage. Madam Kui came over and thanked Chicken Bro. Chicken Bro's face did not show any expression, but his heart was curling his lips. Recover from his illness? He was afraid that Kui Shanyu's illness would not be cured. Anyway, he felt that Kui Shanyu was definitely not Li Zishuan's opponent. You're welcome. This is my duty. Then Madam Kui, we'll take our leave first. The other victims of the doctors still need this official to understand the situation. Chicken Bro cupped his hands. He could not stay here any longer. It was too smelly. But Madam Kui did not think so. In her opinion, Chicken Bro was dedicated. After looking at this house, he immediately went to inspect the next one. He was too dedicated. Then Pang Sage has worked hard. Take care. Chicken Bro pretended to but in his heart, he almost burst out laughing. Chapter 339. Father, how much money can our family take out right now? Li Zishuan didn't know that Chicken Bro was wiping his butt behind his back. Oh, no, it should be wiping the buttocks of those kids he hired. After dinner in the evening, he called his parents to the study and planned to tell them about the matters regarding the academy. What's wrong? You don't have enough money? Li Jingmo asked in surprise. Ever since Li Zishuan started his own business, his monthly income had exceeded even that of the head of the family. How could Li Jingmo not be surprised that his son was asking for money? That's right. Xian did you run into some trouble recently? Madam Li asked with concern. Under normal circumstances, the concerns of parents were always different. Haha, mother, I didn't run into any trouble. Don't worry. Li Zishuan smiled and comforted his mother. Then, he looked at his parents and sternly said, Father, I'm in the palace. Father, mother, His Majesty summoned me to the palace today. I will resign from His Majesty. I will no longer serve in the Imperial College. What? Li Jingmo and Mrs. Li's eyes widened upon hearing this, and they exclaimed in unison. Xian did you do something wrong? Is that why His Majesty is having you resign? Li Jingmo asked. His son had been conferred a noble title at the age of 14 and was a minister of the Imperial College. This was something that Li Jingmo and Madam Li were proud of every morning. How could Li Jingmo sit still when he heard that his son had resigned? Father, it's nothing. This child doesn't want to be a minister of the Imperial College anymore. This child wants to. Bastard. Before Li Zishuan could finish his explanation, Li Jingmo roared and interrupted him. You're about to start a family, so why are you still so fickle? Father told you long ago that being a minister of the Imperial College is a matter of great importance. His Majesty is willing to let you take on this responsibility because he values you. How can you be so greedy for fun and not know what's good for you? Hurry and apologize to His Majesty. Just say that you were confused this afternoon. Father. Stop. It's not what you think. Li Zishuan saw that his father was getting more and more ridiculous, so he quickly interrupted him. I am resigning from His Majesty mainly so that I can focus on my studies in the future and bring my master's knowledge to greater height. Father, mother, 2 days ago, Kui Shanyu and the others from the Imperial College impeached me. The two of you must have heard about it, right? I'm still young, but I'm already in a high position in the Imperial College. It's inevitable that some people won't agree with me, and then they'll come and pick on me. Although I'm not afraid of them, I'm not willing to spend all my time scheming against them. It's too much of a waste of time. This Kui Shanyu is truly abominable. He can't compare to my Xian in terms of knowledge, so he's trying to pull you down from your horse using underhanded means. When I return, I'll instruct the servants in the manner that if they meet Kui Shanyu in the future, they're to ruthlessly spit in his face. Mother will reward you with 100 copper coins for every mouthful you spit out. After hearing this, Mrs. Li said somewhat sullenly. Li Zishuan sweated profusely. Sure enough, he was his mother's biological son. His idea was more or less the same, just that he did it more harshly. Both mother and son were rich and willful. Cough cough. Li Jingmo wanted to say something, but hesitated. At such a crucial moment, even if he had a different opinion, he didn't dare to voice it out. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. He could only cough dryly and change the topic. Oh, no, he changed the topic back. Xian since you've already resigned, how are you going to focus on your studies? Father, I intend to invest my own money and build an academy. It'll be dedicated to imparting the knowledge that my master left behind. It'll also be a way to comfort my master's soul in heaven. His Majesty has already agreed. Li Zishuan replied. At the mention of spiritual master Ling Shu, Li Jingmo's expression immediately became solemn. The reason why their family could still be reunited was entirely due to spiritual master Ling Shu's help back then. However, when he thought about how his son had actually jumped out of the Imperial College to set up an academy for himself, Li Jingmo couldn't help but frown. Xian you're really muddle-headed. What future does this academy have? How can it compare to the Imperial College? At this time, academies were not popular. Perhaps there would be private academies in 2s and 3s among the people, but they were only places where a few like-minded poor scholars gathered to discuss the Tao. They were not like some of the later government-run academies, which were specifically used to teach and educate people. The earliest government-run academies in China started in the 6th year of the Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty. Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty opened the Lizheng Academy in the eastern capital of Luoyang. It wasn't until the Song dynasty that academies truly began to flourish. During the northern Song dynasty, there was even a saying that there were 4 great academies: Yingtianfu Academy in Shanqi, Henan; Yuelu Academy in Changsha, Hune; Bailu Cave Academy in Mount Lu, Jiangxi, and Songyang Academy in Dengfeng, Henan. However, in the early years of Zhengguan, how could people have any grand impression of academies? Therefore, when Li Jingmo heard that his son wanted to set up an academy for himself, he frowned. He couldn't be blamed for being old-fashioned. It was really a choice between the Imperial College and a common academy. Any normal person would choose the Imperial College. Li Zishuan's move was like a Tsinghua University professor who wanted to jump ship to a private academy to teach. It was hard for anyone to understand. Yes, Xian how could a common academy be so easy to set up? When the time comes, we probably won't even be able to take in a single student. If you want your mother's opinion, it's fine if you resign from your position at the Imperial College. In the future, you should just stay at home and enjoy your life. Our family is rich and has a noble title. Why bother setting up an academy? Since ancient times, a loving mother would lead to a prodigal son. This saying wasn't for nothing. If Li Zishuan hadn't lived 2 lives, perhaps he really would have become a prodigal son under his mother's doting. Father, mother, you can't say that. Li Zishuan had expected his parents to object, but he hadn't expected them to have such a strong opinion of academies. He explained, the current academies of my great Tang can't compare to the Imperial College, but this doesn't mean that the academy I set up will be inferior to the Imperial College in the future. I decided to set up an academy mainly for 3 reasons. First, I don't want to waste time fighting with those rotten scholars. Second, the subjects set up in the current Imperial College can't allow me to impart all the knowledge that my master taught me. Third, in the eyes of those great scholars, my knowledge is all miscellaneous. If I were to teach them at the Imperial College, I would definitely be met with a storm of impeachment in the future. The 2 of you may think that the common academies of my great Tang are a mess now, but an academy set up by me will definitely be different. Today, in the palace, even His Majesty was very interested in my academy. If I wasn't unwilling, His Majesty would definitely have a hand in it. So, father, mother, do you still think that my academy has no future? In order to convince his parents as soon as possible, Li Zishuan had to use the tiger's skin and pull the banner of Li to appear more convincing. Xian are you serious? Even His Majesty thinks highly of your academy. Madam Li asked in shock. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Bastard. His Majesty wants to get involved, and you dare to disagree. I think you're getting more and more arrogant. Li Zishuan accidentally bragged too much. Li Jingmo was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. Chapter 340. Old master, Xian'er has grown up and has his own ideas. As his elders, we should support him. Mrs. Li was the first to change her attitude. She was now on Li Zishuan's side. In the end, she still loved her son dearly. Since that's the case, Xian'er, have you calculated how much it would cost to build an academy? After much persuasion, Father Li finally accepted Li Zishuan's plan to build an academy. At this moment, Li Jingmo finally remembered that Li Zishuan was about to borrow money when he first entered the room, so he asked, "Father, I estimate that it would cost about 200,000 strings of cash to build the entire academy. However, I won't be able to finish it in the early stages. I plan to invest 100,000 strings of cash to build a place for the students to study, live, read, and play in." On the way back from the palace, Li Zishuan had already roughly estimated the amount of money needed to build the ideal academy in his mind. Therefore, he said, "Let's go." Fat. Fortunately, Li Jingmo was sitting down. Otherwise, he would have knelt down when he heard this number. How much? 200,000 strings of cash. Xian'er, are you building an academy or a palace? Li Jingmo jumped in fright, his voice rising an octave as he exclaimed. In his opinion, the academies outside were just a courtyard and a few rooms. At most, it would cost a few hundred strings of cash to build one. How could it cost 200,000 strings of cash? In this era where prices were extremely low, even the emperor wouldn't need 200,000 strings of cash to build a palace. What he didn't know was that Li Zishuan planned to build an academy on the scale of a modern university. If that was the case, 200,000 strings of cash wouldn't be much. Perhaps some people would think that 200,000 strings of cash wouldn't be enough to build an academy on such a large scale. After all, the cost of a modern university was in the tens of billions. However, one had to consider the price of goods at the beginning of the Tang dynasty. According to the price of goods, one string of cash at this time was equivalent to 4,000 to 5,000 yuan in the modern era. 200,000 strings of cash was equivalent to more than 80 billion yuan. Father, I'm not going to build an academy on a small scale. I plan to build an academy on par with the Imperial College. In the future, this academy will nurture hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of outstanding talents for the Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan explained softly. When Li Jingmo heard this grand plan, he was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. This big academy? Li Zishuan chuckled and continued. Father, although I've already been conferred a title, our family is still nothing compared to those real rich and powerful families. I don't have much ambition, and I've never thought of bullying anyone I want. I just want to become stronger so that others won't dare to bully our family. And if this academy is completed, it will complement your child's new philosophy and the knowledge that Master has imparted to your child. In the future, this academy will become our clan's most solid backing and foundation. Our Li clan will have a place in Chang'an, perhaps even in the entire Great Tang. All of Chang'an, even the Great Tang, will have a place for our Li clan. Li Zishuan's last sentence caused Li Jingmo's breathing to quicken as it echoed in his mind. A moment later, Li Jingmo stood up and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder as he sighed with emotion. Xian'er, you've really grown up. You don't need your father and mother to worry about you anymore. Father can now rest assured and leave the family to you. Father will retire at home in the future. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Father, you're still in the prime of your life. How can you say such things? Besides, didn't we agree that you'll hand over the family business to me in 2 years? Li Jingmo waved his hand, not buying it. Father has made up my mind. Xian'er, you don't need to persuade me anymore. In terms of foresight, courage, and management ability, Father can't compare to you now. Only you can bring our family to a higher position. Father will just stay at home and help you settle the account. Then, he looked at Madame Li and said, I'll have more time to accompany you in the future. Father Tilda. Xian'er, don't try to persuade me anymore. Mother and your father both believe in you. We believe that you'll break out of this world in the future. Madame Li smiled lovingly. That's good. Your son has grown up. It's time for me to take on this responsibility. In the future, father and mother should rest more. Eat well, drink well, and play well. Your son doesn't ask for anything else. I just want you to be happy every day and live a long life. Our family will become the happiest in the Tang dynasty in the future. Li Zishuan suddenly glanced at the few strands of white hair on his father's temples. His heart was touched. Perhaps he should have stood up long ago. Good, good, good. Mother and your father are still waiting to hold a grandson. You and Yushi have to hurry. When Mrs. Li heard this, she said with a smile. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. Mother, we haven't even gotten married yet. He. Soon. Madame Li couldn't restrain the smile on her face when she thought of her son getting married in a few days. Xian. Our family spent a large sum of money to buy chicken seedlings for the farmers. Later on, Xian, you set up the winery, the Strange Taste Pavilion, and the Strange Taste Culture. These are all very profitable. Now, the family can take out about 120,000 strings of cash. It's enough for you. Li Jingmo's face was flushed red, as if he had become a few years younger. He briefly explained the family's current financial situation to Li Zishuan. Thank you, father. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was enough money for the first phase. Otherwise, he would have to think of other ways to raise money. That's right. After talking for so long, I still don't know the name of the college you're going to build. Madame Li interrupted. Mother, the name of the college will be Yanghuang College. His Majesty has already agreed to personally inscribe a plaque for me. Really? His Majesty will personally inscribe a plaque? That's great. Xian, when the time comes, you have to send someone to guard the plaque. Don't let anyone steal it. Madame Li was pleasantly surprised. Li Zishuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mother, you're thinking too much. Who would dare to steal a plaque inscribed by His Majesty himself? You still have to take care of it. Oh, that's right. Why is the college called Yanghuang College? What does Yanghuang mean? Madame Li was puzzled. Descendants of Yanghuang first came from the Kuyu, Juyu Xia. The emperor was blessed by the heavens. He was bestowed with the surname Sai and the name Yuxia. Zwa. His surname was lost, and he died without power. He had no descendants and was buried in the name of Li. How could a deceased husband not be favored? They were all descendants of Huang and Yang. However, terms such as descendants of Yang Huang and descendants of the Yellow Emperor were rarely used in ancient times. The reason probably had to do with the fact that the ancient China people had a weaker sense of nationality. They revered the two emperors of Yang and Huang more because of their culture than their bloodline. The term descendants of Yang Huang had a smaller scope of reference. Ancient China was a dynastic country, not a nation-state in the modern sense. At the end of the Qing dynasty, the concept of descendants of Yang Huang spread more widely along with the construction of China's nationalism. The early revolutionaries who rebelled against the Manchus at the end of the Qing dynasty used the slogan descendants of Yang Huang, descendants of the Yellow Emperor, to gain the support of the Han people. The radical revolutionaries believed that descendants of Yang Huang, only Han people. The moderate reformists believed that all of China are descendants of the Yellow Emperor. Therefore, it was understandable that Madame Li didn't know about the concept of descendants of Yang Huang. Chapter 341. Without a master, the descendants will be annihilated. How can a dead husband not be loved? Both are descendants of Huang and Yang. Xian used these two words as the name of the academy. Are you trying to say that we are all descendants of Yang and Huang? Li Jingmo thought for a moment and figured out where the descendants of Yang and Huang came from. Although he was just a merchant, ever since he had some success in business and settled down, he began to read up on history and classics in his free time. Thus, he was more knowledgeable than Li Zishuan when it came to the 4 books and 5 classics. Li Zishuan was still in a state of confusion when he heard his mother's question. When he gave the name of the academy, he thought that everyone would know that it was descendants of Yang and Huang. However, looking at his mother's state, it was clearly not like that. When he heard his father mention a literary phrase, Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief. He was really lucky. Fortunately, he didn't know which book recorded something similar. Otherwise, wouldn't he have to work hard to cover up his lie? Yes, that's what it means. Father, You are really knowledgeable. The Yang and Huang emperors are the ancestors of the Han people. I think that people of the Central Plains can all be called descendants of Yang and Huang. In the future, the enrollment requirements for my academy are that no matter rich or poor, as long as you are a descendant of Yang and Huang, you can enroll. Once you enroll, you must remember that you are a descendant of Yang and Huang and never forget your root. Li Zishuan obviously didn't read the Mandarin, but since his father took the initiative to explain it for him, there was no reason for him not to agree. Hehe, then let's leave it at that for now. Xian'er, your mother and I will go back to rest first. Li Jingmo was very pleased to be praised for being knowledgeable by his son, who seemed to be very high up in the Imperial College. He laughed and pulled his wife's hand, preparing to go back to sleep. Oh right, father, don't go yet. I forgot to tell you and my mother something. Li Zishuan hurriedly stretched out his hand and said. What is it? Li Jingmo asked casually. He had just passed on the responsibility of being the head of the family to his son and was now without an official position. He was even more relaxed than Li Zishuan. Today, His Majesty also told me that when I resign in 10 days, His Majesty will promote me to be the Crown Prince again and confer me the title of Jinziguang Lu Daifu. Li Zishuan said. What? Crown Prince Zhonshe? Dr. Jinzi Guanglu? Li Jingmo was no longer calm. He originally thought that after Li Zishuan resigned from the Imperial College, he would only have the title of Baron in name. He never expected that there would be the even higher ranking titles of Crown Prince Zhonshe and Jinziguang Lu Daifu. He and his wife were just lamenting over Li Zishuan's resignation. Xian'er, is what you said true? Mrs. Li looked at Li Zishuan excitedly and asked. Li Zishuan nodded. Of course it's true. Mother, His Majesty is the Emperor of the 9 and 5. Of course, his words carry enormous weight. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made us worry about your future for nothing. Li Jingmo couldn't bring himself to be happy. He said angrily. Father, I forgot just now. Forgot. Li Jingmo was almost angered to death. He pointed at Li Zishuan and was about to scold him again when Mrs. Li hurriedly stopped him. All right, old master, Xian'er is going to be promoted. What are you still dissatisfied with? Let's go, it's getting late. It's time to rest. Li Jingmo snorted and flicked his sleeves. He then turned around and followed his wife to rest. Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said it. The next day, Li Zishuan arrived at the Imperial College's School of Mathematics early in the morning. Counting the days, he had less than 5 days left at the School of Mathematics. Although he told Li yesterday that he would resign in 10 days, he still had to get married in the meantime. It would probably take a lot of time. After teaching here for more than a month, Li Zishuan was really reluctant to leave. There were 45 students in the School of Mathematics. Li Huiran came yesterday. Li Zishuan remembered the names of the 45 students in the School of Mathematics. He even remembered their exam results in his heart. To be honest, he had poured too much effort into this batch of students. This time, when he was running his own school, he really wanted to bring this batch of students over. Of course, that was definitely impossible. Compared to the Imperial College, his school wasn't that attractive. After all, the Imperial College was the highest school run by the Tang Empire's government. Therefore, Li Zishuan knew very well that if half of these students were willing to go with him, he would be very satisfied. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan felt a little sad. Perhaps this was the sad parting of sentiments since ancient times. Master, what's wrong? Iron Egg asked curiously. It was rare to see his master looking a little sad. He stood behind Li Zishuan and asked curiously. Haha, nothing. Iron Egg, you've been studying in the School of Mathematics for so long. What do you think of it? Li Zishuan asked lightly. Oh, it's pretty good. The schoolmates here are all very friendly, and many of them are very strong. Iron Egg thought for a while and answered. Li Zishuan nodded. Iron Egg was right. The most important feature of the School of Mathematics now was that there were many expert It could be said that the students in the School of Mathematics could basically dominate a region in the field of mathematics. Haha, Iron Egg, you should cherish your time in the School of Mathematics these days. Li Zhaoxuan patted Iron Egg's shoulder and then turned to enter the classroom. He saw that there were already a few students not far away who were walking towards them. As his personal disciple, Iron Egg would of course follow him to Yanghuang College in the future. That was why he said that. Why? Master? Iron Egg was dumbfounded. He hurriedly chased after Li Zhaoxuan and asked, Hey, Chumo, I brought 2 persimmons today. This is the Qingju lotus persimmon. It's very sweet. Do you want one? During the break in the morning, Wang Meng ran to Cheng Chumo's seat with 2 big yellow persimmons in his hands and said with a sneaky smile. This guy's voice was relatively loud. The rest of the students in the classroom immediately looked over. When Cheng Chumo heard this, he immediately thought of the prank that Wang Meng played on him in the classroom yesterday. His face turned red, white, purple, and black. He endured it and finally couldn't take it anymore. He said furiously, Damn. Come on, my ass. Wang Meng, King deserve a beating. Before he finished speaking, Cheng Chumo's big fist greeted Wang Meng's body. Oh, damn. Cheng Chumo, how can you be so ungrateful? I kindly gave you persimmons to eat. It's fine if you don't want to eat them, but why are you hitting me? Cheng Chumo's fist was dodged by Wang Meng. However, Wang Meng deliberately pretended to be in pain and cried out in grievance. This guy was really a drama queen when it came to acting. Eat your mother's persimmons. From now on, you're not allowed to mention persimmons in front of me. Cheng Chumo was even more furious. This guy was now traumatized by persimmons. Haha. This bunch of clowns. Li Zhaoxuan, who was sitting in the RV outside the classroom, curled his lips and shook his head when he heard the commotion in the classroom. Chapter 342. Is Li Xie inside? Just as Li Zhaoxuan was lamenting about the idiots in the Institute of Mathematics, an aged voice came from outside the carriage. If one listened carefully, they could tell that it was Kong Ingda. Chancellor? Is something the matter? Li Zhaoxuan pulled open the curtains and jumped down from the carriage. He stood in front of Kong Ingda and asked indifferently. Not sure if it was an illusion, Li Zhaoxuan felt that there were more wrinkles at the corner of Kong Ingda's eyes. Li Xie, can I have a word with you? Have a word with you? Li Zhaoxuan felt that this sentence was very familiar. In his previous life, there would often be rows and rows of fellow Daoist. Can I have a word with you? Email 110***9@qq.com. Divine replies. Cough. I didn't expect Kong Ingda to be an old hand and need a word with me. This, Chancellor, class is going to start soon. I'm afraid it's not very convenient. Even an old hand can't affect my class. Even though Li Zhaoxuan had some opinions about Kong Ingda, he wasn't purposely evading this time. He was about to jump out of the directorate and establish his own school, thus he cherished the last chance to teach the students. It won't take long, I'll leave after I'm done. Kong Ingda frowned. According to his understanding of this fellow in front of him, he didn't believe that Li Zhaoxuan would love to teach. Sigh, I reckon this fellow still hates me in his heart. Kong Ingda thought. All right then. Chancellor, go take a seat. Li Zhaoxuan saw that he couldn't evade and could only agree. He turned his head and instructed San Bao, go to the classroom and let the students study by themselves after class. I'll be right there. Yes, young master. San Bao responded and ran off. Kong Ingda looked at Li Zhaoxuan in astonishment, not understanding why this fellow was suddenly so dedicated. Li Xie, Chancellor, you better not call me Xie, just call me Little Xian. I have already submitted my resignation to His Majesty yesterday. 10 days from now, I will no longer be an official of the directorate. Inside the carriage, Kong Ingda and Li Zhaoxuan sat opposite each other. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zhaoxuan interrupted him. Kong Ingda was shocked. What? You resigned from the directorate? Li Zhaoxuan poured a cup of warm tea for old Kong and nodded. Yes, that's right. You. Kong Ingdar's expression suddenly became very complicated. There was regret, anger, and a trace of regret. After a long while, Kong Ingdar finally opened his mouth. Are you quitting in a fit of pique? What I said yesterday may be unfair, but it's not as if there's no room for negotiation. Why are you acting like this? I'm already so old, and I was planning to recommend you to His Majesty for the position of Chancellor in a few years. I didn't expect you to. In truth, the conversation yesterday had nothing to do with right or wrong. It was just a matter of different standpoints. As the Chancellor, Kong Ingdar naturally had to consider the reputation of the Directorate first, followed by personal honor and disgrace. Although Li Zexuan understood, he could not accept it. Just as he had said before, he did not need to wrong himself for other people's reasons. Many thanks for Chancellor's favor, but those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. In the eyes of many people, what this child has learned does not belong to the orthodox Confucian school. If he continues to stay in the Directorate, he will definitely be accused of privately imparting miscellaneous knowledge. Perhaps only by leaving the Directorate can this child's knowledge be put to greater use. Li Zexuan looked at this old man who had devoted his entire life to the education of the great Tang and solemnly spoke. Kong Ingdar deeply frowned at these words and unhappily said, although mathematics does not belong to the Confucian school, ever since Liu Hui and Zhu Chongji of the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties created the circular cutting art and obtained the ratio of pi, mathematics has become a system of its own. It has played an extremely important role in the lives of the common people. In the previous dynasty, the Imperial College was even taught a subject of mathematics. Thus, how can mathematics be considered a miscellaneous subject? Li Zexuan pursed his lips and smiled. Chancellor, you're right to think this way, but in the eyes of many people, all other learning besides Confucianism is a miscellaneous subject. Kong Ingdar froze in his seat, momentarily speechless. He knew that Li Zexuan was speaking the truth. Confucianism had dominated for nearly 1,000 years, and many disciples of the Confucian school boasted that they were a cut above the rest. Kong Ingdar more or less understood this. Unlike other great Confucians, Kong Ingdar had always been very tolerant of different schools of thought. Throughout Kong Ingdar's life, he had always strived to eliminate sectarian views within the Confucian school, to abandon the regional prejudice between northern and southern schools, to accommodate the 100 schools, and to fuse the north and south. But when faced with the bad habits of the Confucian school, Kong Ingdar could only express his helplessness. You say that you want to jump out of the Imperial College, but have you thought about where you want to go? What plans does His Majesty have for you? Kong Ingdar asked. His Majesty has already permitted this child to establish his own academy to teach the miscellaneous subjects that some people believe to be a part of. After some thought, Li Zexuan spoke the truth. Establishing your own academy? Kong Ingdar called out in alarm. He was not like Li Zexuan yesterday, who had immediately dismissed the academy's prospects. After working together with Li Zexuan for so long, he had a very clear understanding of Li Zexuan's teaching abilities. In the near future, Li Zexuan's academy really might succeed. Are you planning to establish your own academy to compete with the Imperial College? Kong Ingdar thought of the meaning behind Li Zexuan establishing his own academy. Chancellor, you really think highly of this child. This child only established this academy to spread the knowledge of my master. I have never thought of competing with anyone. Li Zexuan laughed. Although he did have such a plan in his heart, there was still no sign of his academy. There was no need to start bragging at this moment. Kong Ingdar looked at Li Zexuan suspiciously. In his heart, he really did not believe Li Zexuan's nonsense just now. Chancellor, if there is nothing else, this child will go and teach the students tilde. Li Zexuan looked out of the window at the School of Mathematics and Mathematics outside and said to Kong Ingdar, "Then you go. This old man hopes that no matter where you are, you must stick to your heart. Whether it is miscellaneous subjects or Confucian studies, as long as you think it is useful to the students, you can teach it well. This old man looks forward to the day when your academy will shine." Kong Ingdar stood up and said with emotion, "Thank you for your kind words. This child will not forget his heart and carry forward the knowledge of my master to greater heights." Li Zishuan clasped his hands at Kong Ingda and turned to walk toward the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. This child has a fierce tiger in his heart. Establishing his own academy, the fierce tiger returning to the mountain. In the future, what kind of surprise will his academy bring to His Majesty, the imperial court, and the Tang Empire? Kong Ingda looked at Li Zishuan's back and muttered to himself with mixed feelings. Chapter 343. Young Master, Steward Ma just sent someone to invite you to the workshop in the afternoon. After the morning classes, Li Zishuan returned home and was greeted by the doorkeeper, Ah Fu. Did he say why he wants me to go to the workshop? Li Zishuan asked in bewilderment. Young Master, I don't know. That person didn't say. Okay, I got it. Li Zishuan waved his hand and walked in. He guessed that Ma Ju was looking for him because there was something wrong with the newspaper. With a lot on his mind, Li Zishuan ate his lunch hastily and took a break. Then, without even taking a nap, he took his private car and went to the workshop. Got it. The streets were empty at noon. This was the hottest time of the day. Most people would not come out if there was no urgent matter. On the ginkgo trees by the roadside, there were groups of cicadas singing to their heart's content. They seemed to be telling the story of the summer heat. Li Zishuan did not feel the heat in the carriage. There were many ice cubes in his carriage, and he was even holding a cup of iced tea in his hand. At this time, the superiority of the rich was reflected. After arriving at the workshop, Li Zishuan went straight to the back office, that Tang Daily's editorial department. He saw Ma Ju instructing a few people to organize the manuscripts. Li Zishuan walked forward and shouted, "Brother Ma! Hey, Lord Ju, you're here so soon?" Ma Ju turned around and said in surprise. He thought that Li Zishuan would definitely wait until evening on such a hot day. "Yes, I heard that you had something to do here, so I came over." "What's wrong? Brother Ma, why are you looking for me?" Li Zishuan looked around and found that there was nothing unusual in the editorial department. He asked curiously, "Oh, Lord Ju, you're Li Xie, Li Xianan, right?" Ma Ju was about to explain when he was interrupted by a slightly old voice. Li Zishuan looked up and saw an old man in his 70s or 80s walk out of a house next door. The old man had a head full of white hair, and his tawny face looked as if it had been soaked in water. His eyes were so narrow that he had to exert a great deal of effort to keep them open. In this era where medical technology was extremely backward, it was really rare to be able to live to such an old age. Li Zishuan knew the room where the old man came out. It was the office for the Grand Secretaries who came to help compile the Tang Dictionary. But he had never seen this old man before. "That's right. How should I address you, sir?" Li Zishuan bowed respectfully. The ancients were 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old, 50 years old, 50 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old, and 70 years old. Old people usually had a higher social status, and the imperial court would also have some government orders to support the elderly. Regardless of the identity of the old man in front of him, just his age alone was worthy of respect. After all, to be able to live to such an old age, he had already surpassed 99% of the people in Tang Dynasty. "I'm Li Gang." The old man walked to Ma Ju's side and answered with his hands behind his back. F***CK. Li Gang. The unluckiest teacher in history, Li Gang, who was known as the Crown Prince's killer? Li Zishuan was shocked. He did not expect to meet such a great person on a trip out. He knew a little about Li Gang's deeds. It was said that this old man had experienced the North Ju, Sui, and Tang dynasties. He could be said to be a senior official of 3 dynasties. What was even more amazing was that he had also served as the teacher of the Sui Yongjian Crown Prince Yang Yong, the Tang Li Yuan Crown Prince Li Jiancheng, and the Tang Li Shimin Crown Prince Li Chengqian. However, the tragedy was that these 3 crown princes in history did not have a good ending. Therefore, Li Gang in history also had the title of Crown Prince Killer. Lord Ju, Mr. Li Gang also contributed a lot to the compilation of the Tang Dictionary. But you were not there when he came the last few times. Ma Ju was worried that Li Zishuan did not know Li Gang, so he explained in a low voice. "Oh, it's Master Li. Sorry for the disrespect. Brother Ma, Let someone serve tea. Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. What, Master Li? This old man has retired for many years. Li Xie, don't be mistaken, Li Gang said curiously. In the second year of Wuda, Li Gang asked to resign due to old age. Li Yuan agreed to remove him from his position as minister and continue to be the crown prince's junior guardian. Li Yuan thought that Li Gang was a famous minister of the Sui dynasty. When he personally wrote the edict, he never called him by his name. You. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. In his previous life, he had read many novels that crossed over to the Tang dynasty. Among them, there were many that mentioned Li Gang. Didn't they all say that Li Gang was the crown prince's master? But looking at it now, this old man obviously had not become Li Chengqian's teacher yet. In reality, after Li Gang retired, it was not until the 4th year of Zhengguan that Li invited him out of the mountain to be the crown prince's master and teach the crown prince Li Chengqian. But regrettably, in the 5th year of Zhengguan, Li Gang died of old age at the age of 85. Li posthumously bestowed upon him the title of Minister of Ceremonies. Cough cough, this young one speaks insolently. Please don't blame him, don't blame him. Please come in, please come in. Since things had already come to this, Li Zishuan could not explain anything. He could not say that he had been the crown prince's master before and would be the crown prince's master for the rest of his life, right? If he dared to say that, Li Gang would definitely kill him. After all, Li Gang's previous student was the hidden crown prince, Li Jiancheng. In the current Tang dynasty, who would dare to mention Li Jiancheng's name? Hence, he could only laugh it off and let this matter pass for now. TSK, this was the result of thinking that he was clever. It just so happens that this old man has something to say to you. Li Gang did not suspect anything. He nodded lightly and followed Li Zishuan and Ma Ju to a side hall beside the editorial department of that Tang daily. After the servant served tea and left, only the three of them were left in the room. Beside them, there was a block of ice that was emitting wisps of cold air. Haha, Li Xie is really rich and overbearing. In such a big workshop, I'm sure there are many rooms that use ice to cool down, right? Li Gang joked and took a sip of tea. Then, he frowned and said, P2E you're still serving me hot tea in this weather? You're too stingy. This old man knows that you have good wine. Yes, it's that drunken immortal or something. Hurry up and give me a pot. It's best if you put some ice in it. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. You're almost 80 years old, aren't you? Who would dare to serve you drunken immortal? If something bad happened to you, this young master would not be able to explain himself even if he had 8 mouths. It was said that ancient scholars loved wine. Li Zishuan finally had a better understanding today. This King good wine was so good that one would even throw away one's life. It's not that I don't want to use it. The main thing is that the drunken immortal is too strong and can easily harm the body. This young one should get someone to send you a pot of iced and warm wine. Li Zishuan was speechless. Oh, all right then. Li Gang did not know how to refute and could only reply with slight disappointment. Chapter 344. Lord Ju, the Tang Dynasty Dictionary has been completed today. I invited you here today to take a look at it. In the side hall next to the editorial department of that Tang daily. Ma Ju took out a thick stack of manuscripts and handed them to Li Zishuan. Oh, so fast. Li Zishuan was surprised. He didn't expect Ma Ju to call him here today for this matter. He also didn't expect the progress of the dictionary to be so fast. Hehe, this is all thanks to old Mr. Li's help. Old Mr. Li is well versed in ancient and modern history and is full of wisdom. This Ma is not as good as you. The scholars sent by King Wei and Crown Prince are also not as good as you. Since old Mr. Li came, our compilation speed has increased by more than 10%. This has shortened the time by a lot. Ma Ju respectfully saluted Li Gang and praised him. Haha, Steward Ma is too modest. After a few more years of accumulation and polishing, your knowledge will not be inferior to mine in the future. Li Gang nodded to Ma Ju with a smile, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, I really didn't expect that such a small workshop would have such an amazing talent like Steward Ma. Li Xie is really capable. Gold would shine no matter where it was. Ma Ju's talent and learning could be discovered even in the workshop. In the past month, not only did he use his talent and learning to conquer the scholars sent by Li Chengqian and Li Tai, even Li Gang, a veteran Confucian scholar who had joined in the middle, began to praise him. As the one who discovered Ma Ju, a fine steed, Li Zeshuan's face was full of light at this moment. He smiled and said, "Haha, it's my honor to be able to invite Brother Ma and the workshop. Of course, I'm also very grateful that Mr. Li is here to help. I'll have someone prepare a generous gift later as thanks. Haha, this is what you should do. When the time comes, remember to send this old man a few jars of good wine. Ian, this gentle home is not bad. It's soft and mellow, with a lingering aftertaste. When the time comes, give this old man 2 jars. Li Gang obviously knew that Li Zeshuan was rich and overbearing. Hearing this, he chuckled and did not refuse. Haha. Since old Mr. Li likes it, then I'll definitely get someone to send you 2 more jars. Tilda, you're a pretty good student. Here, why don't you take a look at this newly compiled dictionary first, and then we'll talk after you've read it. Li Gang pointed at the dictionary in Li Zeshuan's hand and laughed. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Li Zeshuan had been itching for a long time. Now that he heard Li Gang's words, he didn't stand on ceremony and started to read the Dictionary of Tang Dynasty. This Dictionary of Tang Dynasty was obviously a newly completed manuscript. The fragrance of ink could be smelled from afar, and it didn't even have a cover. Li Zeshuan didn't care about this and started to read the content directly. The paper used for the dictionary was new paper produced by the workshop. The size of the paper was based on the current book size. For Li Zeshuan, who had used the modern Xinhua dictionary, this kind of paper was a bit big. However, for people of the Tang dynasty, it was just right. He had discussed this issue with Ma Ju before, and Li Zeshuan finally decided to adapt to the times. The first few pages, as expected, were part of the table of contents. First, it was arranged according to the order of the phonetic alphabet, and the page number of each pronunciation was marked one by one. Then, there were a few pages of table of contents to search for words through the radicals. Looking at the Dictionary of Tang Dynasty in front of him, Li Zeshuan couldn't help but miss the shabby Xinhua dictionary that he used when he was in elementary school in his previous life. Stroking the glossy paper of the dictionary, he had an idea and wanted to search for a word in the Dictionary of Tang Dynasty. Let's search for Zi. Although he hadn't used the dictionary since he graduated from elementary school, he still remembered how to search for a word in the dictionary. After a while, he found the page where Zi was located and saw the words written on it. Zi is pronounced as Zi, which refers to the place where water gathers. It also means grace and benevolence. The detailed explanation is as follows. 1. Deep lakes and swamps or lakes and swamps with aquatic plants. There is water below, and it is called Zi. Shuming 2. Grace, favor. Zi reaches all ages, but not benevolence. Zhuangzi, great Grandmaster Shimen Bao, was named Yi Ling, and his name was known throughout the world. Historical records, Shimen Bao's biography 3. Benevolent action. King Yin also dared not to lose the emperor, and was not worthy of heaven's grace. Shu, Toshi 4. Underwear, underwear. Chiyue has no clothes, and he and his son share the same grace. Poem, Qin Feng, no clothes. 5. Title of nobility, legacy. The grace of a gentleman is cut off for 5 generations. Mencius. TSK, TSK. Not bad, not bad. If I didn't check the dictionary today, I wouldn't know that Zi has so many meanings. Li Zeshuan sighed in his heart. About half an hour later, Li Zeshuan checked a few more Chinese characters. The results were very smooth, and the page numbers were all correct. He closed the dictionary and said with a smile, not bad at all. Brother Ma, you can go to the printing department later to start the printing. We will print 1,000 copies of the first batch. 1,000 copies? Ma Ju's hands trembled and he exclaimed, Lord Ju, isn't 1,000 copies a bit too much? Not at all. Not at all. Before Li Zeshuan could say anything, Li Gang spoke first. His face was flushed, and he stroked his beard and laughed excitedly. Such a wonderful work should be prepared for every family. Then, in less than 3 years, there will be thousands of literate people in Tang Dynasty. That kind of glorious era, even in the era of Emperor Qin and Han Wu, did not appear. Sir, you are right. Our Tang Dynasty dictionary will become a necessary reference book for children and even young people in the imperial examinations. What is a mere 1,000 copies? In the future, our Tang Dynasty dictionary will sell hundreds of thousands, or even millions of copies. Brother Ma, don't worry about it and let people print it, Li Zishuan said. Thinking about the cumulative sales of Xinhua Dictionary in his previous life, 560 to 700 million copies, he only printed 1,000 copies. What was there to be afraid of? Hearing their words, Ma Ju couldn't help but think about how the Tang Dynasty dictionary would become a sacred book that was comparable to the 4 books and 5 classics among all the scholars. He couldn't help but feel excited. Wasn't this one of the dreams that he wanted to realize when he followed Li Zishuan? Yes, I will arrange the printing of the Tang Dynasty dictionary later. At the same time, I will advertise it in tomorrow's newspaper. Ma Ju nodded. Well, that's a good idea. Brother Ma, why don't you go now? Print a copy for me first. I have to send it to the palace for His Majesty to have a look. Li Zishuan did not expect Ma Ju to know how to apply what he learned. He even knew to advertise the Tang Dynasty dictionary in the newspaper in advance. Suddenly, he remembered that Li Zishuan had told him before that once the Tang Dynasty dictionary was printed, he had to send it to the palace for His Majesty to have a look. Good. I will arrange it right away. Ma Ju stood up and saluted Li Zishuan and Li Gang before he went out. Chapter 345. Li Xie, if you don't mind, why don't I write a preface for the Tang Dynasty dictionary and publish it in the newspaper for publicity? Seeing Ma Ju leave, Li Gang put down his wine cup and took the opportunity to suggest to Li Zishuan. This was what he wanted to talk to Li Zishuan about today. Scholars loved fame. Even though Li Gang had retired for a long time, he still couldn't help but want to leave his mark on the Tang Dynasty dictionary, an epoch-making masterpiece that would be passed down through the ages. When Li Zishuan heard this, he smiled knowingly and said, "What are you saying, old mister? If you're willing to write, I'm more than happy to oblige." As the teacher of the 2 crown princes, Li Gang was naturally knowledgeable. His social status was also very respected. He could be considered one of the old scholars. Even Li had to be respectful to him. If such a big shot wanted to take the initiative to publicize the Tang Dynasty dictionary, only a fool would refuse. Ha ha. You brat. Li Gang laughed heartily. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said, I heard that you learned martial arts in Longhu Mountain for 8 years. But since you came back, Chang'an has been particularly lively this year. For example, scooters, curved plows, Datang Daily, Drunken Immortal, and so on. There are all kinds of things to eat, drink, play, use, and see. It can be said that there are all kinds of things. Although I am idle at home, I can feel the changes outside. I have heard your story many times. Today I see you, but I didn't expect you to be so young. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said modestly, You flatter me. Li Gang said with a faint smile, Haha, I am not praising you. I want to ask, what did your master, spiritual master Lingshu, teach you? You brat, how did you get so many strange things? Li Zishuan was speechless. It turned out that the old man said so much to make fun of him. Oh, by the way, I heard from a good friend that you were jointly impeached by 8 doctors of the Imperial College. How is it now? Li Gang saw Li Zishuan's dejected expression and knew when to stop. He stopped joking and said seriously, Well, there is nothing on His Majesty's side, but Chancellor Kong reprimanded me. Li Zishuan thought and said, Oh, why is that? Tell me about it. Li Gang showed an interested expression and asked. Once a person got older, they would generally be more open-minded about personal gains and losses. But instead, they would become more gossipy. To be specific, they would be like Li Gang. They would be very open-minded, but they would be especially interested in other people's affairs. Li Zishuan was helpless and could only briefly tell Li Gang about the recent happenings in the Imperial Court and the Imperial College. Li Gang listened with great interest. After listening, he stroked his beard and shook his head. Zhong Da, Kong Ingda, courtesy name Zhong Da, is the chancellor, so it's understandable for him to do this. However, it's a little unreasonable. Li Xie, since you joined the Institute of Mathematics, you've made some contributions to the Imperial College. Even I have heard a little about your contributions. Zhong Da's behavior is somewhat disappointing. Next time when I drink with him, I will help you talk to him. Li Zishuan was stunned. He did not expect Li Gang to be so open-minded. It was indeed rare for him to look at this problem from a completely fair point of view. Haha, thank you for your kind intentions, but there is no need for this. This little one has already resigned from His Majesty yesterday. In the future, I will no longer hold the position of Minister of Mathematics. To tell the truth, if Kong Ingda had been like Li Gang at the start, even if the Imperial College had a backstabbing villain like Kui Shanyu, Li Zishuan would still be willing to stay and lead the Imperial College to a new life. But there were no IFS in reality. Now that he had decided to set up his own school, there was no point in talking about this. What tilde? Li Gang's eyes widened and he cried out in disbelief. Then he said somewhat bitterly, foolish. Foolish. How can you give up on your students because of a momentary dispute? Don't you plan on continuing the knowledge that your master passed on to you? General Yuchi, this subordinate brought people to investigate the houses of the 8 victims yesterday and found that almost all of it was the feces of the waiters. Moreover, according to the descriptions of the servants of these families, the feces should have all been taken before 5 in the morning. At that time, everyone was still dreaming. East of the Imperial Palace, right Marquis Wei Manor. Chicken Bro bowed and handed over a page of the dossier. Tilde. Then did you bring people to ambush and capture people in those places in advance this morning? Yuchi Jingda sat at the head of the table and didn't take the file. He just glanced at it casually and then asked in a rough voice. Replying to General, this subordinate brought people to ambush near the houses of the 8 doctors at 5 in the morning this morning. In the end, we didn't find anything strange until dawn. This subordinate reckons that they should not come again. Brother Chicken felt even more pressure. He didn't know if Yuchi Jingda would punish him for incompetence because of this. His forehead was so nervous that sweat seeped out. Huff tilde. He didn't know if he was hallucinating, but Brother Chicken vaguely heard the sound of exhalation. Then, he heard Yuchi Jingda say, tilde. Then did you go door to door nearby and ask if any child came out and took a dump in front of the houses of Dr. Kui and the others 2 days ago? Replying to General, this subordinate has checked, but basically every family said with certainty that their child definitely didn't go out in the morning. Brother Chicken was fully prepared and hurriedly answered. Li Zishuan had allocated a lot of activity funds back this time. In the houses where the 8 doctors lived, all the families with children were basically hired by Li Zishuan. At this time, who would jump out to admit their guilt? The atmosphere in the hall became very oppressive for a moment. Just as Brother Chicken thought that he would definitely be punished this time and muttered in his heart that Ma Ju's previous analysis was too deceptive, Yuchi Jingda finally spoke. Tilde. Since that's the case, then this case will end like this. Go file the file and inform the 8 doctors. Tell them the results of Wu Houwei's investigation. It's not that we don't want to help them investigate, but that the murderer is too cunning and no longer appears. Wu Houfu still has many other things to do. We can't keep wasting time on this. Brother Chicken heard this and was instantly pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly said, yes, General. After saying that, he prepared to go to Wu Houfu's archive. Wait. Yuchi Jingda called out. What other instructions does General have? This time, you did very well. Alright, you can go now. Yuchi Jingda glanced at Brother Ji, speaking meaningfully and tacitly. Yes, sir. Brother Chicken was so excited that he almost jumped up and hurriedly retreated. Looks like Steward Ma's analysis is pretty good. General Yuchi sent me to investigate the case. As expected, it was just a formality. Steward Ma is amazing. This time, I must treat him to a big meal and repay him well. Brother Chicken silently praised in his heart. Chapter 346. That's how it is. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this kid's decision may be extremely stupid, but there are some things that will never succeed if you don't try. This kid's family is rich, and he could have lived a comfortable life without worrying about food or clothing. However, if a man doesn't show his ambition, he's just a waste of his body. This kid believes that a life of trial and error is more glorious and meaningful than a life of idleness. Therefore, whether it's for myself or to carry forward my master's lifelong learning, this kid must build this academy, and it must be the best academy in the Tang Empire. In the side hall of the editorial department. If a man doesn't show his ambition, he's just a waste of his body. Li Gang was still immersed in Li Zishuan's plan to establish his own school and establish an academy. When he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but be stunned in his seat. He muttered to himself, and then his eyes became brighter and brighter. A moment later, he clapped his hands and praised, "Good, good, good. This old man originally thought that you just left in a fit of anger, but I didn't expect you to have such lofty aspirations. A month ago, you stabilized the paper price, and now you've launched the Tang Empire Dictionary. In the future, you'll establish an academy to educate the common people. It seems that you've been prepared for this for a long time, haha. Kid, no matter what other people think, and no matter whether your knowledge is miscellaneous or not, this old man will support you. Your contributions to the culture and education of the Tang Empire will one day be recorded in the annals of history. In the future, if you have any use for these old bones of mine, just tell me." Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He thought that although Li Gang received orthodox Confucian education, his thinking was not pedantic at all. When the academy was built in the future, it would be good to invite Li Gang to be an honorary professor. This Ma also supports Lord Ju. A few months ago, Lord Ju said that he would let all the poor children of the Tang Empire be able to afford to study. At that time, no one believed him, but now, our strange culture is infinitely close to this goal. Now that Lord Ju has established his own school and set up an academy, I am very willing to lend Lord Ju a hand. When Li Zishuan was telling Li Gang about his conversation with Li Zishuan yesterday, Ma Ju had already returned from the printing department. Therefore, he knew the whole story from beginning to end. At this time, he stood on Li Zishuan's side without hesitation. "Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your support, Brother Ma. After the academy is built, I'll have to trouble Mr. Li to teach the students a thing or two," Li Zishuan said sincerely. People who were noble, open-minded, and tolerant were the easiest to gain the favor of others. Li Gang was such a person. Haha. When the time comes, you better treat me with good wine and good food. Otherwise, this old man won't go and mess around. Li Gang pointed at Li Zishuan and joked. Haha. If Mr. Li is willing to come, not to mention good wine and good food, this little one is willing to send you mountains of gold and silver, Li Zishuan said with a smile. Hey. This old man has half of his body in the ground. I don't want your mountains of gold and silver, Li Gang scolded with a smile. Here, Mr. Li, this is a new carriage developed by our workshop. The interior is spacious and the facilities are complete. You won't feel the slightest bump in it. Your house is quite far from here. Why don't you take this carriage home? In the evening, Li Zishuan and Ma Ju sent Li Gang to the front yard of the workshop. Said with a smile. Li Gang's house was in Tujiang Square, located in the southeast corner of Chang'an City. It was about 10 miles away from Anyi Square where the workshop was located. When Li Gang went back, he brought 4 jars of wine with him. Li Zishuan certainly wouldn't let an old man in his 70s or 80s travel so far alone. TSK, TSK. When it comes to enjoyment, no one in the whole Great Tang can compare with you. Okay. This old man will be disrespectful to refuse. Otherwise, with my old arms and legs, it will take a lot of effort to get home. Li Gang lifted the curtain and looked at the luxurious interior of the carriage. He turned and pointed at Li Zishuan and joked with a smile. Hee. You flatter me. One should work hard to earn so much money in one's life. In addition to helping others, one should also enjoy himself. Haha. You're interesting. Li Gang laughed and got into the carriage with the help of the servant. He tried the sofa and couldn't help but exclaim, TSK, TSK. This old man still underestimated you. This carriage is more comfortable than I imagined. If you like it, how about I give you one? Li Zishuan laughed outside the window. Haha. I won't accept a reward for nothing. Your carriage is so luxurious that it must be worth a lot. This old man can't afford it. Li Gang waved his hand and refused without hesitation. He could accept a few jars of tenderness, but this carriage was too expensive. How could Li Gang be willing to accept it? You can't say that. Old Mister has been working tirelessly on the revision of the dictionary of the Tang dynasty. How can a mere carriage compare to old Mister's efforts? Hey! This old man didn't help you edit the dictionary for you. This dictionary is the foundation of the future prosperity of the literary world of Tang. Li Gang let out a sigh and said, "Let's go. It's getting late. I'm going back. Tomorrow I'll write a preface for the Tang dictionary and send it over. Take care, old man." Xiaoxi, take good care of the old man. Seeing that Li Gang insisted on not accepting it, Li Zishuan did not force him. He saluted Li Gang and then instructed Song Xiaoxi. Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi nodded and drove the carriage away. Brother Ma, the workshop will spare a carriage for old man Li in the future. Seeing that Li Gang had left, Li Zishuan turned around and said to Ma Ju. Yes, that's right. Old man Li is too old. Ma Ju nodded and replied. Hey, young master, since you're here, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Uncle Fu hurried over. Li Zishuan was surprised and said, Oh? Forbert, what's the matter? Young master, you've ordered the workshop to speed up the production of the new carriages. We haven't dared to slack off. As of today, the workshop has produced more than 50 new carriages. Do you think we can sell this new batch of carriages first? This way we can recover some of the money and use it for turnover, Forbert said worriedly. The cost of a new carriage was as high as 400 to 500 strings of coins. Forbert was also under a lot of pressure from the workshop. After all, the cost alone was more than 20,000 strings of coins. It was not a small sum. If they were sold as soon as possible, there would be a surplus of money. That was why Forbert was so eager to sell the new carriages. Chapter 347. Oh, 50 carriages. That's not a small number. Brother Ma, get someone to write an advertisement for our carriages and put it in the Thatang Daily tomorrow. Oh, and the advertisement for the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. You can start publishing it tomorrow as well. Do the initial publicity first. Once we have printed 1,000 copies, we can put it in Chitsu culture and sell it, in the front yard of the workshop. Li Zishuan nodded in agreement after hearing Forbert's suggestion. Yes, no problem. But didn't you ask old Mr. Li to write the introduction for the Tang Dynasty Dictionary? Why did you? Ma Ju was puzzled. Haha. What we are doing now is only the initial publicity. The printing of 1,000 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary is not something that can be done in a day. Even if the workshop is much larger than before, it will take at least 2 to 3 days. We need to let people know what the Tang Dynasty Dictionary is first. Then, when we have enough copies, we can release old Mr. Li's introduction. After all, he is one of the most honorable writers for the Thatang Daily. Li Zishuan chuckled and explained. Although Li Gang had retired many years ago, his qualifications were still there. He was still at the top of the pyramid of Tang Dynasty's literary world. Since such a big shot had taken the initiative to support the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, Li Zishuan naturally had to save his introduction for the finale. Yes, Lord Ju is right. Then I will personally write the publicity for the new carriages and the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Ma Ju thought for a while and felt that it was reasonable. He nodded in agreement and prepared to go back to write the advertisement. After all, it was already evening. Time was tight and the task was important. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Brother Ma. Li Zishuan patted Ma Ju's shoulder and watched him leave. Then, he said to Forbert beside him, Forbert, send 10 carriages to Chitsu Pavilion tomorrow and hand them over to Manager Sunday. With the publicity of our newspaper and the quality of the carriages, it won't be a problem to sell them. Yes, young master. Forbert heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, Li Xie requests an audience. Within the Sweet Dew Hall. With great difficulty, he finally finished dealing with today's memorials. Li stretched his body tiredly and moved his wrists. Suddenly, an eunuch came in and reported with a bow. "Oh Tilda. This brat actually took the initiative to look for me." Li felt that the sun must have risen from the west today. He had met Li Zishuan so many times. Which time was it not because something had happened that he asked someone to call Li Zishuan over? From the beginning to the end, Li Zishuan had never taken the initiative to enter the palace to look for him. Summon him in. Li Zishuan put down the red brush in his hand and leaned against the dragon throne. He closed his eyes and rested, calmly waiting for Li Zishuan to come in. A moment later, Li Zishuan walked in with a thick book in his arms. After greeting each other, Li Zishuan looked at the book in Li Zishuan's hands and curiously asked, "What is it? What book are you holding in your arms? Are you here today to present a book to me? Your Majesty is wise. I am here today to present a book to you." Li Zishuan smiled. "Oh Tilda. What book? Quickly present it to me. A book that you have personally come to deliver must be extraordinary." Li was energized and said excitedly. Zhao Song, who was beside Li hurriedly went to take the book and presented it to Li with both hands. Li took the dictionary with one hand. It was slightly heavy in his hand. He saw that on the red cover, there were 4 flamboyant golden words, Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. These 4 words were as graceful as silver hooks, moving like a startled phoenix, floating like clouds, and as vigorous as a startled dragon. The strokes were powerful and intoxicating. The Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty that Li Zishuan gave was the first dictionary that the workshop had just printed. It even came with a cover. As for the 4 words on the cover, it was written by Li Gang himself. Naturally, it looked very cool. "Oh Tilda. It's actually the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. It's done so quickly." When Li Erei saw the words Dictionary of the Great Tang on the cover, he instantly recalled that a month ago, Li Zishuan had mentioned to him that he wanted to compile a dictionary to help the children of poor families learn how to read and write. At the time, not only had he praised Li Zishuan greatly, he had also specially asked the 2 brothers, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, to send people to help Li Zishuan complete the compilation as soon as possible. However, he truly had not expected the progress to be so fast. "Yes, Your Majesty. The Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty has just been compiled today. I have specially brought it here for you to take a look. After that, we will print it in large quantities and send it to Chitsu Pavilion to be sold. By then, countless people will learn how to read." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Haha. Good. Good. Good." Li was so happy that he shouted 3 times. He laughed and said, "You have done well this time. You have done well. I am very pleased. Your Majesty is too kind, too kind. Hee hee." Li Zishuan was so happy that he could not find north and laughed. "Who wrote the words Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty? Looking at this handwriting, why do I feel that it is very familiar?" Only then did Li ask about the 4 words that were full of pretentious style on the cover. "Your Majesty, the person who wrote these 4 words is old Mr. Li Gang. Old Mr. Li is a person of virtue and prestige, so I invited him to come out and nominate him for the cover of the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty." Li Zishuan talked nonsense as if he was running around and visiting famous scholars for the publication of the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. Li Gang. Li was stunned and muttered to himself as if he had suddenly realized something. After being stunned for a good half an hour, Li stared into Li Zishuan's eyes and said with a complicated expression, "You are really capable, kid. Mr. Li Gang has been in seclusion for many years. I have always wanted to invite him back to be Chengqian's teacher, but he has always refused. I didn't expect him to run over to you." Really? So Li had the intention of letting Li Gang be Chengqian's teacher for a long time. TSK, but this progress doesn't seem to be what Li wanted. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. He did not expect that as the emperor, old Li would also have a time when he was ignored by others. How rare. This kid is not really that capable. It is just old Mr. Li's great favor. Li Zishuan said humbly. "Haha. Let's not talk about this first. Let me see the content inside first. Li Er shook his head and said that. He opened the dictionary of the Tang dynasty and began to read. After realizing the superiority of Pinyin, Li Er had spent a period of time specifically learning Pinyin. Similar to when Li Zexuan first saw the dictionary of the Tang dynasty today, Li Er first looked curiously at the Pinyin table of contents in front of him and the table of contents in front of him. Then, he thought of a few random Chinese characters for himself and began to look them up for fun. The results were without a doubt. There were no mistakes in the page number annotations. They were all accurate. Haha. Good. This dictionary of the Tang dynasty is really good. I will leave this to me. Kid, quickly arrange for people to print this dictionary in large quantities and promote it as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will reward you handsomely. Chapter 348. Master, the people from Wu government said that a few days ago, a group of children pooped in front of our house, but the group of children never appeared again. The people from Wu government can't do anything about it. They told us to look for them after we have new clues. Imperial Medical Department. After 2 days of care, Kui Shanya's complexion was much better, no longer as pale as before. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be angry, and said angrily, "Preposterous. What is this? How dare they be so perfunctory? This group of Wu who has no respect for the law." Cough cough. Hey. Master, don't be agitated. Calm down. Calm down. Madame Kui quickly put down the medicine in her hands, quickly walked behind Kui Shanyu, gently patted her husband's back, and anxiously advised. Cough cough tilde cough cough tilde. This old man understands. Kui Shanyu violently coughed a few times, his emotions gradually calmed down, and he said with difficulty, "This old man understand. Right. Wu General Wei is Yuqi Jingda, and Li Zexuan's relationship with Yuqi Jingda tilde tilde, he tilde tilde. These people are blatantly abusing their power for personal gain. This old man will definitely impeach them." Cough cough. Master, calm down, calm down. We don't have any evidence. How can we impeach them? It's better for you to get better first. Professor Jing and the rest are still waiting for you to get better. Madame Kui said helplessly. Ian, help this old man up. Kui Shanyu was startled, and suddenly said. Master, what do you want to do now? Quickly help this old man up. I want to write a letter. Help me send it to Honglu Temple later. Kui Shanyu frowned, and said impatiently. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. Fresh out of the oven, that hang daily. Today's headline, Peerless Godly Works about to appear in Strange Culture. The combined strength of 12 scholars will help our Tang dynasty's youth to easily learn to read. The next morning. The sound of children selling newspapers rang through the streets. Ma Ju abused his power for personal gain once. This time, he directly put the Tang Dynasty Dictionary advertisement on the front page. The arrogant, egotistical, domineering advertisement directly attracted the attention of many people in Chang'an. Oh tilde. There's actually such a powerful book in this world. I wonder if it's expensive. If it's not expensive, I can even buy one to help my child learn to read. Books about strange culture shouldn't be expensive, right? Why don't you buy a copy of the newspaper and read it? Then, can you give me a copy of the newspaper? Of course, there was no first place in ancient literature, and no second place in martial arts. This arrogant and domineering advertising message inevitably caused dissatisfaction among the literati. It's just an unknown book, yet it dares to claim that it's a peerless divine work. What an arrogant tone. Yes. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Even if it was compiled by 12 grand scholars, do you dare to call it a peerless divine work? What shameless boasting. That's right. Let's go to Chitsu culture and see what kind of clown came out to make a fool of himself. Let's see what the newspapers say first. Give me a copy of that Ang Daily. Yes, give me one too. Controversy. In a moment, the advertising message of Tang Dynasty Dictionary set off a huge wave of controversy among the literati. On the other hand, it also slightly increased the sales of that Ang Daily. However, as the newspaper gradually entered the lives of the people, Li Zexuan was not very concerned about the sales of that Ang Daily. The last time he asked Ma Ju about the sales of the newspaper was half a month ago. At that time, the sales of a single issue had reached a terrifying 400,000 copies. Therefore, at present, that Ang Daily had already gotten rid of the loss-making mode of burning money, and had also brought in very considerable profits. Tang Dynasty Dictionary? Pinyin tilde? What is this? A scholar could not help but frown after reading today's headlines. Looking at the meaning of the news, this Tang Dynasty Dictionary should be a reference book for all the annotations of Chinese characters. It looks a bit like Shuo Wen Jie. And this pinyin, can it really be so magical that it can teach people to read and pronounce words? Why haven't I heard of it before? A short and fat scholar asked his friend beside him. Oh, I don't think so. The newspaper must be bragging. The man shook his head and curled his lips. Boss, what are they talking about? Not far away, next to a small stall selling cooking pancakes, a grey-clothed peasant woman asked while rolling dough. Hey, just now, the kid who sold the newspaper said that Chitsu Culture published a book that can teach people to read. I guess that group of scholars is talking about this, the black-faced man said with a smile. Although he said so, his hand that was turning the cooking pancakes in the pot did not stop, perfectly showing what it meant to do two things at once. Chitsu Culture? Isn't that the bookstore opened by Li Xiannan? Darling, do you think we should also buy one for our Gua to learn to read? The grey-clothed woman suddenly asked excitedly. Oh, yes. Books from Chitsu Culture have always been cheap. This book can teach people to read, then buy it. Gua's mother, don't be busy here. I will do it alone. Go to Chitsu Culture and see if they sell it. There will definitely be a lot of people fighting for it. If you can get it, buy one for our Gua. It's much cheaper than hiring a teacher. The black-faced man wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve and waved his hand. Boss, can you do it alone? The grey-clothed woman was quite tempted, but she still hesitated. Nonsense. Of course I can. Go quickly. The black-faced man waved his hand impatiently. Then I will go, boss. Yo, Brother Liao, are you eating while reading the newspaper? Shi City, a breakfast shop. A skinny middle-aged man walked in and greeted Liao Shifan when he saw him eating breakfast. Oh, Brother Zhong. Haha. Brother Feng, didn't you go to sea with the Imperial Quartz Fleet a few days ago? It's boring for me to eat alone. I just want to read today's That Ang Daily. Liao Shifan looked up and smiled. Ha. I see. But Brother Liao, didn't you also get a few big ships? Why didn't you go to sea with them? The man with the surname Zhong ordered a bowl of porridge and a basket of buns from the shopkeeper, sat opposite Liao Shifan, and asked. Sigh. This Liao's old arms and legs often have problems. Brother Feng is much stronger than me, so I won't follow you blindly. I'll just send a housekeeper to follow you. Liao Shifan sighed and explained. Actually, these were all excuses. The main reason was that he was used to living a rich life and was afraid of death. Oh, Brother Liao is right. The sea is too bumpy, and it is indeed torturous. Hey, Brother Liao, look. The latest generation of carriage developed by Chitsu Pavilion, Don't Touch Me. It is officially on sale today. It is spacious, fast, and definitely not bumpy. The top 10 will enjoy a special price, only 999 strings of cash. This. What kind of carriage is this? It is actually so expensive. Chapter 349. Carriage. Let me see. Liao Shifan grabbed the newspaper and quickly looked at where Zhong was pointing. After a while, he excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted, Haha, that's the carriage. That's the carriage. I didn't expect it to be on sale after so long. No way. Brother Zhong, you can eat slowly here. I have to go to the Curious Pavilion to line up now. Hey. Brother Liao, wait. Why do you sound like you want to buy that carriage? Zhong reached out to stop him and said in disbelief. In his opinion, a carriage selling for 500 to 600 strings of coins was already unbelievable. But this time, the Curious Pavilion was selling it for 999 strings of coins. That was close to 1,000 strings of coins. Were they crazy about money? Could it be that the carriage was made of gold? But what he didn't expect was that Liao Shifan actually wanted to buy such an expensive carriage. Moreover, it looked like he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get it. This made him doubt his life. Could it be that after not seeing him for a few days, his good friend had become so rich? 1,000 strings of coins wasn't money anymore. That's right. If I can't get such a good carriage, I'll regret it for the rest of my life, Liao Shifan said eagerly. But this carriage is selling for 999 strings of coins. Brother Liao, don't you think it's expensive? Hey, I don't have time to explain it to you now. Jingyang, if you trust me, come with me to the curious pavilion now. You'll know if it's worth this money or not, Liao Shifan said hurriedly. He quickly took out a few copper coins and threw them on the table, saying, "Shopkeeper, here's the money. Jingyang, let's go." Oh. Zhong Jingyang reacted and ran out with Liao Shifan. He got into the same carriage that Liao Shifan had taken this morning and hurried to the curious pavilion in the East Market. Brother Liao, it seems like you've seen the carriage from the curious pavilion before. In the carriage? Zhong Jingyang thought seriously and suddenly asked. Yes, I've seen it before. When this carriage first appeared, this Liao was fortunate enough to see it. At that time, Lord Li was the first to use this carriage. Later on, when I passed by the gate of Lord Ju's residence, I also happened to see Lord Ju riding this carriage back to his residence several times. This kind of carriage looks huge from the outside, but it is not cumbersome. A horse can easily pull it, and it moves very smoothly. This Liao has long coveted this sort of carriage, but after asking around, I was unable to find a place that sold it. Moreover, it is said that in all of the Great Tang, only Lord Duke Li, His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness King of Wei, Duke of Lu, Duke of Yi, General Yuqi, and General Niu have this sort of carriage. Haha. I didn't expect that after waiting for so long, I would finally get it. If I don't hurry up and buy it, wouldn't I regret it for the rest of my life? Zhong Jingyang was enlightened when he heard this, but he still had some doubts, so he asked, Brother Liao, this carriage is so expensive. There must be very few people who would buy it. You don't have to be so anxious. Heh. Jingyang, if you think about it carefully, you won't say that. Liao Shifan shook his head and anxiously looked out of the window, saying, it has been almost a month since this Liao first saw this type of carriage. What does this mean? It means that this type of carriage is not easy to manufacture, so I am not surprised that it is so expensive now. Also, in this month, whenever Lord Duke Li went out, he would always ride in this type of carriage. In the entire Great Tang, in this Liao's opinion, the person who knows how to enjoy life the most is definitely Lord Duke. If this old man is so fond of this type of carriage, then there is no need to doubt the excellence of this carriage. Such a superior and difficult carriage to mass produce, if this Liao doesn't hurry up and snatch it, I'm afraid that I won't be able to get it. After all, there are many people in Chang'an who can take out 999 strings of coins, and there are even more people with foresight. Perhaps even Li Zexuan himself did not expect that he would be treated as an old man by successful businessmen like Liao Shifan. However, from the few businesses that Li Zexuan did in Chang'an, all of them had extremely high returns. He indeed had the qualifications to be a role model for these businessmen. Hearing this, Zhong Jingyang's eyebrows twitched. He slowly nodded and said in a deep voice, Thank you, Brother Liao, for your advice. After hearing what you said, I am also very curious about this carriage. I must take a good look at it later. You can take a look at it, but don't fight with me, Liao Shifan suddenly said with a vigilant look. Zhong Jingyang was speechless. Could it be that this friendship could not be compared to a carriage? How heart-wrenching tilde. On the other side, in the East Market. Strange Culture and Strange Taste Pavilion, which had been quiet for a long time, became popular again today. These two shops had been the hot topic of Chang'an before. This time, after that Ang Daily's publicity, it was as if a cigarette butt had been thrown into a barrel of explosives. The effect of gathering popularity immediately exploded. Even before opening time, there was already a long line in front of the two stores. There were fewer people in front of the Odd Taste Pavilion. After all, carriages were still considered a luxury item for the people of Great Tang. On the other hand, there was a sea of people in front of the Odd Taste Pavilion, and there were several long lines. The people in the queue gathered in twos and threes, pointing at the advertisements in the newspapers and discussing with each other. For a moment, it was very lively. Haha. Fortunately, we are not too late, and we have membership cards, so we can line up at the members' channel. This way, there will definitely be a carriage for me later. In front of Strange Taste Pavilion, Liao Shifan and Zhong Jingyang were at the front of the queue and said happily. There were only 2 people in front of him, so logically speaking, they would definitely be able to buy the first batch of carriages. Fortunately, there were no traffic lights or traffic jams in this era. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have been dead by now. Although there were not as many people buying carriages as there were people buying Tang Dictionary, at a glance, there were at least 70 to 80 people lining up to buy carriages in front of Strange Taste Pavilion. Chang'an had never lacked rich people, and even more so, people with foresight. Brother Liao, if I didn't see wrongly, you took out an orange membership card just now. Zhong Jingyang's face was full of shock. Yes. If we didn't have a membership card, we would still be lining up on the other side. Liao Shifan did not feel that something was wrong at all, and he answered casually. But a card costs 100 strings of coins, isn't that a bit expensive? It's not expensive at all. For us, it's totally worth it. Think about it, an orange membership card only costs 100 strings of coins, but with this card, not only can we save time in the members' channel, we can also get a 30% discount on all the goods in Strange Taste Pavilion. Just this time, we can save nearly 300 strings of coins by buying a carriage. Do you think this membership card is worth it? Is it expensive? Liao Shifan slowly analyzed. Chapter 350. It's open. It's open. The door is open. Let's go in and have a look at the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. How dare it call itself a masterpiece? The door of Chitsu culture was the first to open. Sun Huayuan, dressed in a purple-red gown, walked out happily and saluted the crowd. My friends, you must be here today to have a look at the Tang Dynasty Dictionary out of curiosity. I won't beat around the bush. You can go in and have a look at the new Tang Dynasty Dictionary in your order. Today's Tang Dynasty Dictionary is only for viewing, but not for sale. 2 days later, Chitsu Culture will sell 1,000 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. If you need it, remember to come and buy it. What? It's not for sale today? Why not? Yes. Why did you bring us here if you don't want to sell it? Some people in the crowd who had come early to buy the Tang Dynasty Dictionary couldn't help complaining to Sun Huayuan. Most of them had heard about the magic of pinyin from the supervisors of the Imperial College, so they didn't have much doubt about the function of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Today, they just wanted to buy the dictionary. Everyone, please calm down and listen to this old man's explanation. Sun Huayuan was prepared for this. He saluted the crowd and said loudly, "The Tang Dynasty Dictionary uses the pinyin newly invented by my lord. It combines the painstaking efforts of the Crown Prince and the 12 scholars under the King of Wei." Later, the former Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Mr. Li Gang, also helped. His Majesty has given great attention and support to it. After the dictionary was compiled yesterday, my lord brought the first Tang Dynasty Dictionary to the palace. His Majesty praised the dictionary and said that the Tang Dynasty Dictionary could be used as an introductory reading material for children and a necessary reference book for young students in the imperial examinations in the future. Our workshop is doing its best to print the dictionary. It is estimated that 1,000 copies of the dictionary will be printed in 2 days. In the next month, the Imperial Court will send a group of assistant lecturers who are proficient in pinyin to the Taoist temples and academies in Chang'an City to teach and popularize pinyin for free. Friends who have bought the Tang Dynasty Dictionary can attend the class. I promise that anyone who is illiterate will be able to learn pinyin in 10 days. After that, you can use the Tang Dynasty Dictionary to learn all the Chinese characters. As soon as Sun Huayuan finished his words, the people in the line below immediately burst into an uproar. Previously, a large number of people had great doubts about the Tang Dynasty Dictionary after reading the headlines in the newspaper. However, at this moment, Sun Huayuan said with certainty and even mentioned the emperor. How could they not believe it? Of course, no one doubted that Sun Huayuan was lying. Someone who dared to use Li Er's words to advertise in Chang and had probably not been born yet. Moreover, according to Sun Huayuan, if a child wanted to learn how to read, he only needed to buy a copy of the Tang Dynasty dictionary. This was too shocking. In modern society, there were often people who complained that education was difficult and expensive. A child's kindergarten would cost tens of thousands of yuan a year. However, in ancient times, education was even more difficult and expensive. Firstly, books were expensive. Secondly, school fees were expensive. This led to the extremely low literacy rate in ancient times. Now that there was such a cheap way to learn how to read, many people were shocked. His Majesty actually knows about the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. His Majesty personally designated the Tang Dynasty Dictionary as a necessary reference book for the imperial examinations. According to shopkeeper Sun, my child only needs to attend 10 days of pinyin lessons and he can use the Tang Dynasty Dictionary to learn all the Chinese characters. Isn't this too worth it? Shopkeeper Sun, is this pinyin really that useful? A burly man roared and asked. Sun Huayuan smiled and nodded at him. Of course. The Imperial College was the first to popularize pinyin. Now, almost all the students in the Imperial College have learned pinyin. Whether it's useful or not, you may not believe me, but you can go and ask the students in the Imperial College. I know this. The child next door to my house is in the Imperial College's four-gates school. I heard from that child that pinyin is very easy to learn. He learned it in 5 days. After learning it, he can directly use pinyin to learn all the Chinese characters. A middle-aged man with a full beard spoke enthusiastically. Meng Laosi, you idiot, are you trying to trick people again? T. When have I, Meng Laosi, ever lied to anyone? If you don't believe me, then so be it. If you don't buy it, then I'll buy it. Ahem. All right, now let's enter the store in order to take a look at our new Tang Dynasty Dictionary. In order to celebrate the completion of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, all the books in Chitsu store will be 10% off today. Of course, this discount does not stack with the membership card discount. Everyone, please tilde. Sun Huayuan looked at Chitsu store on the other side and anxiously interrupted the noise of the crowd. Good. 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 Today's trip was not in vain. Haha. Yes, yes, yes. The crowd burst into cheers. Sun Huayuan smiled and shook his head. He called a servant over and instructed him to look after the store carefully. Then, he walked quickly to Chitsu store. There were many big bosses waiting for him to open the store. Hey, shopkeeper Sun is finally here. Yeah. We've been waiting for so long. When Sun Huayuan came over, the rich businessman in front of the line could not help but complain. They were all queuing up to buy things, but Chitsu store opened first. This inevitably made them unhappy. Haha. Old Master Wu, Old Master Liao, please forgive me, I really can't split myself up. Most of the people in front of him were old acquaintances. Sun Huayuan bowed apologetically and greeted them. Haha, open the door quickly. Let us see the same model as Old Master Li's car. This old man has been eyeing it for a long time. Yes, yes, shopkeeper Sun, hurry up. Those who were well informed all knew that the carriages being sold today were similar to the new type of carriage that Li Zishuan had been riding. Previously, when Li Zishuan went out in the new type of carriage, they had more or less seen it before. Just from its appearance, it was very mighty and domineering. And the people who came to line up were all people who didn't lack money. Now that they went out, they paid attention to the issue of ostentation, so these people all wanted to buy one to go back and show off, cough cough, to show off. Haha. Alright, this old man will not talk nonsense. Later, you can experience it for yourselves. Now, please look to your right. This is our workshop's newest model of carriage. Zhong sighed, go and lift the curtain. Shopkeeper Sun laughed heartily as he waved his hand. He was very confident in the new model of carriage, don't touch me. He felt that there was no need for any unnecessary introduction. These people would know once they tried it. Yes, shopkeeper Sun. The servant next to Sun Huayuan answered and quickly ran to lift the curtain. Chapter 351. TSK tilde tilde. This carriage tilde tilde. So domineering tilde. TSK TSK. Beautiful. Look at how sharp it is. Curious Pavilion's products are as good as ever. Zhong's side reached out and pulled, and the black curtain covering a large object on the empty ground to the east of Curious Pavilion was slowly lifted. The new carriage developed by the workshop, Don't Touch Me, was officially unveiled to the public for the first time. The large and majestic appearance, coupled with the body of the carriage that had been polished countless times, shocked the crowd. It perfectly showed the crowd what it meant by Curious Pavilion's products must be the best. Although some of them had seen this carriage when they met Li Zuxuan when he went out, it was obvious that their feelings were different now. In the past, they could only admire it from afar and envy it from the bottom of their hearts. But now, they could see it up close and fantasize that they could own such a carriage in a short while. Tilde. Everyone, this is our Curious Pavilion's newest product, Don't Touch Me. Compared to a normal carriage, we have increased the length, width, and height of the carriage. The interior space has more than doubled, and you won't feel uncomfortable sitting inside. It is very suitable for long-distance travel. Also, Don't Touch Me has used our workshop's newest technology. Not only does it ensure a large space, but it also ensures the flexibility of the carriage. Everyone, don't be fooled by the size of this carriage. It only needs 1 horse to pull it easily, and its speed is more than 30% faster than a normal carriage. Sun Huiyuan pointed at Don't Touch Me and laughed. Hey, shopkeeper son, what do those 3 crooked symbols in the middle of the carriage mean? Liao Shifan pointed at the oval sign at the top of the carriage and asked. Yes. What are those words? Why are they so ugly? When Liao Shifan said that, someone immediately noticed the sign and agreed. Cough cough. That is pinyin, and it means don't touch me. Everyone should have heard of pinyin, right? My Lord Zhu invented this symbol to teach people how to read. If you are interested, you can go to Curious Pavilion to take a look at our newly completed Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Sun Huiyuan coughed and explained. At the same time, he cleverly advertised the Tang Dynasty Dictionary among the rich. Oh Tilde, I see. But why is the name of this carriage so strange? Liao Shifan nodded thoughtfully and then asked with a frown. Sun Huiyuan scratched his head awkwardly and said, My Lord Zhu personally came up with this. I'm sure he has his own reasons. Cough cough. All right, now everyone will follow the queue and enter one by one to experience Don't Touch Me. Actually, the most outstanding part of this carriage is its interior. Everyone will know once you enter. If you're satisfied with the experience, you can enter the shop and pay. The first 10 customers today will enjoy the discounted price of 999 strings of coins. After that, it will return to the original price of 1,999 strings of coins. Everyone, please hurry up. As soon as Sun Huiyuan's voice fell, the crowd in the queue cheered. All of them were eager to try. The first lucky one in line was Murong Hongkuan, a wealthy businessman from the east of Chang'an City. He excitedly walked to the side of the carriage and gently stroked the carriage and the beam. After hearing the impatient urging from the people behind him, he got on the carriage. After seeing the interior of the carriage, he was completely dumbfounded. From the outside, Don't Touch Me was indeed huge. But after entering, he had a direct understanding of this kind of size. Oh my God, is this a carriage or a room? Murong Hongkuan looked around the car in shock. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He strode to the table and sofa next to the car window. He touched the soft sofa with his trembling hands. His lips were trembling a little as he said, Hiss tilde tilde. What is this stool made of? Why is it so soft? How comfortable would it be if I sat on it? After hesitating for a moment, he carefully sat on it. At first, he didn't dare to use too much strength, fearing that he would break it. After testing it a little bit, he finally sank his whole body into the sofa. Phew tilde tilde. So comfortable tilde. So comfortable. This 999 strings of coins is so worth it. So worth it. I must buy it. This old man must buy it today. Murong Hongkuan sighed as he stretched his body comfortably. Hey tilde. Brother Murong, hurry up. We're all waiting. Yes. Yes. How long have you been in there? Murong Hongkuan was so comfortable that he had forgotten where he was. Suddenly, He heard a few scattered complaints from outside. Only then did he realize where he was and quickly got up. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the two innermost compartments in the carriage. He walked over doubtfully. Tilda, you can use the toilet in this carriage? Ayo, what is this? This pipe can run water. Hiss Tilda, this is too convenient no. This old man will go and pay now. I must buy it. 10 ordinary carriages can't even compare to one don't touch me. Murong Hongkuan didn't stay any longer. He hurriedly jumped off the carriage and shouted excitedly. Shopkeeper son. Shopkeeper son. The inside of the carriage was really comfortable. Quick. This old man wants to buy a don't touch me. I want to buy it now. Tilda. Okay. This old man will bring Master Murong to handle the handover. Sun Huayuan had expected this scene. He smiled and was about to bring Murong Hongkuan to handle the handover. However, Murong Hongkuan's next sentence made him unable to smile. Oh, by the way, shopkeeper son, this old man has the orange membership card of Strange Interest Pavilion. According to your previous rules, can I enjoy a 30% discount? Silence. As soon as Murong Hongkuan's voice fell, everyone in the venue fell into silence. They cast their gazes over. After all, although these people were rich, their money didn't grow on trees. Using an orange membership card could save 300 strings of cash. Many people were still willing to save this money. Sun Huayuan stopped in his tracks and his face immediately froze. He wanted to curse in his heart. The introduction of the membership system in the past had indeed helped Strange Interest Pavilion accumulate a lot of liquidity in a short period of time. But now, the negative effects of the membership system were starting to show. According to this discount, Strange Interest Pavilion would earn a lot less money. The cost of a Don't Touch Me carriage was close to 500 strings of coins. If they gave a 30% discount, they would only earn 100 strings of coins. It wasn't easy to make a carriage. Usually, it would take several craftsmen 3 to 4 days to make a carriage. If a Don't Touch Me carriage could only earn 100 strings of coins, it would be a loss. It couldn't be compared to selling wine. However, Sun Huayuan knew that the most taboo thing for businessmen was to go back on their word. The membership system was proposed by them a long time ago. If they went back on their word now, Strange Interest Pavilion would lose more than just a few hundred strings of coins. It involved credibility and couldn't be measured by money. Of course. The membership card discount system can be used on a Don't Touch Me carriage. Strange Interest Pavilion has always valued credibility. Sun Huayuan gritted his teeth and said. He could only look for Li Zhuan to discuss the remedy for this problem later. Okay. Shopkeeper son, I want to apply for a Red Supreme membership card. I want to apply for a Red Supreme membership card too. None of the people present were stupid. After hearing that they could still enjoy the membership discount by buying a carriage, they all asked for the highest level of Red Supreme membership card. Sun Huayuan's heart was bleeding when he heard this. He finally understood what it meant to be happy with pain. It wasn't a good thing to have too many members. Chapter 352. Side, what's going on outside? How many carriages have we sold? How many people want to apply for a card? In a side hall of Strange Interest Pavilion. After the queue outside the Strange Interest Pavilion became orderly, Sun Huayuan took a break and came here to rest. The main reason was that he didn't want to see the scene of a group of people fighting to get a Red Supreme membership card. A Red Supreme membership card had a 40% discount. According to the discount price of 999 strings of coins, each carriage earned less than 100 strings of coins. This made Sun Huayuan very sad. Luckily, only the first 10 carriages were priced at 990 strings of coins. The rest of the carriages returned to 1,199 strings of coins. Boss, when I came here, I had already sold 20 Don't Touch Me carriages. The carriages sent by the workshop yesterday are almost sold out. There are 40 people who want to apply for a Red Supreme membership card. Mr. Wu is registering them now. Zhong Side bowed and said. The Mr. Wu he mentioned was the accountant of Strange Interest Pavilion. F***ck. This bunch of people. Even someone as refined as Sun Huayuan could not help but curse. His heart ached as he said, "Previously, there were only 5 Red Supreme members in our Strange Interest Pavilion. After today's incident, I'm afraid there are now 50 or 60 Supreme members." Zhong sighed, was sweating profusely. He did not know where to put his eyes and ears. He could only look down and count the ants. Of course, there were no ants in the house. "No. You go and tell the workshop not to send any more carriages here. The 25 carriages they sent yesterday are enough." Sun Huayuan suddenly stood up and patted Zhongside's shoulder. Zhongside was puzzled. But there are still so many people outside who have not bought a carriage. Stupid. If I tell you to go, then go. If they really send the rest of the carriages here, it will all be over. Sun Huayuan knocked Zhongside's forehead and scolded him. Oh, I'll go and tell them now." Zhongside rubbed his forehead and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Sigh. "I can only wait and let Lord Ju think of a way." Sun Huayuan sighed and walked out. At this time, there was only one Don't Touch Me carriage left outside. "My young master already has a Red Supreme membership card. You don't need to experience it, just sell me a Don't Touch Me. My young master doesn't need you to give him a discount, we'll pay the full price." Sun Huayuan had just come out when he heard such rich and overbearing words. He staggered. He didn't expect that there would be such a top-notch buyer in this world. When he took a closer look, he realized that the other party was an old acquaintance, Wang Runbiao's attendant, Lu Yun. Cough. "Brother Lu, are you sure you don't want a discount?" Sun Huayuan stepped forward and asked. Those around them also looked at Lu Yun in surprise. "My young master said that this carriage is worth 1,199 strings of coins, so he doesn't need a discount." Lu Yun had seen much of the world, so he wasn't the least bit intimidated by the attention of so many people. He raised his head and declared loudly, "Is there something wrong with this person's brain? You can get a discount, but you insist on paying the full price. I wonder who his young master is. How rich." As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, the others were stunned for a moment by this strange reason. 2 merchants lowered their heads and whispered amongst themselves. Cough, haha. Young Master Wang is generous. Sighed, bring Brother Lu to get the carriage. Sun Huayuan was stunned for a moment before his mind finally came around. Today, he finally understood what it meant to be rich and willful. Sun Huayuan expressed that he liked down-to-earth people like Lu Yun and Wang Runbiao. Yes, shopkeeper. Zhongside responded and brought Lu Yun to complete the handover procedures. After all, 1,999 strings of coins was a huge sum of money. It would take a long time just to count the money. Dear customers, today's Don't Touch Me is all sold out. If you still want to buy, please come early tomorrow. I'm truly sorry. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and apologized to the crowd. Tilda. Why is it sold out right after my turn? A Hu merchant said with a tragic expression. That's right. Shopkeeper Sun, why didn't you stock up more? Only 20 or so carriages were sold out. Hey, shopkeeper Sun, isn't there another carriage over there? Sell it to me. I can also pay the full price. A man in a brocade robe said as he pointed to the carriage that everyone had already boarded. Yes, I can also pay the full price. Shopkeeper Sun, sell it to me. The rest of the people looked in the direction of the man's finger and realized what he meant. Sun Huayuan's face darkened. What do you mean by shopkeeper Sun, sell it to me? I'm not a prostitute. That is an exhibit. It is only for everyone to experience and is not for sale. Dear friends, I'm sorry. If you still want to buy a carriage, please come back tomorrow. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and said. Then, he left the Strange Interest Pavilion and went to the Strange Interest Culture in the West. Hey, since there are no more carriages to sell, then I won't apply for a red membership card. A skinny man who was paying for a membership card suddenly stood up and put away his money. That's right. Since there are no more carriages, then what's the point of applying for a membership card? We'll apply for one tomorrow. Yes. We'll apply for one tomorrow. The people queuing up to apply for a membership card dispersed. Mr. Wu, the accountant of the Strange Culture Pavilion, smiled bitterly and could only call it a day. Hey, shopkeeper son, you're here? Please sit down, there's no need to get up. After the morning class, Li Zishuan entered the house and was told that Sun Huayuan was waiting for him in the front hall. Thus, he went straight to the front hall. Thank you, Lord Ju. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and forced a smile. Although Li Zishuan wasn't good at reading people's expressions, he could still see the reluctance in Sun Huayuan's smile. He couldn't help but ask, shopkeeper son, is the response to the Tang Dynasty dictionary and the new carriages not good? Sun Huayuan was startled and understood that Li Zishuan had misunderstood. He hurriedly said, no. The response to the Tang Dynasty dictionary and the new carriages is very good. I'm here today because I have something to discuss with you, Lord Ju. When he said that, Li Zishuan was even more curious. Since the Tang Dynasty dictionary and the new carriages are very good, then what is there to worry about? Oh, please speak, shopkeeper son. I'm all ears. Lord Ju, it's like this. Today, our Strange Culture Pavilion, Sun Huayuan chose his words carefully and told Li Zishuan about the explosive increase in the number of supreme members in front of the Strange Culture Pavilion this morning, which led to the Strange Culture Pavilion's heavy losses. I was wondering what it was. So it's this. Haha. Shopkeeper son, you're overthinking it. There's no need to worry about this at all. When Li Zishuan heard this, he laughed and said without a care. Chapter 353. What does Lord Ju mean? Li Residence, Main Hall. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, Sun Huayuan frowned and asked. I understand manager son's meaning. In the past, our Chi-Chu Pavilion scooters and plows were easy to make and cheap. Even if those customers with membership cards were able to enjoy a discount, compared to the value of the card itself, manager son, you might feel that the small amount of profit we are giving away is not worth mentioning. Now that we are developing a new type of carriage, the manufacturing process is relatively tedious. Each one takes a long time and the price is very high. If we were to calculate according to the discount system of the previous membership cards, we would have to give away more than 400 strings of coins for a new type of carriage. At this time, manager son, you feel that the profit we are giving away is too much compared to the value of the card itself, right? Li Zishuan smiled as he analyzed the situation. Sun Huayuan's face turned red. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, he felt that he was being described as an untrustworthy profiteer who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. He awkwardly said, This is how it is. Haha. Manager son, you don't need to be embarrassed. This is human nature and can be understood. Li Zishuan kindly smiled and continued, as the saying goes, a leaf obscures one's view and one cannot see Mount Tai. Manager son, you can look at this problem from another angle. A red Supreme membership card is 500 strings of coins. 100 of them are 50,000 strings of coins. First of all, membership cards allow us to obtain a large amount of liquid capital in a short period of time. With sufficient liquid capital, we can expand our scale at any time, recruit more people, produce more products, and ultimately earn more money. This is the so-called money makes money. Manager son, you must have heard of this before. Sun Huayuan nodded thoughtfully. Li Zishuan smiled and continued, that's right. Secondly, every person who has bought a membership card from our Chi-Chu Pavilion, after using our excellent products, will become a potential customer who will come back to spend money. Here, I want to explain a very important concept to you. Manager son, user volume. The products that our Chi-Chu Pavilion sells, there is no need to doubt its superiority, but compared to those old shops, we still lack a foundation. In other words, what we lack is a huge number of users. In the future, there will be more and more products in our Strange Interest Pavilion. No one can guarantee that our products won't be copied by others. At this time, the potential value of our users will be reflected. Think about it. Those members are already used to buying things from our Strange Interest Pavilion. Even if they see similar things in other places, they will definitely prioritize our Strange Interest Pavilion. Don't you think so too? Sun Huayuan frowned and said, but if the things in other places are cheaper than here, those members won't buy from us, right? Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a smile, Even if their price is cheaper than our original price, can it be cheaper than our member discount? We have the best craftsmen, the most professional, and the most advanced production model. Our production costs are definitely the lowest as well. If someone wants to start a price war with us, we definitely have the confidence to fight. Also, there's another reason why I asked you to speed up the membership. As the various technologies in our workshop improve in the future, there will definitely be many new products that will be introduced one after another. When those people apply for membership, they usually leave their addresses. And those who can afford membership have a certain amount of spending power. Every time, we can send flyers to those members' addresses. They have used our Strange Interest Pavilion's products before, so they will definitely understand the quality of our products. There is a high possibility that they will buy our new products. This way, we can quickly turn the workshop's technology into money without any additional promotion. Modern society was an era where users were king. Many new brands, such as DD Chuxing, Are You Hungry, OFO, and so on, gathered a large number of users in a short period of time by constantly throwing money at them. Then, based on this large number of users, they accurately promoted relevant business information and established an effective business model to achieve long-term profits. This kind of behavior was the so-called internet thinking. The Tang dynasty didn't have computers, nor did it have the internet. Communication wasn't as developed as the modern era. If Li Zexuan were to use this kind of internet thinking, he would only get himself killed. That's why Feng Yu could use a portion of the profits to accumulate users. But he had his own bottom line. No matter if it's the early or later stages, he cannot lose money. He must protect his own interests first. If not, it will be easy for him to break the cash flow chain. Now, Feng Yu was focusing on cash and users. Currently, Strange Interest Pavilion's member discount system was only giving out 30 to 40% of the profits. Feng Yu was still making money. When the user base increases, he will show his capitalist side. It was just like some takeout platforms in the modern era. At the start, there will be a lot of red packets and discounts. One meal will be 3 to 4 renminbi. In the later stages, there will be less red packets and discounts, but you will already be used to ordering takeout. Sir Ju is wise. I admire you. Li Zexuan's words were beyond the business theory of this era. The amount of information was too much. Sun Huayuan pondered for a long time before nodding his head. Haha. This is just my humble opinion. Manager Sun, it's good that you understand. Li Zexuan waved his hand and laughed. Then, he suddenly had an idea and said, "Oh, actually, regarding the Red Supreme membership, the discounts are indeed quite high. But the rules were set by us, so we can't go back on our words. But in the future, we can increase the price of each product by 20 to 30%. This way, not only will it attract people to apply for membership, it will also ensure that we have enough profit." Currently, Strange Interest Pavilion's products were priced at 60% more than the cost of the product. If they used the Supreme membership to give discounts, they would only be left with about 20% of the profits. That's why Li Zexuan thought of this bad idea. Yes. This idea is good. This idea is good. Previously, when Li Zexuan said that users are king, it was all about the benefits that cannot be seen or touched. Compared to those, Sun Huayuan preferred the benefits that can be seen and touched. Therefore, when he heard Li Zexuan's words, Sun Huayuan quickly nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Haha. Then that's it for now. Manager Sun, why don't you stay for lunch? Li Zexuan put down his cup and laughed. Ai. No need. Sir Ju, you go ahead with your business. This old man won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Sun Huayuan hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. Then take care. Li Zexuan smiled and didn't force him. Sun Huayuan was more concerned about the difference in status. Even if he forced him to stay, he wouldn't be able to eat to his heart's content.